Clear the board. Buy yourself time. Magnet. Pull every shield your way. Royal Frenzy! How long can you survive? Come on, the board's waiting.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your Chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
This is the Esports World Cup, and in 2026, we're raising the bar again. For 7 weeks starting in July, over 2,000 players from more than 200 clubs will compete in 24 game titles. And with a life-changing prize pool exceeding $75 million, the club championship stakes have never been higher. The club with the most points will be crowned as the best esports club in the world.
Welcome, chat. We are back for day number 2 of the chess.com Open. Bhai sahab, kya hi day number 1 tha. Matlab, the story could not have been written with more spice. Welcome, Sahaj bhai. Kya hi din? मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है मतलब कल जो मैं देखा was historic to some extent.
100% by simply because it was, Dubov, first of all, defeating Sindarov 3-0 in that posture. And secondly, Nihal complete OP. I mean, he just destroyed MVL, took down Dubov as well in the Armageddon. And now he's playing against Duda in the semis. Bhai, this is insane. You can't write this up because it's like लिखा हुआ है क्योंकि अब Magnus के साथ finals में खेलना is a very, very real possibility today.
Absolutely. Magnus Carlsen is also in the semi-finals दूसरे ब्रैकेट में and इस ब्रैकेट में है निहाल. तो निहाल के अभी के ओपोनेंट हैं Jan-Krzysztof Duda from Poland जो पोलैंड नंबर 1 रहे हैं for so many years. लेकिन अगर आज निहाल सरीन उनको हरा देते हैं तो आज ही होगा निहाल वर्सेस कार्लसन का विनर्स फाइनल. सहज भाई उस मैचअप के लिए मतलब और आज ही पॉपकॉर्न नहीं है मेरे पास. So disappointing man.
भाई पॉपकॉर्न बना लो, चैट आप भी पॉपकॉर्न बना लो because it's gonna be a very, very spicy day, I think. And I think specifically for Indian fans, I think it could be something extremely historic as well. We know Nihal is on the rise and he's very much capable of beating these guys and he's been doing it. He's super consistent and हर format में I feel like he's just dominating.
Agreed. And chat stream like karo. Let's get more people in because Nihal Sarin की game चालू होने वाली है exactly in 6-7 minutes from now. Duda उनके सामने है. Duda, by the way, if you can go back to that, graphic there. Duda also playing some amazing chess. तो इनको हराना इतना आसान नहीं रहेगा. And let's not forget कि एक losers bracket भी है जहां, I mean, it's a harsh name, but वहां Pranesh is still fighting सहज भाई and उनका मैच है Dubov के साथ. भाई आज क्या फिर से डुबोव लेटे हुए होंगे?
I think लेटा तो होगा, but I'm guessing it will be like the other hand. बिकॉज कल तो मतलब 4 घंटे, आई मीन आई एम श्योर ही
हाँ,
वुड हैव, ही कोई तो हैंड का कुछ तो स्प्रेन हुआ होगा, तो आई
थक
एम
गया होगा।
गेसिंग इट्स गोना बी लाइक द, या तो वो कैमरा फ्लिप कर देगा, एंड यू विल यूज द अदर हैंड, इज माय टेक। व्हाट डू यू थिंक चैट? डू यू थिंक इज गोना, वो लेटेगा तो सही है, तो 100% पक्का है, बट कैसे इज द
हाँ,
क्वेश्चन चैट, प्लीज लेट अस नो।
I was thinking maybe he'll be playing from the toilet or something today. भाई आज कुछ तो crazy, आज कुछ तो crazy होगा. But regardless, it is a tough match for Pranesh. We will be following, but of course, star game Nihal Sarin की. And child, let's not forget explaining the format again for anybody joining in today. Chess.com ओपन है, 16 प्लेयर्स है, नॉकआउट फॉर्मेट है, एक है विनर्स ब्रैकेट. तो जब भी आप आते हो सारे प्लेयर्स विनर्स ब्रैकेट में आते हैं. एंड एक बार हारने के बाद भी यू गेट अनदर अपॉर्चुनिटी टू स्टे इन द इवेंट बाय प्लेइंग इन द लूजर्स ब्रैकेट. सो एक विनर्स ब्रैकेट चल रहा है जहां सेमीफाइनल में निहाल, मैग्नस, डूडा है और एक लूज ब्रैकेट प्रदेश खेल रहे हैं. अगर वहां से वो जीतते चले गए तो वापस लास्ट में आके उनको विनर्स ब्रैकेट के चैंपियन से खेलने का मौका मिल सकता है. बट दैट इज फार अवे इन द फ्यूचर एंड दैट इज कॉल्ड द ग्रैंड फाइनल. बट ग्रैंड फाइनल से पहले आज ही होगा फाइनल सहज भाई. होपफुली निहाल सिंह मेक्स इट.
Absolutely, and that means losers bracket के finalists को winners bracket के finalists को, I mean you have to beat them twice, not just
Yeah.
once. And chat, do you remember when this happened last time? किसी chat में अगर किसी को याद हो ऐसा इंसिडेंट, टिकू भाई, you and I were commentating on that. I'm not sure if you
मुझे
remember, but like,
एक याद है, but I'm not sure
हाँ,
if it's the latest one. Is it like Denis Lazavik beating Magnus twice? Because that's the one I remember.
that's true. Yes, there is
हाँ.
another one, no? Firuza as well, no?
Yes,
Firuza.
yes, yes, yes,
Firuza.
yes, yes. By Firuza, of course, by he's like the goat of bullet chess, as we saw in the bullet chess championship, by the way, which will happen this year as well. So वहां पे Firuza अपना दबदबा दिखाएंगे. And we are just minutes away, chat, 5 minutes away from liftoff from this matchup. And of course, like we know कि Magnus से खेलने का मौका है, if Nihal wins this match. But how difficult is this challenge? Because Nihal is in great shape. We saw him dominate the first match. He had a tied, very close match with Dubov, जो टाई ब्रेकर में वो ब्लैक पीसेस से जीते. Relatively डूडा कितने स्ट्रॉन्ग ओपनर आपको लग रहे हैं सहज भाई निहाल के लिए?
I think he's a very strong player, Duda. Just like Dubov, just like, I think none of these guys are easy opponents, and I think it's very important to set some kind of dominance early on. अगर आप पहला मैच हार जाते हो तो I feel आपके chances बहुत कम हो जाते हैं. It's also about if you're pressing from game one itself, that also makes a difference in my opinion. But I think Nihal is also, he belongs with one of these guys as well. So it's not like Nihal is in any sense not capable of this. I mean, I feel like he can beat anyone on any single day, but the same can be said for Duda, same can be said for Dubov, same can be said for Magnus, and so on and so on and so on.
मैग्नस ने तो भाई कहने की जरूरत भी नहीं है आई फील. बट या सहज भाई, आई एग्री विद यू. एंड आई थिंक चैट एक डिफरेंस में भी है कि डूडा में भी नॉट एट द पीक फॉर्म. एक टाइम पे वर्ल्ड कप जीत चुके थे डूडा, प्लेड द कैंडिडेट्स, बट नाउ भी निहाल इज ऑन द राइज. सो मे बी दैट्स अ स्लाइट एज फॉर हिम. कल क्या ही बढ़िया गेम खेलिया. एंड चैट एक बार निहाल ओपी in the comments, jaldi se spam kar do, because the match is about to begin in exactly 3 to 4 minutes from now. Nihal Sarin honge pumped up, and Sahaj bhai, are you pumped up?
Bhai, I am definitely pumped up because I'm pumped up to see the finals between Nihal and Magnus. Bhai, वही तो देखना है, वही तो देखना है, उसी के लिए तो बैठे हैं हम. So let's bring it, boys.
By Nihal, of course, by the way, even if he were to lose, he will still be in the event in the losers bracket. But फिर मैग्नस से खेलने के लिए बड़ा लंबा रास्ता तय करना पड़ेगा. अगर डायरेक्ट जीत जाते हैं तो आज ही होगा निहाल सरीन वर्सेस द गोट ऑफ चेस मैग्नस कार्लसन का मैच. एंड ऑफ कोर्स दे डिड प्ले multiple times over the last few years, and Magnus has dominated that match. तो आज एक रिवेंज मैच उनके लिए, तो रिवेंज स्टोरी है भी सहज भाई फॉर निहाल सरीन. सहज भाई की बोलती बंद हो गई भाई, क्रेजी.
Bhai, I feel. Oh, sorry. I think I was muted for a second. But isn't his name supposed to be Polish fighter on chess.com? Duda?
think
He's Polish
so.
fighter, right? Yeah.
I think so. I'm not sure on this one though. Yeah.
Okay. मजा आएगा भाई. What is the chat saying? Silent says, "Bhai, do you saw yesterday's fan base? किसका fan base? Soul का?
वसोल का आई थिंक वी नॉट सीन क्लिप्स बाय द वे, बट ऑफ कोर्स अगर निहाल आज मैग्नस को हरा दिया ना भाई, तो गूगल करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, वो अपने आप ही आ जाएगा भाई ट्विटर पे. एंड चैट ऑल्सो बाय द वे, लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट कि EWC के 3 स्पॉट्स आर अप फॉर ग्रैब्स. निहाल, इफ ही विंस दिस, he will go to the top 2 automatically. So that I think kind of guarantees him, right? I think the spot. But okay, we'll figure out details by the way. And yeah, we are about to begin with the games. Just 2 minutes to go. Less than 2 minutes to go. Sahaj bhai, पहली गेम में white pieces डूडा के क्या ओपनिंग एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं हम लोग?
I think something Duda usually goes for some c4 and d4. My gut says c4 or knight f3. That's what I would go for. And I think for this final stuff that you mentioned, Tiku bhai, I believe usko Nihal has to beat Duda first, and uske baad probably he has to win one more match to be in top 3, if I'm not mistaken. Because there's that losers bracket finals as well, right? So then there will be a match of 3. I'm guessing just when Nihal has to beat. But yeah, he's super close though to making it.
Yeah.
So boys.
Let's go Nihal indeed. भाई बिल्कुल सही बोला प्रतीक भाई, I think. And we're going to have the player cameras very soon.
Would you rather have this chess.com
सहज
final?
भाई, would you rather से ना हम अगर क्वेश्चन स्टार्ट करना बंद कर दे तो बेटर है मेरे ख्याल से. Like it's just a bit risky I think on social media nowadays. You know, I feel like लोग वो आपका वो क्लिप कर देंगे और कहीं से कुछ और उठा देंगे. आजकल AI शेयर भी आ चुका है. So let's just not take that risk भाई. What do you think?
ठीक है, डन भाई, डन. सो आपको लगता है, तो आप क्या चूज करेंगे? आप क्या ये चूज करेंगे कि
ये भी कुछ बेटर नहीं लगा मुझे, बट
chess.com जीत जाए, chess.com ओपन जीत जाए, या फिर वो मैग्नस को हरा दे? Which one would you choose? And which one would you
हराना
choose?
पड़ेगा ना भाई मैग्नस को.
Sorry?
जीतने को तो मैग्नस को हराना ही पड़ेगा निहाल को, I think.
I mean, Magnus could lose in the semis.
नहीं, I think that's a tough question आपने, लेकिन I think that's the premise कि Magnus will lose this match. I think I would prefer him win the event. I would prefer him win because उसको EW spot confirm मिलेगा and he will get to defeat Magnus again. So I might choose that one. But I think hopefully he will get to do both together by, because Magnus, you know, कभी हारेगा भी गलती से, जैसे हमने कहा कि फ्रूजर से 2 बार हारे वो, that was in the finals. उससे पहले तो चैट बाय द वे, टुमारो फॉर एग्जांपल 4 दिन का इवेंट है, परसों ग्रैंड फाइनल है जहां ऑफ कोर्स लूजर्स ब्रैकेट का विनर और विनर का मिलेंगे एक बहुत संक्षेप मैच के लिए. कल खाली लूजर्स ब्रैकेट के गेम्स है. तो मैग्नस को तो एक रेस्ट डे ऑफ ही मिलता है भाई ऐसे सारे इवेंट में. ही इज ऑलवेज डायरेक्टली इनटू द फाइनल्स.
Of course, bhai. The perks of being a goat, bhai. That's what you get. But yeah, I mean, it's unlikely that I think Magnus will lose, considering ke, I mean, in the SCC semis, I mean, he basically destroyed Lazavik, yeah? So that was their last, basically, their matchup. And I remember Magnus winning by some crazy number. And I think it could carry on to this as well. But okay, let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. For now, of course, Nihal has to win first. Let's focus on Nihal.
Coming to this match first, chat, Duda is a tough challenge. You know, एक time पे Duda was one of those 2-3 players like Mamedyarov and Rapport who had a great record against Indian players. चाहे वो कोई भी हो, like Nihal, Gukesh, Prag, Arjun, like सबके साथ अच्छा record था. So he's not easy to beat. He's also in form, like just like Nihal, by the way. He defeated Ian Nepomniachtchi, by the way, 3-1 in the first round, and then defeated Sina Movahed, जिन्होंने अर्जुन को हराया था. So also playing some amazing chess. Nihal Sarin hopefully can, you know, get over this challenge. The game should begin any second now. Hype up कर दो भाई, stream like कर दो. Let's get more people in to see Nihal Sarin's aura rise above everything. Sahaj भाई, today आज मजा आता है भाई, बस Magnus से match.
Absolutely. You know, very interesting, you know, fact here is कि Duda actually lost his first match against Nepo.
Yes.
So, and then he won 3 in a row against Nepo, and then उसके बाद Sina Movahed के साथ भी पहला match draw, and then he won the next 2. Which means that, like, there is some pattern here, yeah. मतलब even if you have the lead early on, you still cannot, you still have to, you know, have control.
Yeah, that's a great point, Sahaj bhai. That he never gives up. Yeah, ऐसे लोगों से हमेशा ध्यान रखना पड़ता है. So let's see क्या होगा. Meanwhile, chat, we are focused on getting you the games as quickly as possible, and I see lift off. Hopefully we'll have the camera soon as well. जल्दी से ले आते हैं प्रोड्यूसर साहब. But गेम चालू चुके हैं सहज भाई. Ryan Lopez भाई Spanish.
Absolutely Spanish. A bit of a surprise for me. I thought C4 खेलेगा वो, but I think this should be pretty much normal for Nihal so far. But I think Nihal की जो history है ना with this whole in Prague Masters also, when he was doing these funky lines with this knight f3, knight f5, I feel like he's going to do something funky now as well, like somewhere.
Agreed. ये G6 पॉन बहुत फेंकते हैं आजकल ओपनिंग्स में, स्पेशली ब्लैक के साथ. बाय द वे बिशप E7 खेला है, नॉट प्लेइंग इट वेरी सॉलिड. बाय द वे रुक E1 मे बी डिफेंडिंग द E4 पॉन. D3 खेला पॉन को डिफेंड करते हुए, एंड यू कैन सी निहाल ऑलरेडी लाइक बिहाइंड बाय 30 सेकंड्स. यूजुअली निहाल टाइम प्रेशर में कभी आते नहीं है सहज भाई. डू यू एक्सपेक्ट कि आज कुछ इश्यू हो सकता है? विल टाइम ट्रबल विल बी इशू फॉर निहाल? कल से आपको क्या इंसाइट्स मिली निहाल के प्ले के बारे में?
I feel that Nihal was in time pressure a lot yesterday, but it was never a problem. Like, because he's just, I mean, he has a nickname, no, Speed Demon or something. I mean, it's for
Yeah.
a reason. I feel because even we saw him do a Lucina with less than 10 seconds on the clock. Chat, I mean, you understand how difficult that is. People struggle so hard. I mean, I know it's one of the more basic endgames, but people struggle with that so often. People forget that it's normal for those things to happen. But to do that in under 10 seconds, that's ridiculous. Like, not many
Agreed.
people in the world can do that in 10 seconds.
Agreed. Many might not even try. They might take the repetition we discussed yesterday. Yeah, कि draw ले लो, खुश रहो. Let's not lose when we are winning. But he went for it and he achieved the goal. By the way, current position में let's have Nihal's camera as soon as possible. But we do have Duda's camera. जो by the way, I think he usually plays from this tactic. I think at his home. By the way, C3 खेला है उन्होंने यहाँ पे. D4 की planning, central break. फिलहाल के लिए किसकी position better लग रही है आपको सहज भाई?
So C3 is a very common move in this. One idea is, of course, you want to play D4, and the second is कि आप Knight A5 खेल के Bishop मार सकते हो, and I have this escape route for my Bishop. But look at this, Nihal already doing something funky here. Tikuvai, look at this move A5. I'm curious how many games have been played in this. Not many, yeah. There's been around 20 games or so, less than 20 games played so far.
And Black has a great record. आई थिंक चार
Yeah.
हमने कितनी बार कहा है कि भाई इंजन की लाइंस तो कोई भी खेल लेता है, रेक्टिफिकेशन तो हम लोग भी कर लेंगे. इट्स मोर अबाउट प्रैक्टिकल चेस जो टाइम प्रेशर में आपके ओपोनेंट के ऊपर प्रेशर डालेगा, उसको पता नहीं है करना क्या. फॉर एग्जांपल A4 इज द बेस्ट मूव यहां पे टू स्टॉप दिस पॉन एडवांस फ्रॉम ब्लैक. बट वाइट सोच रहा है दैट ऑलरेडी इज हाफ सक्सेस फॉर निहाल.
Absolutely. And Black wants to play A4 himself. And once, if he gets A4 in this position, then Knight A5, C5 is quite dangerous. And Black की queen side बहुत ज़्यादा, I think, strong हो जाएगी. So White को A4 खेलना बहुत बहुत ज़रूरी है इस position में. But if you don't know it, and if you're not comfortable with it, it's not easy to do it.
See,
There we
already
go.
A4 नहीं निकाला उन्होंने. That was the move he had to find. Chat by the way कह रही है board is laggy. Let us know chat if it's actually true. कैमरा आ जाएंगे. कैमरा निहाल सरीन को थोड़ा सा बढ़िया ऐसे एक्सपोजर और वो उसके साथ होता है ना कलर करेक्शन के साथ अभी कैमरा लाने वाले हैं. बट
और निहाल है, मतलब वो कर कहाँ से रहा है, कमेंटेड वो भी देख रहा हूँ. वो मतलब क्लोजेट कैसा है, कपड़े कैसे हैं. I mean, it's always nice.
हाँ भाई ये तो डूडा ही छुप गया भाई. मेरे को डूडा भी आने वाला chat. We'll fix this soon. By the way, knight D2 played, so the board is coming to the knight is coming to the D2 square on the board, and I think F1 and G3 की तरफ जाएंगे to try and head off to the king side to build up an attack. And A4 played, Saj bhai.
Absolutely, and Bishop C2, and now look at this. The move D5 is a constant threat. Oh, he doesn't go for it. He plays Bishop D7, also a logical move with the idea of Knight A5 and C5, जो हमने पहले mention किया था. But at some point, Black is gonna throw D5, because note that ये जो Bishop B3 पे बैठा हुआ था, it was controlling this square on D5, and also it was controlling the F7 pawn. And generally, आप Bishop A2 पे रख सकते हो to sort of tackle this, but once the Bishop is on C2, it's not as active anymore. So either White plays D4 very quickly, or Black gets D5 at some point.
Yeah, rook E8 played, so indirectly putting pressure on that E4 pawn, also preparing Bishop F8. Bishop को बोलते हैं ना, लाइक आप एक छोटे भाई को साइड करो और लड़ाई के लिए निकलो. वो rook E8 वही करने लगा है अभी यहाँ पे. And knight G3 should be very logical, bringing the knight into the game. H3 खेलते हैं पहले, preventing Bishop G4, Knight G4 ideas. कल को who knows, G4 could be a plan. By the way, oh, we have a live board and we have this. भाई नए scenes निकल रहे हैं सहज भाई. The only scene is the player camera is missing.
Absolutely. And by the way, yeah, and I think chat, we know that the board is lagging. We're trying to fix that. I think it should be fixed very, very soon. Samay bhai is on it. So do let us know if it's
if
lagging.
We can do
or
something to fix this.
Yeah.
By the way, H3 played, H6. I think दोनों players feel कर रहे हैं एक दूसरे को थोड़ा सा. ठीक है. By the way, both players are trying to feel each other. By the way, H3, H6 ऐसी चालें जो आप खेलते हो when you want to see your opponent's plan. And finally, White is the one who breaks through first. D4 के साथ Bishop F8 has played, and now Knight G3. Said by so far, Duda has a nice center.
Exactly, he pushed D4, but he cannot do much with it right now, because the most he can do is push the pawn on D5, and then that's not really a good move कि मैं C6 खेल के कभी भी break through कर सकता हूँ. And black का जो plan है, playing knight a5 and c5, the one we've been mentioning quite a few times, is a very, very real possibility now. And I think that's
Ooh.
like it's such an easy position for Nihal to play. And I think for white, it's not as easy.
भाई what is this move? Queen to b8. एक होता है ना ऐसे मतलब something you don't expect at all. Like what is the plan here for black? I've seen this queen b8, queen a7 idea, but कई बार bishop e3 आता है to attack that queen. So I'm not sure if the queen is intending to go to a7 here.
Bhai, that's a great question. The queen has like multiple, basically responsibilities in this position. One you mentioned is queen b6 or queen a7 to put pressure here. The other is queen b7, where it can kind of target e4. But most importantly, जब भी आप ये bishop move करते हो c1 से, b4 and this b2 pawn could be a target.
Ooh,
That's what he's, and this is I think maybe not known in this setup, but like ये queen b8 type की moves बहुत आती हैं in other setups जहाँ पे आप a5 a4 खेलते हो. So I think he's playing it off of instinct at this point.
Agreed. And I think great point by Sumit Bhai ki white has good space. Exactly. That makes me worry sometimes. जिसके पास space होता है ना, he has more freedom to move around his pieces and attack. यहाँ से उठा के वहां रख दिए, वहां से उठा के यहाँ रख दिए. You can basically attack and वही build up हो सकता है. With the queen also moving to the queen side, अगर यहाँ डूडा किंग साइड की तरफ अपने सारे पीस लेके जाए तो अटैक बन सकता है. आई एम ग्लैड टू हैव दैट बिशप ऑन f8, एक सॉलिड पीस वहां किंग को डिफेंड करते हुए.
Absolutely. And by the way, bishop d2, Tikku bhai, is also trying to keep an eye on this b4 pawn, right? Because अगर आप b4 up खेलते हो तो मैं d5 खेल सकता हूँ. So let's maybe if we can have it on the board. So b4 के बाद I have d5 and now the knight is kind of in big trouble. And if you move it, then pawn takes pawn. And now we see why the bishop is on d2, not on e3. So very nice move. Yeah, very smart from Duda.
Anybody new to chess, इसको बोलते हैं prophylaxis. When you kind of anticipate कि opponent क्या करने वाला है and you prepare against it. That's a very common, very, I would say, effective technique at the top level by top players. And by the way, bishop d3 played, so bishop king side की तरफ देख रहा है. Arey, Nihal! Let's go! We can see Nihal Sarin with all the jerseys. Let's go, Nihal bhai. By the way, 1.5 minute पीछे है सहज भाई, थोड़ा तेज खेलना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे.
Correct, and I was talking about prophylaxis, and I came up with a word to make my students understand it better. And of course, you can explain it, okay, you're preparing, and all of that. But I think of it as like it's a PR move, because prophylaxis के शुरुआत में PR आता है, so it's a PR move basically. You're preparing, you're kind of preventing all sort of thing, and it's like very nice. Okay, but he goes rook d8. भाई कैमरे को क्या हुआ?
कैमरा शर्मा गया भाई, मे भी पीआर समझ नहीं आया उसको, बट आपने कहा पीआर, आई वाज थिंकिंग
भाई ये भी पीआर मूव है.
हाँ, सो आई थॉट मे बी इट्स मोर लाइक आपको आज रात पार्टी करने जाना है, सो कुछ ना कुछ एक दवाई एक्स्ट्रा खा के जाएं ताकि लाइक सुबह स्ट्रेस ना हो, लाइक मे बी दैट्स व्हाट, लाइक prophylaxis, preparation before. But okay, anyways, moving on. Bishop d7, queen c2. By the way, what is queen c2? Because I thought maybe I would love to keep the queen's path towards g4 open. What's the idea of queen c2? Maybe it's to control the c file at some point. कल को b4 के बाद खुल जाए तो?
I think it's just like what do you call it? A filler move, yeah. Basically, he's not sure whether to play b3 or where to break. So he's just saying, okay, it's your move. You are already down 2 minutes on the clock. Think some more and how you want to simplify. And okay, in that time, I'll also think कि मुझे कैसे break through करना है इस position में. Like queen c2 doesn't hurt the position for Duda in any sense. I mean, you could say queen e2 was logical, but queen e2 में आप रुक के सामने रख रहे हो queen को. So like strategically, it doesn't make sense.
क्वीन c2 से डूडा को तो हर्ट नहीं हुआ, बट ये आदि जी से को चैट को क्यों हर्ट हो रहा है भाई? ये क्या चल रहा है भाई? बट ओके, वी हैव निहाल बैक. निहाल आ गया, चिल चैट, किसी को एंड नहीं करना है.
व्हाट इज गोइंग ऑन?
निहाल इज बैक. रिलैक्स. थामो भाई. बाय द वे, निहाल सरिन काफी काम एंड कंपोज लग रहे हैं. दैट गिव्स मी कॉन्फिडेंस कि जो टाइम डिफरेंस है इज नॉट अ बिग डील. बट सहज भाई, ऑलमोस्ट 2.5 minutes. It's got to play on his mind a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Queen b6 putting pressure on the d4 pawn. And if I go bishop e3, which looks like the most logical move in this position, I have pawn takes pawn. And pawn takes pawn ke baad, there is knight. Oh, he goes queen d7. He doesn't even take the pawn.
Ooh, he's trying to play fast. But you know what? Now maybe it's time to switch to e2, knight f5, maybe knight h4, build up. Because there is no bishop on e7. So knight h4 ke liye bhi time hai. Like, I think there could be an attack brewing up. Filhal ke liye chat. Warning signs. I think Duda is slightly better. It's not something conclusive, but slightly better to hai.
I mean, yes, but I think these positions, जब position simplify होती है ना थोड़ी, उसके बाद you can say slightly better. I think he's better because he has like 1.5 minutes more on the clock. अगर आप दोनों को अगर ये क्लासिकल मैच होता, एक के पास 1 घंटा 30 मिनट होते और एक के पास 1 घंटा 20 मिनट होते, I would probably say okay, Black is still completely fine. But let's
So
see.
Adi is like the producer for Soul. Yeah? So he's like the Samay of our stream. Nice, nice.
Oh,
Nice.
cool,
So कुछ
very
भी है,
cool.
कुछ भी एरर होगा तो भाई गाली बेचारे उसको पड़ेगी भाई, ये क्या है साहे भाई वाला फुल। बाय द वे D5 played apparently not the best move because I think हमने टेंशन रिलीज कर दिया। अब knight E7 and suddenly like how do you really open the bishop on D3 like ever?
Exactly, but I think Black wanted to play C6 in this position, and look at this B3 he goes because C6 को वो C4 से respond करेगा. And if you take, I take back on D5, and White is more or less fine in this position. And this is a tough situation for Nihal. And moves are not logical, like they don't feel intuitive to me. Like I have to think, I have to calculate, and Nihal must be going through the same process here. I'm not liking this by so much for Nihal.
Agreed.
Oh, that's a mistake. That's a slight mistake from Nihal.
भाई that is a problem chat because C file खुल चुकी है and वो C6 square white इस्तेमाल कर सकता है. Also look at the bishops on D3 and E3. कल को अगर pass pawn निकल गया ना, like it's gonna run like a crazy, like और चीता कितना दौड़ेगा भाई पूरा A7 तक.
Absolutely. And also if you take on B3 ever, then Rook A7 is such a dangerous threat in this position.
Okay, Nihal right now slightly worse. By the way, Queen D1 not the best move by Duda, so थोड़ा सा सांस में सांस आई. But Rook A8 is the best move now. Bhai, that is near impossible. I would think maybe A3 I would consider, but not Rook A8.
I think Rook 8 आप इसलिए खेल रहे हो, it's also a prophylactic move, right? Because if you go pawn takes pawn, then if I have this threat of Rook A7, then Rook 8 kind of helps with that. I'm guessing this is how you would justify the move, but definitely. Oh,
Sahaj bhai, ये चल रहा है. By the way, Magnus Carlsen has lost the first game against Denis Lazavik. What?
wow! Look at this was the position. Magnus played knight G. Wait, what?
He thought Rook मर रहा है. He thought Rook मर रहा है. Bishop नहीं देखा उसने C1 पे.
Oh, that's a big miss. Bhai, what?
Bhai,
And he had a lot
Magnus.
of time on the crazy. Bhai, prophecy. Bhai, Magnus तो okay. नहीं 3 match अभी भी है.
Bhai.
Actually, it's fine.
By 3 match hai, but Pranesh also, by the way, completely losing. So let's go back to Nihal Sarin. Nihal is the only hope. By the way, come on,
Let's
Nihal.
go,
By the way,
Rook eight
played.
Let's go. Bhai, crazy. Actually, Lazavik took so. I mean, he took like at least 10 or 15 games to beat Magnus in the SEC finals. Yeah, like I remember, it was a long time. अभी पहले
Bhai.
मैच में crazy.
Tactically, आप इन youngsters को नहीं हरा सकते. They are very, very sharp. जैसे तुम लोग हो भाई mathematics में very smart, no? Like teachers तारीफ करते हैं डेली. वैसे ही ये लोग tactics में बहुत smart है. By the way, knight G6 played. Sahaj by Queen B4. Oh, pawn B4. I thought Queen B4 खेलेंगे to put pressure on D6 and B5.
Yeah, correct. Queen B4 is nice, but B4 also is a nice positional move. Rook A5 maybe at some point, Bishop D3, Queen E2, you can put pressure. ये pawn weak हो गया, I think, इस position में. But this is a much better version for Nihal, क्योंकि generally Dikova इस position में knight जो G6 पे है black का, वो usually B7 पे रहता है. And that
Agreed.
knight has no like hope. Yeah, because knight, it blocks everything. But because the queen is now on B7, Nihal is more or less back now. On time and on the board.
एंड वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट दैट बिशप जो F8 पे था, जो कुछ नहीं कर रहा था, अब जब व्हाइट का अटैक नहीं आ रहा है वेरी लाइकली, वो धीरे धीरे मैन्यूवर करके B6 पे आएगा. एंड वंस यू एक्सचेंज it that bad bishop on F8 for the good bishop on E3, I think that's a great trade for Nihal Sarin.
Yeah, I thought so as well, but somehow the bar is not liking. But oh, that's a mistake. Apparently, there was some tactical idea for Duda. He had to take the bishop on B6, but now Rook A4, and he's not just equal. I think Nihal could press here as black.
भाई Nihal is turning the tide, by the way. भाई उसने गेम ऑन कर दिया और अपने कैमरा भी ऑफ कर दिया है भाई. Rook A4, and if you take that, oh, played, and if you take that, I get a pass pawn and I'm better.
Wow, that's crazy. And if you take on A4, then of course pawn takes A4 is very good.
भाई,
and if you go Rook E1, only चाल भी ना ये तो.
Yeah, Rook B1 is the only move for white to maintain equality, and I can still keep hammering. Yeah, Rook 8, Queen 8. So this is getting better for Nihal suddenly, bhai. And he takes, that's a mistake, blunder.
Bishop b5,
What?
rook c5 is saving. Oh, he plays it. Let's go.
Come
Rook
on,
c5.
Nihal.
Nihal is winning.
Let's go.
This is winning, no?
He is much better, and now A3 distraction का इस्तेमाल करना है.
Practically, I mean, Duda is not happy here. I mean, very, very, very easily he could, damage this. But okay, let's not forget, Duda did lose his first match, and he drew his second match, and then went on a rampage afterwards. So abhi bhi kuch khatam nahi hua hai.
By the way, A3 only move for Nihal Sarin here. Let's push that pawn. Apparently, knight D2 aa raha hai, and he plays it. And
Bhai,
only move.
Only move, and definitely not. I will say bishop takes b5 is the move that I would consider because I want to take on a3.
And Sarj bhai, time pe bhi barabar ho chuka hai. Nihal Sarin up on the clock as well. This is turning around for Nihal Sarin.
Bhai, crazy. And the pawn, in the best scenario, Nihal gets a pawn on the 7th rank, chat. On the 7th rank, and usko koi maar nahi raha hai for the foreseeable future.
He was much worse. यहाँ से तो ड्रॉ पे भी हम लोग खुश थे. Suddenly win के chances मिल रहे. Look at Duda's clock go down. It's like almost half a minute below Nihal Sarin now.
Bhai, I'm not sure if I'm draw to chodo bhai yahan pe. I mean, it's much harder for Duda to draw this than it is. I mean, the chances of Duda making a blunder here are extremely high, I think.
Bhai, chess में rule
Let's
है,
go A2.
past pawns must be pushed. तो लगाते हैं फूक, उसको आगे फेंकते हैं. A2 भाई, let's go. Let's keep pushing it भाई. नई रानी लाइफ में किसको नहीं चाहिए chat. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I think you have queen A8 as well as a possibility. But then you lose the bishop, and A2 के बाद knight B3 आपके पास. Okay. That makes sense. So A2 first, knight B3, and then you think about something, yeah? Because then knight on B3, it's only defending A1. It's not attacking C5. It's very important that it's not attacking C5. Because if the moment you take it, I will just promote on A1.
Agreed. And white king is on H2. So जब भी नई रानी बनेगी, it's not even check. So white has prepared for this very well. So थोड़ा ध्यान से खेलना है. By the way, Nihal Sarin again lower than his opponent on the clock. He finds the best move, knight b3 blade, and now queen a6 Saj bhai. Just put the queen on the a file and unpin that bishop.
Bhai, it's very difficult to play queen a6 because knight takes c5 is attacking the queen, and you have to go queen a3, rook b5, and you have 2 queens on the board. There might be 2 queens on the board.
Wow. Bhai, that's tough. That's tough. But less than a minute for Nihal, chat. It's getting very sharp. Queen d7. Ooh, not the best move.
Okay, but extremely hard for Duda to find knight takes c5 and bishop b5. ये कौन खेलेगा यहाँ पे? Very hard, no?
And black has to just queen, by the way. Knight c5, dc5, bishop e5, queen. So it's very interesting, actually.
Our follow-up position is also very difficult for white to say because you'll end up with a pawn on b4, which is another pass pawn, by the way. And like you said, the bad bishop on d3 is now basically the biggest problem in white's position.
He takes, bhai. He finds it.
Wow,
and now you can
just for Nihal, bhai.
Okay, it's now equal, chat, roughly, but dono players ke liye. Bhai, he sacked his queen. He just blunder. He just blundered at his 4. Oh no, knight h4 was winning.
But why is this? There is such a big difference because I thought my plan is to take on f5 only, no?
Yeah, that's
queen c8 check. Queen c8 check. That's a repetition. Nihal missed that.
It's a draw.
Yeah, it's a draw.
I think he was winning.
But okay, he can go king h8 and knight g8, no?
But will he? That's losing, by the way, apparently, for some reason.
d6, queen. Acha, nahi, you are queening first. So of course, I won't do that. Yeah, just repeat. Oh, bhai, he's playing.
What?
No repetition.
Bhai, white खेल रहा है win के लिए.
Queen f2,
take
please.
the pawn. Take. Wait, what?
Golden? No more golden pawn, right? h5, h4. GG.
h5 खेलना था. He was winning, but okay. Chat.
But okay, I think even now.
Anybody wondering mistakes क्यों हो रही है? Because seconds at clock पे यहाँ पे you're playing on your intuition. You can't calculate shit. It's all based on your understanding. Imagine maths का problem solve करना है without calculating. Yeah, that's what they're doing right now.
Exactly. You just play what you feel is best, and of course you'll make mistakes there. King h1 played, by the way, h4, and now you're getting a pawn on e4 for free, I think, no? So h4 moves the knight, and now queen takes e4. Oh wait, queen h4 is hanging.
Oh,
11 seconds. 11 seconds for Nihal.
And by the way, d6 is now better for white. Oh no, another mistake. White दोनों गलतियां कर रहे हैं भाई. They are repeating. Oh wait, what? He plays on. Bhai, this is looking dangerous for Nihal now, actually.
Oh, bhai, 5 seconds. Queens are present on the board. No.
Take. Okay. Now he's safe. Bhai,
कहाँ से? 4 seconds है आपके पास. कहाँ से safe?
अच्छा हाँ, no increment. Oh.
Exactly, there's no increment.
This is increment, Nihal Sarin. Bhai, come on, more down karo, Nihal Sarin. You can do
Chad,
this.
how many moves will Nihal make, in 3 seconds? That's the question. Because so far he's made, I think, at least
68 पे भाई हम
20.
68 पे हम
78
लोग.
पे पहुंच गए हैं
Oh,
भाई.
this is
7
tough,
साले हो गए.
Sayash. This is very tough. He's better actually. He's better. He might just made Duda, but looks difficult. Looks very difficult, chat.
No.
Oh, he
With
lost.
just 1 second. 1 second difference, and look at the IQ. Like this is 2 billion IQ from Nihal. He plays queen a1 in this position because it's the queen pin ho sakti hai, and you cannot pre-move the queen anymore. But just he had enough time and he was fast enough and he took on a1 and just took the game.
Ooh, chat
crazy.
कोई ना. It's only the first game. अभी भी I think यहाँ पे 3 game और है. And Nihal will be back. So don't worry. The second game will start any second. Don't worry. And he still has a chance, Sahaj bhai. I mean, one game is because Magnus also lost by. So, maybe the favorites are going to lose for the first round and then come back, yeah?
Exactly. And let's not forget, Chad, Jan, historically in this tournament, he lost the first round and then he drew his second match as well. So, एक healthy start नहीं रहा है डूडा का अभी तक. So, एक pattern break हुआ है. अगर आप हार के जीत रहे हो तो आप जीत के भी हार सकते हो. So, let's go. There's still 3 matches left.
Wow. But I think it's very obvious that Nihal was
जीत
pushing
के
in that
हारने
game,
वाले
yeah?
को क्या कहते हैं भाई? जीत के हारने वाले को क्या कहते हैं?
I feel like sheeps को पता होगा, like Zigar. No, but I think overall, I think पूरी game में, I think second half में Nihal was the one pushing. Last में time ने decide किया. So this is something to note कि time pressure is clearly an issue. We discussed this at the start of the stream कि भाई this is going to be a factor because increment नहीं है. अगर increment होता, oh let's go भाई, next game, crucial game for Magnus, Nihal and Pranesh. जीतना ही पड़ेगा भाई.
You see that? Nihal, in a must-win scenario, plays London system again and he goes A5. Wait, what? Did you see this? Duda plays A5 on move 3.
Okay, भाई लंदन का एक और लाइन डालनी पड़ेगी अपने कोर्ट में. भाई ये क्या है? What is A5?
भाई इसका idea is... Okay.
What is A5, Sahaj bhai?
I'm guessing he wanted to play Rook A7 whenever you played Queen B3. And it's some new idea for Duda. Something he had looked at in the past, which is crazy, I think. Very, very interesting idea.
कई लोग कह रहे हैं निहाल का कैमरा स्टक है. भाई वो स्टक नहीं है. He is sitting in the same posture because
he's logged in.
Yeah. By the way, 95 played. Nihal Sarin, a huge proponent of the London system. बहुत बढ़िया opening है. If you're trying to learn chess and you don't have much time to look at opening theory, definitely recommend it. By the way, 95 खेला उन्होंने यहाँ पे, trying to put the knight in the center, put pressure on F7, and जब भी black knight D7 खेलेगा, I will have the option of trading. सहज भाई, क्या यार G4 could be an option? क्या निहाल थोड़ा crazy कर सकते हैं?
G4, I think, is a very, very real possibility in this position, Tikubai, because the moment you go bishop G6, I can throw H4 as well, and then H5 as well, and that's going to be super dangerous. But look at this, he goes knight D7, taki G4 pe, you can take the knight on E5, and then suddenly bishop takes G4 is possible in the position.
Agreed.
So some nice prophylaxis again from Duda.
Agreed. Very rare Nihal losing on time. Yeah, by 1 second, by the way. It's like losing elections by 1 vote. Like you're like, okay, I didn't think this would be important. मैंने खुद vote नहीं किया. Like it's like that, yeah. By the way, knight d2 played, so developing, very, very important. And now black can exchange of knights. I think that's in black's favor, right? Because आपने एक piece exchange कर लिया है.
Exactly. So you could take the knight on E5. I think इसका एक बड़ा benefit ये है कि white G4 easily नहीं खेल पाएगा उसके बाद, because there's 2 pieces defending the G4 square and only 1 piece that is kind of, which is your queen looking at the G4 square right now. So now he goes bishop D6, F4 maybe?
Oof, F4 would be very double-edged. I think if Nihal Sarin was to, go for the kill, he could totally play it. I'm going to be a bit pragmatic. Like, कई बार ना tilt पे जाते हैं हम लोग after 1 loss. I think a draw for Nihal in this game would be a good result. I will just play bishop. भाई दिल की सुन ली भाई निहाल ने, मतलब दिल से कनेक्शन लग रहा है सहज भाई. bishop 3 very normal. मारोगे तो pawn से मारूंगा.
Yeah, in the spirit of London, I think bishop G3 is very, very logical, but he goes bishop E2 now. But this is not really a good version of the London for Nihal, simply because generally black का bishop C8 पे रहता है, white का bishop D3 पे रहता है. And in this kind of scenario, white's bishop is more active than the black bishop, and now black's bishop is more active. So I think he's gotten a very, very nice version of the London, Duda. It could be some problems for Nihal, but okay, it's rapid. There's no increment, so a lot of chess yet to be played. So let's see what happens. He goes 94 for now, offering another trade of pieces.
बाद में चैट करिए, बोर्ड इज लाइक डू चेक भाई कि क्या हम कुछ कर सकते हैं उसको फिक्स करने के लिए. वैसे तो स्लो मोशन में चीजें अच्छी लगती हैं यूजुअली, बट इस वाले में आई एम नॉट श्योर. वो हो क्यों रहा है lag वैसे? Any idea? Do we know why it's lagging? Okay. ठीक है. So
Really?
knight e4, by the way, by the way, bishop takes d6 मार दिया है. So he did not want to give the bishop for the knight. Chat, anybody learning chess, दो bishops साथ में एक strong force होते हैं. हो भाई, g4 आ चुका है on the board. निहाल सरी ने आग बढ़ा दी है भाई. h4 भाई, डर लग रहा है मुझे दोनों sides के लिए.
भाई अब मुझे निहाल के लिए ज्यादा डर लग रहा है. I'm not gonna lie.
Agreed.
I think for Nihal it's way more scarier. Because I think the moment black plays f5, which is one of the best moves, and I think it's a big problem. Tikwa, I'm just gonna switch my internet for like just a second. Yeah.
Good question by chat. कितने मैचेस? chat, this is a semi-final. 4 games है total. 4 में से जो 2.5 पहले करेगा, he is the guy who goes to the final. So 4 में से 2.5 करने हैं. Even if Nihal were to lose, he still is in the tournament. Losers bracket में खेलेंगे and then he gets another chance. But ideally, if you want to play Magnus today, he has to win this 4-game match. And Nihal Sarin, by the way, lost the first game with 1 second on the clock. He was better, but he couldn't convert. But okay, second game, by the way, g4 h4. Duda already 1 minute पीछे सोच में डूब चुके हैं. बोर्ड भी आ चुका है मेरे पास.
Crazy. So g4 h4. I'm still thinking, by the way, f5. Oh, he goes h6. Wait, okay, that makes sense. Apparently, Nihal can go g5 here.
Bhai, doesn't surprise me. I feel like would be in sync with what he's done so far. The only question in my mind is कि मेलेडी इतनी चॉकलेट क्यों है भाई, एंड साथ में कि व्हाइट का किंग कहां जाएगा, बिकॉज आपने किंग साइड के पॉन तो फेंक दिए, तो आर यू प्लानिंग टू गो ऑन द क्वीन साइड? इज दैट द प्लान?
No. I'll keep it on the center. Maybe like at some point, some f4, king f2 karke, just keep the king like basically on f2, and you just try to attack on the king side. I don't want to go long castle because look at this bishop here. And also you've played a5, you go a4, a3. That looks too scary. And short castle, to I'm attacking on the king side, so it doesn't make sense to do that. So let's just keep it in the center, and that's good. And chat, let me know if the board is a bit better now. I think a little improvement I see.
अगर निहाल जीत गया ना भाई, तो बोर्ड पे आप मूव्स भी मत दिखाओ तो चलेगा. फिर हम साथ में भाई यहाँ नेटफ्लिक्स की मूवी लगा के देखते हैं भाई, मतलब धुरंधर देखते हैं भाई, हम लोग चिल करते हैं. निहाल जीत रहा है.
Done. मैं अर्शित को भी कन्विंस कर रहा हूँ धुरंधर देखने के लिए. So it's
he played g5. He played the best move. Let's go.
Vamos. So h takes g5, h takes g5. H takes g5 पे knight e4 मार रहे हो या g5 मार रहे हो?
Yes, I will take first, and then probably the h file opening up gives. Then maybe just bishop f3 or f3 नहीं खेलना, bishop f3 खेलना पड़ेगा. Oh, he takes.
Wow, this is a problem, no? Because f3 पे I have queen g3 check.
Maybe I can sack the pawn, yeah? Knight takes c4, bishop takes c4, just bishop f3.
I know ways he plays bishop. Bishop f3 is very difficult, no? Takes. Bishop f3 is so, I mean, not intuitive at all. He goes f3, okay, that makes sense.
अगर चेक आई तो किंग d2 खेलेंगे. सो द क्वेश्चन वी वर डिस्कसिंग कि भाई व्हाइट का किंग कहां जाने वाला है. कहीं नहीं भाई, वो मार्केट में घूम रहा है भाई, ट्रैफिक के बीच में चलेगा. मतलब 2 सड़कें, वन वे सेंटर में चल रहा है भाई वो किंग. उसको फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता ट्रैफिक से.
Exactly, it's a boss. Of course, d2 या f2 is the probable score. He goes bishop f5, takes on g5 now. Can he take this pawn? Is it a free pawn?
I think he should, no? अगर नहीं मारा, then I will play f4, and then it becomes very risky for you. So now just queen f1. I don't know how you get the other rook to g1. वो रुक उठा के ना क्वीन के ऊपर से g1 पे रखना है मुझे.
अरे beautiful. Cylindrical chess होती थी ना पहले. Like you could chat. I don't know if you've played this version of chess before. जहाँ पे if you take the rook, you put it on the a file, then it goes to the other side.
I have a plan. Rook h2, queen h1, and rook g1. भाई rook h2, queen h1 mate के साथ. But okay, he plays queen f1 directly. Also a nice move. And now what does black do? Because if you do
to be
nothing,
honest, Tikku bhai, I liked your idea more. This rook, it looked very nice. Because also rook h2, queen h1 के बाद आप rook h8 mate threaten कर रहे हो. So you are creating some urgency. So this was a nice idea. But I think Nihal wants queen f2 and then rook g1. Yeah, maybe.
Also
okay,
very
he's
good
a
idea.
pawn down, but a lot of attack. Like okay, maybe not enough pieces on the board, but still there is some play. At least g file or h file पे तो मतलब for a long time there's going to be some play. So it looks good.
And agree, Chad. And also ध्यान रखिए, जो चेस इंजिन्स जो ये बार होते हैं ना, दे वैल्यू मटेरियल अ लॉट. मतलब बाय प्रिंसिपल अगर एक्स्ट्रा पॉन है, पीस है, उसकी वैल्यू बहुत ज्यादा होती है उनके दिमाग में, बिकॉज दे कैन काइंड ऑफ टैंजिबली सी इट कि भाई एक पॉन एक्स्ट्रा है. इमेजिन अगर तब भी बार इक्वल है, सो उस इंजन को, कंप्यूटर को दिख रहा है कि उस पॉन के बराबर कॉम्पनसेशन है निहाल के पास. इट कैन सी इट. नाउ निहाल कैन ऑल्सो अंडरस्टैंड ही कॉम्पनसेशन, बट कैन ही प्रूव इट ओवर द बोर्ड इज द क्वेश्चन. क्वीन f2, एक्सीलेंट मूव. रुक जीवन आ रहा है भाई.
Absolutely. And now look at the c5 versus plan, because I think he wants to take on d4 and create this rook c2 check idea. But somehow c5 is a mistake now. I think rook g1 is just in time for Nihal. He goes
Yeah,
bishop g6. Okay, that's nice. Now rook g1.
rook g1
ये तो
should be
automatic move
logical.
है. Oh, but
Yeah.
queen f5. Why queen f5? Then queen c2 check.
Ooh, that's tricky actually. That's very tricky. So how do we approach this? Because I want to play rook g1, but I don't want to allow rook f5. Is there a way?
But I'll tell you, you go rook h4 first and then rook
Hmm.
h1 plan. And if you have queen f5, I have e4. But I just realized after d takes
Why?
e4, I cannot go pawn takes because f2 queen is hanging.
Rook h4 पे black का इकलौता चाल is king f8. Why? He's not finding
क्या
it,
बात
why?
कर रहे हो?
हाँ, that's the only move for equality. Rook h4 is a great idea here if white finds
Oh,
it.
Tikku bhai, do you see it? Look at this. Rook h4, queen f5. I believe. No, not e4. Yeah. E4, d4, rook g1. I was thinking. Because here पे checkmate है,
हाँ.
but I think you have f6 and then you can be safe. But yeah, by the way, after rook h4, queen f5, rook c1 is completely better for Nihal.
Yeah,
He
भाई
plays rook
move बच गया
h1.
ना.
Yeah.
Ooh, rook h1. Okay, still okay. Still equal. By the queen f5, only move for black now, I think, to maintain equality. And then rook c1 वापस खेलना पड़ेगा.
Or queen g3 is also possible because with queen g3 you can give me a check here, but my king can hide here. Oh, he's going for that plan. He goes queen h4.
भाई,
If you give a
he's
check,
going
king
for the...
e1, king f2.
भाई, black has only two moves now, chat. Queen h8, checkmate का threat है, by the way. So two moves. King f8 is the best move on the board. या फिर queen c2 check. But Sahaj, भाई, king f8 does feel natural for black. लग रहा है maybe.
Yeah, he plays
Oh,
queen
is
c2
that
check.
check?
And now queen f8. Nice move. It does offer a pawn with this queen h8 and queen g7, but he's happy with it. He says, okay, I might also collect some pawns on the queen side. I'll have rook g8
भाई,
incoming.
queen g5. Threat rook h8 mate. Let's go. Let's go.
Oof.
Queen g5. Come on. Let's go,
तो
भाई
भाई लग
निहाल.
रहा है बहुत पजल रश करके आए हो आज.
बिल्कुल भाई, चेस का मेंबरशिप पसंद है, डेली करता हूं बाय द वे मैं. बट क्वीन जी5 कुड बी अ प्लान ऑल्सो. ये पॉन वन फर्क नहीं पड़ते. बी2 सी2 ये सब दे जान दो भाई. किंग चाहिए भाई. किंग मिल गया तो फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता. और मीनवाइल यहां पे सोच रहे हैं, यहां पे निहाल सरीन 4 मिनट टाइम नेक टू नेक बराबर. हारना नहीं है. अगर हार गए देन 0-2 के ट्रेल उनके होंगे सहज भाई. वहां से कम बैक करना बहुत मुश्किल. ड्रॉ एंड विन इज नेसेसरी.
True, and by the way, आपने बोला हारना नहीं है, and I was checking the game of Lazavik and Magnus, and guess what? Magnus is worse again.
What?
Denis Lazavik he could take down Magnus Carlsen, bhai. That is
भाई,
insane.
सहज भाई ने आपने स्ट्रीम के स्टार्टिंग में कहा था व्हाट इफ मैग्नस लूजेस. भाई आई थॉट दैट वाज अ जोक भाई. रियलिटी नहीं, बट
हो
इट्स
सकता
हैपनिंग.
है, हो तो सकता है भाई. These days any भाई, अगर कोई कैंडिडेट फर्स्ट हाफ के बाद ही जीत सकता है, then anything is possible भाई.
भाई चैट, आज आज मांग लो भाई भगवान से जो मांगना है. आज कुछ भी हो रहा है भाई. एंड चैट 5,000 लोग देख रहे हैं. डू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. लेट्स गेट मोर पीपल इन. निहाल सरीन के 4 गेम होने वाले हैं. पहला वो हारे 1 सेकेंड से क्लॉक के ऊपर. दूसरा गेम बिल्कुल नेक टू नेक फाइट चल रहा है. 2 और गेम है इसके बाद. लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस. एंड अगर वो जीतते हैं तो ही कुड प्ले मैग्नस इन द फाइनल्स और मे बी लाज़ाविक. लेट्स सी. मैं किंग एफ8 खेल दिया. सोच रहे निहाल. 3.5 मिनट ऑन द क्लॉक. सहज भाई प्रेशर बिल्डअप होता रहा है निहाल के ऊपर.
The pressure is, I mean, it's an understatement because the last round he lost with just 1 second. He lost on time with just 1 second, and now he's down on the clock by 1.5 minutes, and he just made a mistake with King F2.
He made
What's
a
happening?
mistake, chat. जब भी वो
Bishop
क्वेश्चन
D3
मार्क
तो no
देखोगे ना
chance. No chance भाई, he sees
भाई,
this.
बिशप D3 पे रुक G7 खेलना है निहाल को.
I'm pretty sure Nihal saw Rook G7. That's why he's not afraid of Bishop D3.
Wow. Bhai, that is some insane chess, by the way. If you can show Bishop D3, Rook takes G7 on the board, that's Nihal's plan. Queen E2 allow karna, bhai. And then black has to find only move King to E8. Bhai, this is crazy.
And King D7.
By the way,
it
he's made a
doesn't-
mistake. King E8, slight error.
So he didn't go for Bishop D3. I think he was convinced with that. But now Queen F4 is very important, or E4. Both moves, I think, stopping Bishop D3 plan. Because Queen F4, Bishop D3 के बाद भी, my Queen is now looking at the F7 pawn. So if I take on G7, it will be a checkmate very, very soon. That's what I'm planning. On the other move is, you go E4 and put a blockade. Oh, he made a...
Oh, that's a blunder from Nihal Sarin. Big mistake. जब भी आपको question mark दिखे या double question mark, that is a big, big mistake from Nihal. Now his opponent is better. Sahaj bhai, he's going to take a 2-0 lead.
-3 is winning. So, I mean, Duda is objectively winning in this position, but practical terms, in fast chess, it doesn't mean much. You still have to play a lot of accurate moves. And everyone makes mistakes when you with little time on the clock. So let's see. The game is not over yet.
Game is not over. Absolutely. Rook g8, best move played again. Queen f6 I think feels natural. निहाल ने pawn तो वापस ले लिया है, but उनका attack खत्म हो गया because black के सारे piece suddenly game में आ चुके हैं. And now it's Nihal's king who might be weaker, and king आराम से c8 पे बैठ जाएगा. It's very very safe. सहज भाई, very good chance 0-2 की lead होगी उनके opponent के पास. निहाल को वो उदय चोपड़ा के धूम वाला कमबैक करना पड़ेगा. मतलब लास्ट से उठा के इस गेम में आगे आना है भाई. अभी दैट्स द प्लान. बाजीगर
भाई एग्जैक्टली, आई कंप्लीटली एग्री, बट लेकिन ये यार स्पेसिफाई नहीं किया मैं धूम 1 धूम 2 कौन सी वाली.
1 में ही था वो सीन. स्टार्टिंग ऐसी होती है ना भाई. 1 वाला
राइट
1.
क्रेजी भाई. Oh, he goes
Okay,
rook
rook
d1.
d1 played.
Queen b2. Bhai, the problem is not really the king in this position. I feel it's these pawns that are just hanging. The b2 के बाद c3 भी मर रहा है, a2 भी मर रहा है. This pawn is already advanced and you have no clear target for the king. And the king is just super. पहले rook 8 पे था, c8 पे था और king इधर था, तो मतलब king was looking a bit exposed. And yeah, I feel this is not going our way.
Don't worry, don't discount Nihal Sarin. You know what he can do. So I think even if he were to lose, I think दो गेम में से दोनों गेम जीतने के वो totally capable है. If his opponent can do it, why can't he? Yeah. And meanwhile, the game is still not over because time pressure आने वाला है, and then stranger things have happened by when there's no time on the clock. कोई queen दे देते हैं लोग भाई, तो pawn क्या चीज है? And Sej भाई, how do we get to the king is the question, right? We need to get to the black king. That's gonna give us some chances hypothetically.
So I think the way to play here is to, I think, wait for the right moment. And when I say the right moment, I don't mean in the position, I mean on the clock. So let's say if Duda has less than 1 minute on the clock, then you do some crazy breakthrough like e4, d5, you just sacrifice a bunch of pawns and you put Duda in a situation where he cannot calculate his way out of it.
Yeah,
That's the way to win, I think, a position like this. But Duda is playing extremely fast. He has almost double the time of his opponent. So it looks very, very unlikely that it's going to work out by.
I agree, but let's see chat. Queen e5 played, keeping an eye on that c7 pawn. होता है ना, मतलब किंग के आसपास नजरें रखी हुई है रानी ने, मतलब इंटेंशंस क्या पता लगेगा. The plan is potentially to go c4, c file open करो, रुक को c1 पे लाओ and setting checkmate on c7 फिलहाल के लिए. लेकिन ब्लैक का रुक भी on g8 is looking at that important g file सीधा white king के बगल में. So ध्यान से खेलना पड़ेगा निहाल को. What he needs, as Sajbhai mentioned, is पूरा टाइम प्रेशर में लेके जाओ तो सेकंड्स है क्लॉक पे, एंड देन थ्रेटन समथिंग वेरी रिस्की एंड डेंजरस, एंड मे बी इट वर्क्स.
Yeah, exactly. Then it's objectively the position is lost. So you have to do that desperado wala, trick. I mean, it's a chess concept where if you're in a losing position, you wait for the exact right moment जहाँ पे आपको breakthrough होना. But it doesn't have to be a chess. It has to be more psychological. It has to be based more on practicality. So he plays rook g6 here, e4 now.
e4.
A breakthrough is incoming.
I love that move e4 by the way, because मारने के बाद d file open होती है सहज भाई. That looks nice.
Absolutely. d4 के बाद d5 आ रहा है क्या?
Bhai, I would definitely think about it.
That's a
And question mark already. Let's go f takes e4, maro pawn.
I think Nihal is very tempted to play d5 in this position. I think everyone would be very tempted here to play d5.
The problem is queen b6 check सहज भाई. That's the problem there.
Oh, see, I told you that he was going to go for d5. Yeah.
भाई check मत
It's
निकालना मेरे भाई.
it's so tempting to play d5 in this position.
हम तुम bye bye डूडा भाई, check नहीं निकालना भाई. हम तुम bye bye. By the way, okay, he plays king c8, also good move. Oh, d6 भाई. All the way queen करेगा क्या pawn d pawn?
Oh, but this is not good because we're going into an endgame now. Rook d4, pawn takes pawn, no? Queen takes. Yeah, this is probably not what Nihal intended, but yeah.
Okay, this is going to be lost now. This is tough because queen trade के बाद I don't really see any chances. Yeah, this is going to be lost, chat, I think. But okay, next game, yeah? Maybe next game. By the way, chat, important update. Magnus Carlsen is equal now, and Pranesh is completely winning against Dubov. So he's going to get a comeback.
Amazing. So king e3 played, but this is lost, yeah? Basically.
Yeah. Chat, एंड गेम में क्या होता है, रानियां बोर्ड से हटती है ना, रानियां होती हैं, like imagine you have like a big weapon with you, yeah, that's like the big weapon. So आप छोटे मोटे weapon आपके ओपन उड़ा भी दे, you have that big weapon sitting, so you can create some chances for you. एक बार वो चला गया ना, then I think it becomes more predictable, so to speak, कि भाई ठीक है, जो भी जीत रहा है वही जीत रहा है. And now I think it's going to be very very tough unless Nihal can somehow maybe, yeah, looks very difficult, Sahaj bhai, yeah, any chances whatsoever.
It's his position is way too simple, but there is a minute on the clock, and okay, Duda ऐसे ही जीता था last time वो flag करके, but Duda did have about 20 to 30 seconds more than Nihal in the entirety of the match. But you see, at the end, because Nihal is so fast, that 20-second
भाई
lead became 1 second.
आई एम सॉरी आई फॉरगॉट, फ्लैग तो कर सकते हैं ना भाई, वही तो उसने किया। मैं
Exactly.
कमान निहाल, फ्लैग करो भाई, तेज खेलो।
भाई वो सोच रहा है तब से यार 20 सेकंड से, तो I feel he has to flag though. He has to flag.
हाँ, he
That's
has
the way
to.
to play here.
भाई बस गेम हारना नहीं, just keep the game going Nihal, just keep the game going, do not blunder anything and play quickly because he's half the time bhai, we need more time.
Yeah, absolutely. He goes.
By the way, Pranesh has won, that's great news because he is
Wow.
equalized 1-1 and वहां tiebreaker होगा chat अब, which we'll have a look at. Magnus by the way completely winning now.
Oh, he takes on F5. Oh, okay. This is now. He cannot even flag in this position because he has
Agreed.
20 seconds on the clock. So, yeah. This is basically like Duda playing a bullet match because he has 1 minute on the clock and he's basically 2 pawns up.
Very interesting Sahaj by 8-2 pawn bhi gaya. So now Nihal, I think, is going to resign. Yep, he does. So Nihal Sarin 0-2 down. Sahaj bhai, this is the crucial match now. 2 game pending hai. He has to win both to go to the finals because Carlsen ne come back kar liya hai. So he's equalized 1 each. Nihal, do you think he can do it? Can he win 2 games in a row and equalize?
I mean, theoretically, it's possible, but I think it's just if someone establishes momentum early on, it's very unlikely you come back. Is he capable of scoring 2-2? Of course he is. But it's a different story, I think. आपको क्या लगता है टिको भाई?
मुझे लगता है मे बी वही उधर चपड़ा सीन आ रहा है भाई, वो वेट कर रहा है सब ऑड्स वॉर्ड्स उसके अगेंस्ट हो जाए एंड देन वैसे किसी ने चैट में लिखा बाजी और गाना गाते हैं भाई, बिल्कुल आई थिंक बाजी की तरह कम बैक कर सकते हैं। ही इज बाय द वे राइट नाउ एट हिज चेयर, यू नो व्हाट ही इज डूइंग, ही इज एनालाइजिंग हिज गेम यूजिंग गेम रिव्यू एट chess.com, जो बहुत बढ़िया फीचर है, आप भी एनालाइज कर सकते हो गेम रिव्यू से। सो इज गोइंग थ्रू द मूव्स ही इज प्लेड एंड इज गेटिंग फीडबैक कि यहाँ पे ये चीज सही करनी चाहिए थी, यहाँ पे ये चीज सही करनी चाहिए थी और ये वाली जर्सी पहननी चाहिए थी एंड सो ऑन। सहज भाई
Absolutely. I think he's going through that A5 move, जो move 3 पे खेला गया था, Duda ने, and that kind of took him by surprise. And I think he's doing some rough analysis, which is another good feature. Yeah, you can do self-analysis as well on chess. On chess.com,
he's like,
which is what.
ये क्या खेला मैं, देखा वो रिएक्शन, देखा ऐसे हाथ उठाया, ये क्या खेला मैं भाई, he's like what am I doing? Yeah, this reaction is golden from Nihal Sarin, so relatable। हर रात को 2 बजे मेरा ये रिएक्शन होता है जब मैं ब्लड में हार रहा होता हूँ, चैट so very relatable by the way। वो एक साय क्या खेला मैं भाई, like that is so relatable by the way।
Yeah, completely. But okay, I mean, the accuracy you can see, by the way, chart, it's 89.2 for Duda, 84.4 for Nihal. So it wasn't really let's say a bad game, but yeah, I think that opening surprise really took Nihal in surprise.
Chat, by the way, just want to point out, regardless of the result, Nihal will have 2 matches today. So ये मैच अभी 2 गेम पेंडिंग है, so if he can keep winning, he still is in it, अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है। Even if he were to lose, he will still have the match in the losers bracket. So regardless, 2 गेम तो निहाल सरीन को खेलने ही हैं आज। 2 गेम मतलब 2 matches. So I would say he's still not out even of the winners bracket. I think he can totally defeat Duda. And imagine, सहज भाई, अगला गेम अगर जीत जाए, मान लो बस अगला गेम जीत जाए, सडनली डूडा प्रेशर में, भाई मुझे ड्रॉ चाहिए एंड ड्रॉ के लिए खेलते खेलते भाई कौन से बड़े प्लेयर ने भाई हारा नहीं है वो।
Yeah, true. By the way, I was just looking at the stats and MVL just defeated, I believe it was Vincent Keymer. So Vincent Keymer, I think, is eliminated because he lost in the losers bracket. So Nihal took out someone who is basically now on a rampage. Yeah, I mean, that just goes to show the form of Nihal as well. He beat him 2.5 half, 3 games only.
Wow. By Nihal Sarin is in shape. I think maybe my point is like he's suffering through what happened to Arjun yesterday. Like you kind of start off with that mindset ki bhai, this is like I'm confident, I'm doing well. And one thing doesn't go according to plan and then it goes into a spiral. So maybe the best thing you can do is just go and chill, yeah? Like relax, talk to somebody at the boot camp there कि भाई और क्या चल रहा है, what's happening at BGMI, क्या मार दिया उसको, हाँ बढ़िया ऐसे chill करके random करके time pass करके वापस आ जाओ साइड पे। What do you think?
देखो भाई, playing with fire here.
हाँ भाई, बहुत fire से खेलना चाहिए। Oh,
yeah,
by the
actually,
way,
if you think about it, like just want to point this out. MVL lost to Nihal 2.5 half. Then he defeated Sindarov in the losers bracket, and then he defeated Vincent. अभी तक पहले राउंड हारने के बाद MVL is still not eliminated, by the way. This is huge,
Agreed.
considering everything. Yeah. So
Agreed. But you know what? People remember you for the laurels you can create today, not the ones you created yesterday. So आज निहाल सरीन हमें और कुछ शेयर करने को देंगे, and I still have full faith in him. I think you can see him analyze the game. I'm still kind of hoping he gets up for a moment. I think वो बहुत जरूरी है सहज भाई. If you sit there ना, it kind of plays on your mind and affects the next game, the next decision. वो sunk cost fallacy आ जाती है. I hope he gets up or talks to somebody at least for a minute.
I am exactly the same when it comes to preparation. Even when it comes to commentary, I'm like this as well, because I have to get up like after a certain time, just because when you sit back again, you're going to be playing chess with a fresh mind, and you're going to be commentating with a fresh mind. So that's great advice. Hopefully, he takes you up on it, because he definitely needs some really good advice right now to take down Duda.
Also, let's not forget what is at stake. First of all, the top three qualified directly for the EWC, which was the biggest event of 2025 for me at least. And also some insane prize money. The first prize is $50,000, by the way, I think, as far as I remember. Yeah. Then 35,000, 25,000. Crazy prize money, of course, additional from EWC when you play there. So a lot at stake for Nihal. He knows the importance. Yeah, EWC is his kind of event जहां पे he performs the best है भाई. So उसके लिए बहुत जरूरी है qualify करना.
Correct. I think even if this match doesn't go his way, he's still very much in the tournament. He can take literally the example of MVL in this scenario, because he's still fighting, even though it's going to be just 2 games. Still, he has very much all the chances in the world. And of course, in the finals, if he makes it, he could still beat the finalist twice and win the tournament as well and secure his spot. But let's see what happens. Duda is now back on the board. Duda उठ के गया भाई. Duda अपने आप को एकदम refresh कर गया. Nihal also has to do it once, I feel, to get himself back in the game.
Let's see what works for him. This is what works for him. And by the way, chat, Pranesh ka tiebreak because it was 1 each with Dubov. He's bid 6 minutes 59 seconds and Dubov bid 7 minutes 12 seconds. So Pranesh versus Dubov bhi chalu hoga tiebreaker. Pranesh will have the black pieces and Dubov has to basically win that game or Pranesh goes to the next round. Amazing result for Pranesh, by the way, Sahaj bhai, to beat Dubov in a must-win game and go to the tiebreaker.
Correct. And a very important fact here is that in the match of Pranesh and Dubov, both players won their match with the black pieces. So Dubov also won the first round with black pieces, and then Pranesh also won with the black pieces on demand, game 2. So I think having black here for Pranesh is definitely an advantage. But if you remember yesterday's bids, and generally जो इस type के events में जब Armageddon होता है, तो bids are normally around 7 minutes 30 seconds, 7 minutes 40 seconds, something around that. So Pranesh took maybe a 30-second disadvantage, but I don't think it's that huge. I still feel that Pranesh will have the upper hand because he's playing with the black pieces and he gets a draw as a win. Tikku bhai, your thoughts?
Agreed. And also, I think he won the last game, right? So momentum थोड़ा सा उसकी तरफ है because he's won the last game they played. So I absolutely agree. I think worth the extra investment of 30 seconds. So now he should hope कि जो opening आएगी board पे वो उन्होंने देखी हुई है. He's experienced with it ताकि time waste ना हो. Meanwhile, chat by the way कई लोग कह रहे हैं Magnus game में क्या हुआ? Magnus game he did win. So he lost the first game, but he won the second game and it's 1 each. Versus Denis Lazavik. So वो भी fight कर रहे हैं अपने final spot के लिए. So let's see what happens. 2 semi-finals going on. Nihal versus Duda and भाई अपने Magnus Carlsen जी वहाँ खेल रहे हैं Denis Lazavik से.
Crazy games. But so far, I think Duda has the most solid, let's say, chance to be in the finals because he just has to make a draw now, and Nihal has to win 2 games to stay in the race. And Magnus, of course, and Lazavik are neck to neck. भाई उसने हराया उसको भाई. That's insane, no? Lazavik beating him, and also in the second match, like it was Lazavik was pushing भाई. Like every time I checked, he was pushing. I don't know how Magnus won because he did Magnus things.
Look at Nihal, by the way. He does look a bit affected by the game. By the chat, question for you. Do you think Nihal Sarin, okay, he is short to play another match regardless, but do you think इस match में against Duda वो 0-2 से comeback कर सकते हैं हाँ कि ना? What is your thought? सहज भाई क्या लगता है इस third game में क्या होगा?
I guess the real question is, do you think there's going to be a 4th game? That's the question we are asking, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, Nihal is playing with black. That's my problem. और white से अगर आपको draw के लिए बैठना, I mean, unless you do something really, I mean, you have prepared something very very funky. I don't know. You get your opponent in some very double edged position. जो black से बहुत मुश्किल होता है करना. अगर white से आप draw के लिए खेलो तो usually you succeed. I think unlikely भाई, because first 2 rounds के बाद third round it feels like it's gonna end in a draw or Nihal will overpush and it doesn't feel promising.
So
And what do you think,
I'm
Tiku bhai?
I think he wins this game. I'm not sure if he can come back with 2 wins in a row, but I think ये वाला game शायद वो जीतेंगे. I think Nihal Sarin, whatever happened in the first 2 games was surprising. So surprising. I feel like the universe has to course correct a bit, Sahaj bhai. थोड़ा सा ना मतलब
Yep.
speed of light से हम थोड़ा आगे चले गए. This breaks the laws of physics for me. So I think the universe has to course correct and at least get Nihal 1 point. So that's my thinking there. Let's see what happens. By the way, as we can see, winners bracket में 4 game है चाहे 2 हो चुके हैं and Nihal has to win both in a row. The games are starting. Sahaj bhai, क्या opening देखने को मिलेगी?
I think once again E4 if he is prepared. Rapid में generally you're repeating your variations because your opponents don't have enough time to prepare against that. So I think he could play the same thing again. But let's see what he has in plan. By the way, chat में someone just wrote this and I felt like it summarizes our emotions. कि दिल से निहाल and दिमाग से लग रहा है कि Duda has good chances. Which kind of makes sense.
कई बार मैंने इतनी बॉलीवुड मूवीज देखी हैं जानने के लिए. कई बार स्टोरी लाइन के लिए दिमाग घर पे छोड़ के आना पड़ता है सहज भाई. लाइक जस्ट कीप इट देयर एंड जस्ट एंजॉय द जर्नी. आई थिंक दैट्स द पॉइंट बिकॉज द जर्नी सब कुछ है भाई. रिजल्ट पे तो पहुंच के तो वो मोमेंट निकल जाता है. सो डूडा बाय द वे अपने एटिक से खेल रहे हैं. वहां पे लाइट चमक रही है उनके वहां से, क्या खतरनाक. सो होपफुली लाइट थोड़ी सी कम होगी. एंड थर्ड गेम अबाउट टू बिगिन. निहाल सरीन रेडी, डूडा रेडी. सहज भाई आई थिंक ओपनिंग तो पता नहीं बट इतना पता है कि टाइम पे दोनों प्लेयर्स अब ध्यान देंगे बिकॉज बोथ द गेम्स स्पेशली द फर्स्ट वन that was a shocker because Nihal lost on time. And G6, wow!
Exactly. So Nihal doing the right things. I think he's trying something funky, but I am not sure if he has looked at this recently. Like, because generally speaking, you're not preparing for the worst outcome, right? And now I think this is just him playing intuitively. Okay, I'm not going to trade pieces. You can have the space. You can have a slightly better position. As you can see from the screen, 0.4 ka advantage, which is quite decent. But since it's an opening and he can keep things for complex for as long as he can, he has chances. But let's see. C5 played.
Yep. C5 by the way played. So trying to break that center. कोई कह रहा है करण जौहर से लग रहे हो भाई. बिल्कुल भाई. Samosa with Sahil coming soon on YouTube. Meanwhile, Duda बहुत काम लग रहे हैं. By the way, you can see he's not moving a muscle. Like वहां पे मैं इसकी फोटो भी रख दूं ना, you will not figure out की फोटो रखी है. मैं literally फोटो लग रही है. So he's that focused. Takes on C5 and simply castles.
Yep, knight c6. I'm not sure how I feel about this pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. In this specific scenario, because I feel like black का pawn c7 पे होना चाहिए, ये pawn e5 पे होना चाहिए, then it's amazing. But like this, I'm not so sure. This feels very strange to me. But okay, so far it's equal. He goes knight f6 to put pressure here, maybe planning for castling. Maybe he can play e5 and just kind of transpose into that setup, and also to not allow white to play e5. It's very important.
Agreed. And by the way, I do like White's position. It looks like काफी harmonious है. Rook coming to d1. E5 could be at threats at some point. So let's see how Nihal tackles this. The good news is time पे he's comfortable. So whatever the position is, he understands it. Like उनको सोचना नहीं पड़ रहा extra. That gives me confidence कि he knows what's happening. And maybe Duda overextends. Like that's the dream, right, Sahaj bhai, in these structures. जहाँ पे आप center नहीं लेते. You're hoping your opponent overextends and gives you some material to attack.
Or you can, try to get a complicated position. But of course, you're hoping he'll overexpend. But look at this. He just made a mistake. Yeah, knight a3 was a big mistake. And now a6, b5, and this knight is kind of bad. Some chances for Nihal still. Why? Maybe your prediction comes true. It's the first time Nihal is better.
Inspired by your game versus Magnus Carlsen, Sahaj bhai, जहाँ पे उन्होंने knight a3 खेला था फर्स्ट चाल में. अरे भाई आया लो ब्लो बट यार वो जब भी मैं 90 देखता हूँ मुझे वही गेम आती है आजकल.
भाई एक बार ही नहीं हराया था उसने, 2 बार हराया था नाइट ए3 खेल के. एंड वो मैग्नस इज लुकिंग टू मेक दैट हैट ट्रिक अगेंस्ट मी एट सम पॉइंट, आई एम श्योर. बट या नाइट ए3 बैड मूव चैट, डोंट प्ले इट.
बाय द वे मैं एक सेकंड आया सच भाई.
Yeah, by the way, मैं एक सेकंड आया चैट. But yeah, he goes e5 now, attacking the knight on f6, and now there is knight d5, I'm guessing, to attack the pawn on e5. That's another minor inaccuracy from Duda. In knight a3 का कुछ कर नहीं रहा है अभी. You would love it if the pawn was on a4. That way you can play knight c4 and just protect this pawn on e5. And you don't give your opponent b5. But now b5 is there and ये knight a3 का क्या कर रहा है भाई यहाँ पे? I'm guessing you have to play c4 here, chat. Welcome back, Tiku bhai. By the way.
सॉरी भाई, कुछ स्मेल आ रही थी मुझे, कहा भाई कोई एक्सप्लोसिव बोर्ड की जगह रियल लाइफ में ना हो जाए. जस्ट चेकिंग एंड मेकिंग श्योर एवरीथिंग इज गुड.
अरे
बट या बाय द वे b5, आई लाइक Nihal's position. Look at how stupid that knight on a3 is. Yeah,
Exactly. But now I think he does have this tactical resource c4, जिसमें black is kind of forced to take on c4 and then your knight comes back into play with knight c4. You could also defend the pawn on e5. You can activate your knight. And there is an isolated pawn on c5.
Oh, he
he
doesn't
does
play it.
not go for it. Wow.
Bhai, I feel like this is so far so good for Nihal. This is exactly what he needed in a must-win game, because you have a target on e5, you have a bad piece, but c4, nice, fine by Duda. But okay, d4 square मुझे मिल सकता है सहज भाई long term now.
Exactly. The drawback principle. Whenever a pawn is pushed, look at the squares adjacent to it. Takes, and now knight d4 actually, Tiku bhai, is the best move in this position.
Oh wow. भाई क्या तुक्का मारता है यार. तुक्के ऐसे मेरे अगर AIEEE IIT में लग गए होते तो यार मैं भी कहीं कर रहा होता भाई गूगल में नौकरी. सहज भाई तब क्यों नहीं लगे?
तुक्का नहीं भाई, intuition.
हाँ, intuition. Yes, intuition. Sorry, my
You
bad.
cannot explain something, intuition bhai.
हाँ.
Let's go.
And by the way, bishop d2, nice move developing. And of course, you can play bishop c3, bishop e3. Okay, h6, Nihal just waiting, and rook c1. Now c5 is a weakness, Sahej bhai, which Nihal will have to defend with his life. And I again feel that knight on c4 is a great piece. Maybe Duda has a better position again.
No, for sure. I think Duda has a better position. And I think just for everyone in the chat, would love to explain this to you. I'm pretty sure Nihal saw knight b6 or knight b4, which were better moves. But dono moves mein, you are offering a trade of pieces and the position becomes simplified. And then it is easier for white to play for a draw or, make a draw. So him playing h6 and rook d7 is Nihal saying, I'm okay with having a worse position as long as we keep pieces on the board. That's basically his entire plan. And look at that. Duda is thinking now for the first time, I think in the entire match, he's now down by a minute and a half. So at some level, I think this is working.
Bhai, definitely, I think बहुत interesting game होने वाली है. A3 played, controlling that B4 square, and maybe B4 is on the cards, right? Because वो rook और queen एक ही line पे है. Chat tactics जो chess में आती है ना, ऐसे ही आती हैं. You have like a valuable piece in front of a non-valuable piece and something explodes and suddenly there are tactics. So बहुत ध्यान से खेलना पड़ेगा निहाल को, बहुत ध्यान से डूडा को, and डूडा यहाँ प्रे कर रहे हैं बस भाई ड्रॉ मिल जाए और मैच खत्म हो. So there is opportunity hidden here.
Exactly. I mean, he would very happily take the draw here, but right now it's very complicated. The moves here for black are so, difficult to play. I mean, one of the best moves here is to play rook f8 back. अब rook b8 अब ये खेले and rook f8 वापस चले जाओ. It's supposedly one of the best moves in the position. But rook c8 is apparently good as well, which क्या point है? Rook c8, queen b8 is something you have to play. So what the engine is telling us is that there is no clear plan for Nihal. And I don't think it sees a clear plan for Duda either. So इसलिए Nihal was making those filler moves. But let's see. Still very complicated. कहीं ना कहीं simplify होगा. But whoever, handles that simplification better is going to win the game, basically.
कुलदीप कह रहे हैं ईंधन खत्म. नहीं भाई, अभी तो ईंधन को सिर्फ स्पार्क लगा है भाई. एंड आई एम गोना टेल यू कि दिस इज नाइस फॉर निहाल, ऐसा मुझे लगता है, बिकॉज क्लियर प्लान अगर नहीं हो ना दोनों साइड्स के पास, आई फील द गेम विल लास्ट लॉन्गर. एंड जितना गेम लॉन्ग जाएगा ना, लाइक जितना भी स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर हो, टाइम प्रेशर अगर बराबर टाइम हो एंड टाइम प्रेशर फेज हो, and game Nihal is not really lost. I would prefer Nihal every single time here. So I think जितना लंबा गेम चलेगा उतना निहाल के odds बढ़ते जाते हैं. बस ये c5 pawn, please, इस पे ध्यान रखना निहाल भाई. ये pawn गया ना, and suddenly this can be very dangerous.
Correct. By c5 pawn is a huge mess in this position, which Nihal definitely has to take care of. And by the way, Nihal has been thinking for a ridiculous amount of time at this point. It's a minute and 30 seconds. So basically, the entire lead he had is now gone. But okay, it kind of makes sense also because okay, it's really not easy to make a move here for black. I'm trying to think for black, like how would you come up with a move? And it's really not simple. Like there's no breakthrough, there's no f6, there's no knight takes e5, there's no g5 खेलोगे तो आप ये king side weak हो जाएगा आपका. What do you play even in a position like this?
I have a plan. I have rook b3. So basically, it's just kind of making the rook active. There are ideas of rook takes f3, like we saw, Dubov do against Sindarov. We also have ideas of doubling up on the b file, either with the queen b8 or rook d7 at some point. So rook b3 comes to mind. Also prevents b4 physically. What do you think about that, Sajbhai?
think this is a very nice idea. Rook b3, attacking rook f3, knight d4, queen a7, rook b7 ka plan, like you mentioned, to put pressure on the b2 pawn. Looks very, very nice for black. I'm sure he has seen it. He goes rook b5, okay. But 2 minutes and 19 seconds of thought. I'm sorry, but that's not okay. That's 20% of your time used on one
Agreed.
move.
And now the thing is, white will double up. Exactly. White ki moves now easy hai chat. Oh, queen b8, slight error. And now a4 nikal. Okay, that's not easy to play a4 actually.
No. I think you might go h4 or something in this. I would never go a4 here. Why will I play a4? Queen side पे तो black खेल रहा है ना, तो मैं क्यों खेलूंगा queen side पे? I'll try to
Agreed.
focus on the king side, so there is a battle there.
एंड सहज भाई ने चेस का एक बहुत कोर प्रिंसिपल बताया है, यू यूजुअली प्ले ऑन द साइड वेयर यू आर स्ट्रॉन्गर. जहां वीकर है ना, वहां पे पॉन पुश या कुछ ऐसा वीकनेस और मत दो ओपोनेंट को. जस्ट फोकस ऑन योर स्ट्रेंथ्स, जस्ट लाइक इन लाइफ, दैट्स व्हाई वी से चेस इमिटेट्स लाइफ. की स्ट्रेंथ से फोकस करो. ओपोनेंट को करने दो कोने में जो कर रहा है, जस्ट फोकस ऑन द किंग साइड. बट दिस इज एन एक्सेप्शन कि यहाँ a4 डज वर्क, बट वेरी हार्ड, बिकॉज आपने ए पॉन चलाया भी एक कदम, अब दोबारा एक कदम, आप 2 कदम साथ में चल सकते थे. सो इट्स नॉट अ मूव दैट कम्स नेचुरली. But Duda is thinking, so you never know.
Correct. And also, I remember Tikku mentioned this theme like some time ago, that you should always try to look at this as a rectangle. Basically, that's one side of the board, and the other is and there is another rectangle, of course. And if you see on the king side, white is much superior here. That's why moves like h4, h5 here feel very logical to play, because आपकी queen अभी उधर कोने में पड़ी हुई है. And a4 I will never play because you are stronger on that side. That's why a4 seems illogical.
And chat ka
And
sawal
you
hai
might
ki what
think
happens if
it's
Yes,
it's like against principles, and chess principles and all of that. But and इसी बात, by the way, he goes
see, very hard to find a4. In fact, पूरा complete opposite चाल उन्होंने b4 खेली, and now it's equal. And apparently the crazy moves, but chat, yes, even if Nihal loses, he will have another shot at this in the losers bracket. It will be much tougher though. That's the only question. But he will be in the event even if he loses. But yeah, of course, ideally we want him to keep playing in the winners bracket. But b4 said, what's the problem with this move?
Why, I think pawn takes b4, but there is some crazy line here with knight e3, knight f4 only move.
Oh wow.
Queen e1, and this knight is being attacked by 3 different pieces right now for some reason. And knight a7 only move to defend rook c8. And now Nihal has chances, but this seems like a very difficult sequence.
By the good news, Nihal सोच रहा है यहाँ पे. So I love that कि उसने instantly by
वो तो पहले भी 2 मिनट सोचा था ऐसे, तो मतलब अभी now he was 1.5 minutes ahead. Now it feels like he's going to be down.
अब वही ना, अक्षय कुमार स्वैप करना है भाई. जितना टाइम यहाँ लिया उतना टाइम वहां लेना चाहिए, जितना टाइम वहां लिया उतना टाइम यहाँ लेना चाहिए था भाई. उल्टा हो गया भाई.
अरे crazy.
But okay,
15 seconds का difference.
why can't white just take on c5 now, right? That looks okay.
Pawn takes, rook takes. Because you have to
Because
keep
if
in mind that this pawn on e5 is going to be weak for a long period of time.
Hmm.
Not just right now. You would love to play a move like f4, but your knight cannot move, and you just need to invest a lot of time. And I have 3 pieces attacking e5, and rook c5, there's a potential 4th as well. And that's a central pawn. So it holds a lot of value in the position. Goes knight
By the
a5.
way, best move in the position by Duda. So it exchanges that pair of knights, and basically वो pawn takes a5 मारेंगे, and that c5 pawn will be very weak because white के दोनों रुक पहले से वहां ready है.
By the way, just want to do a quick look at Dubov versus Pranesh, because chat is letting us know that Pranesh just made a huge blunder. And look at this. He's completely lost.
But एक ही चाल है. एक ही चाल है. Played.
अरे यार भाई, you see the plan, yeah? Queen h7. भाई वो निहाल के साथ Queen h5 खेला था वो piece sack, and against Pranesh also it's Queen h7, another queen sack.
Wow. Bhai, okay. I thought the bar went down for a second, but no, it's okay. So now Pranesh is lost. He'll have to win the final game, right? So he still has no. He loses the tie. He gets knocked out. He gets knocked out. Yeah, he gets knocked out. Okay, so Pranesh likely to get knocked out.
This was the position before. Yeah, he had -1 at one point against Dubov. Okay, but it's a bit sad, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good run for Pranesh though. Jumping back to Nihal.
And also, like, Dubov was still on the bed, by the way. Relax karte. By the way, okay, that's a big mistake by Nihal Sarin. G5, of course, creating counterplay on the king side, but it just gives up a pawn, Sahaj bhai. This is looking like it's about to be over.
Rook c5, rook c5, rook c5. I'm just thinking, Nihal ने सोचा क्या है यहाँ पे? Because g4 तो काम नहीं कर रहा. Did he just blunder the pawn? Or what happened?
I mean, his reactions don't really convey confidence. Like it looks like he's disappointed, but it would be hard to imagine Nihal just giving away a pawn. Yeah, that's what I would do.
But it's just a free pawn. I'm sorry, you can't
Hmm.
even take on e5 because after takes. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
gonna thank you that you played g5 in the last move because I have bishop h7 check.
winning the queen.
That's a blunder. Yeah, that's definitely a blunder from Nihal. He missed rook c5 was hanging.
क्या हुआ निहाल को भाई डोंट वरी चैट इवन इफ ही वर टू लूज ही स्टिल इन द इवेंट उनका एक और मैच अभी आज ही होगा सो दैट विल बी फ्रॉम द लूजर्स ब्रैकेट देन ही कांट अफोर्ड टू लूज सो आई थिंक समटाइम्स इट हैपेंस यू वेक फ्रॉम द रॉन्ग साइड ऑफ द बेड यार थिंग्स डोंट गो योर वे आई डोंट नो इफ ही कैन कम बैक हियर लुक्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट क्योंकि जीतना है आपको ड्रॉ भी नहीं करना है ड्रॉ स्टिल यू माइट हैव होप फॉर बट जीतना यहां से विल बी टफ एंड टाइम पे भी इट्स नॉट लुकिंग दैट ग्रेट सो maybe Nihal does lose this side by
Yeah, it's possible, bhai. Definitely possible. I think he's.
rook c6.
I'm not maybe. He's definitely lost now. Rook c6 looks so easy.
Yeah.
Rook takes e6. It's just an automatic move for me. Yeah, f takes e6 and just you can just play on the king side. Okay, he goes queen c2, giving Nihal some chance. g4 is possible now. Something maybe.
Agreed. And I think Queen C2 played. But G4 at least gives maybe okay. But where's the queen? The queen needs to be on the king side, Sej Bhai. I mean, it just feels like he.
I mean,
attack
I don't
नहीं होने वाला है.
understand. I don't understand why Nihal played g5 if he didn't want to play g4.
Agreed.
It's not like you're gaining space on the king side. Your king is definitely becoming weaker because my bishop is stronger. I mean, if you don't want to play g4, then what's the point? Was it a mouse
What's
clip?
bishop? What's bishop h7 though?
Just put the king on h8 and then play bishop e4. Also, you can repeat, yeah, bishop d3, bishop h7 as well. I mean, Duda has no problems
True.
repeating.
Magnus game for 5 seconds. Okay, I'll just tell you, update. Magnus is completely winning, so he's gonna win the match. He'll lead with 2-1, so he will be in the finals for sure. And abhi Arjun ka match, sorry Arjun, Nihal ka match kisse hoga? I can let you know very very quickly. But okay, right now let's focus on this game. Rook d8, Sej Bhai. I think just
Wouldn't it be
on
Dubov?
b4.
I think it would be Dubov if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe you're right.
Yeah,
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. But again,
पूरा tour हो रहा है Dubov का, yeah. Let's go. G3 played actually. Yeah, no, this is lost by. It's +4 now. It's completely lost. Oh, nice tactic. Rook d1, rook h1 was made, but Duda stops it.
by the way, he would end up playing the winner of Nodirbek and MVL.
Wait,
If
so he plays
yes.
MVL again? He could play
Yes,
MVL
if
again?
MVL wins against Nodirbek, that's the guy he plays. So that's the matchup we're looking forward to. But okay, that comes later. Meanwhile, Rook c1 played. Let's see what happens. That comes tomorrow, actually, not even today. So Nihal, but it's his only move.
Wow, okay, e6.
Played. Oof.
I mean, only
This
क्या
is
मतलब
tough.
नहीं खेलोगे तो position is not winning. It's just better for you. It's not really. Yeah,
Tough,
I mean,
man.
sadly, this is just a very, very, yeah, just
So
a
Nihal
bad
का
day for Nihal, I think.
So if Nihal loses का match कल है, आज नहीं है भाई. I thought आज होगा, but कल है actually. If he loses, yeah, very interesting. Yeah.
Really? I also thought that.
It's tomorrow because I think एक round pending है because okay वहां से लोग आ रहे हैं. ठीक है. So Nihal will end up playing tomorrow. That's the interesting update if he loses this one, which he likely will. But it does mean कि Magnus का final होगा Sahej bhai versus Duda now.
Magnus Duda incoming, yeah, for sure. So let's see what happens there. So Polish fighter has
Listen,
made,
कह रहे
and also if you remember, like I think Magnus and Duda का कुछ, I think Duda has something against Magnus. Yeah, I feel like he does quite well, but we'll see. Oh, rook c check is just made by.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mate in 7, by the way. Look, he can't win the lose bracket. I disagree, I think. I think it is possible, definitely. By the way, he's still playing till mate, but when your king is on f5, I think not much to calculate. So, wow. And that's it. Nihal Sarin does lose to Duda 3-0 Sahej bhai. धुलाई हो गई आज, to be honest. And अब वो जाएंगे losers bracket में, if you can have it on our screen. उनका match होगा tomorrow against the loser of Nodirbek, the winner of Nodirbek as well as MVL. That's going to be, of course, a tough match. But आज का offers, maybe he might not be so happy with this. Yeah, what really happened right now?
No, of course. I mean, it's never nice to lose, and losing 3-0 is always very, very painful for any chess player. But I think it happens, like you were saying a bit earlier, that Nihal, it didn't feel like he was playing his best today. And also what happened in the first round, losing by 1 second I mean, I think we are underestimating the psychological implications of losing a match with 1 second. I feel like it completely puts you on a tilt for the rest of the day, for the rest of the match. And I think that's, if I could pinpoint a moment, it was that for me. Because uske baad
Agreed.
it didn't feel like it was Nihal.
Agreed. And I think maybe it's good कि कल match है because आज थोड़ा psychological impact continue रहता. So tomorrow he'll come with a fresh mind and maybe that's the best. That's what he really needs. And of course, the match will not be easy. He's going to play Nodirbek or MVL. MVL को हरा चुके हैं already, but MVL come back guns blazing. And Nodirbek, as we know, is a very, very strong player and an amazing second. So, Sehaj bhai, I think maybe we can look at the Magnus game now because Nihal's game is over. So fourth game चालू हो चुकी है. And chat, if you're a Nihal hardcore fan, the Nihal next game will be tomorrow at 8:45 p.m. So that's when his next game begins. But for now, we're going to look at the semi-final between Denis Lazavik and Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, by the way, shorts में है और iPad पे खेल रहे हैं क्या आज भी?
हाँ भाई ऑलरेडी मैग्नस थोड़ा सैड लग रहा है ना क्योंकि कैसे हार गया फर्स्ट राउंड डिस्पाइट विनिंग द
हाँ.
लास्ट 2 राउंड्स. Okay, he goes
He's like,
Carlsen. By the way,
मैं
this is
हारता भी हूँ.
Gukesh. This is Gukesh Iskarokan, no? I think he played this somewhere. Where did he play this? Some event he played this A5. It was a very famous game. Olympiad, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, anyways, A4
कोई कह रहा
97
है,
Castle.
congrats to Magnus for winning the tournament. नहीं भाई, I think you never know. The stranger things have happened. And Magnus, of course, is always the favorite. By the way, he is already around half a minute behind. So far, so good for Denis Lazavik, who did defeat Magnus in the first game. भाई एक टाइम पे लाज़ाविक को लगा होगा भाई मैं ही किंग हूं, पहली गेम जीत गया दूसरा भी जीता था. And suddenly Magnus wins 2 in a row.
Of course, I mean, if we know anyone who's capable of making a comeback, I mean, you remember freestyle में क्या हुआ था? You remember World Rapid, I believe it was, or World Blitz it was, where Magnus make that insane comeback. I mean, he's just known for that. Yeah, he just good for a reason.
Yeah.
And by the way, just taking a quick look at this position, the one in front of us, there have been around just before Knight H6. So Knight H6 is almost a novelty by Magnus, but one strong like elite player has played this opening twice, and that guy is Richard Rapport.
By the way, Knight H6 played, so that's a very nice move. Usually हम लोग कहते हैं कि मार के आपका king side open हो रहा है, but it's very common in the Caro-Can basically just to allow that damage to the structure and bishop g7 आ जाएगा and you can basically break with x6 maybe at some point and it's not as bad as it usually is in other openings.
Yeah, absolutely. And on top of that, I also like this rook g8 and I love the idea of f6, but I think rook g8 also puts some pressure on the g file and you can connect that with f6 somehow and that would be amazing. But he doesn't go for the bishop takes h6 and now he goes rook e1 and bishop g6 आता है. I'm just going to go back. And bishop g6 के बाद, I feel his intentions are that he wants to play knight f5. And if Denis wants to take on h6, this is a very good moment. Because now the bishop on g6 blocks your own rook. तो black को एक extra चाल खेलना पड़ेगा, which is to play bishop f5 back to get activity. But I don't think Magnus is going to do that, and he takes it on h6. Let's go.
By Magnus, okay. I have a hunch कि भाई last move इस game की rook takes g2 होने वाली है, and that's how Magnus seals the game. I would not be shocked if that happens.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus is known for finishing off with some queen sacrifice in a world championship match. Chat, do you remember that final move? What it was? Anyone in the chat knows which game I'm talking about? There was a queen sacrifice literally in the final game of the world championship played by Magnus.
Yeah. Yep. And there was this famous reaction by some grandmaster उसने देखा नहीं था and he just fell off his chair after looking that game.
I think it was. I mean, I remember who it was.
Talbiron.
Yeah, it was ridiculous, crazy. Yep,
Not
that is
Fabi.
it.
It was Karyakin actually.
Yeah.
Chat. Yes, Queen h6 was the move.
Versus Karyakin, and then they said Queen h6. Yep, he goes for c3 now. So by rook g2 तो नहीं आ रहा, उसने तो castle कर लिया.
Maybe king h8, rook g8 Sehaj bhai. Like never say never, yeah. It's still possible.
Yeah, I think it's 2 bishops in front of. I mean,
true.
tough na.
By the way, chat करिए
Let's go f6 first. Ooh, mistake by Magnus. That's a rare sight. Rare sight, भाई.
ये स्क्रीनशॉट ले लो चैट. जब भी आगे से गलती करोगे ना दोस्त हंसेंगे तुम्हारे पर. ये स्क्रीनशॉट देख, मैग्नस भी गलती कर रहा है रे. यही स्क्रीनशॉट ले लो. And by the way, Sehaj bhai, good question by chat. Why does Gukesh not play like online events उतने? Like we've not seen him play like for example this event or other events as well, right? Like he's focused on classical. Do you think maybe that's like something which he's missed out on that could have helped, or do you think it's not as relevant because the formats are different?
It's very interesting you mentioned, because I was having a debate with Harshit about this exact thing, that,
Hmm.
what is more important in chess, classical, to become a complete player, should you rather study, go through the classical route and then improve your rapid and blitz, or you be good at rapid and blitz and then improve your classical? I think that if you're genuinely very good at rapid and blitz, then it's maybe slightly easier to improve in classical. But Harshit had a different opinion. So I think for in Gukesh's case, I think he's trying to focus more on classical, and I think he's not playing as much online events. Like, even though he does play OTB events, even though it's a rapid and blitz, like the one he did in Menorca, if I'm not mistaken, that was a rapid event, right? So I think वो online events उतना नहीं खेलता. He prefers OTB and he prefers classical chess, and I think that's where his focus is.
Agreed. Would love to see him play more though. I think मुझे याद है जब 2022 में I think Prague and all these guys used to play these CCT events, was amazing to watch. So hoping कि भाई वो भी थोड़ा खेलेंगे online. But of course ये calendar पूरा packed है chat. इतने tournaments I don't even blame Gukesh. Yeah, इतने सारे event है भाई. And he literally pulled out of the GCT as well, right? He wanted more time for preparation. So fair enough. By the way, Sahaj bhai, I think Rook D1, Queen F4, H4, H5 incoming. It feels like Magnus यहाँ बहुत प्रेशर में आ सकते हैं बहुत जल्दी.
Oh yeah, for sure. H4 के बाद I think H5 फेंकना पड़ेगा आपको, just to. But yeah, this bishop just looks like a horrible piece for now. You would love to play F6 at some point, but it also weakens the E6 pawn. So difficult situation for Magnus. But okay, he is ahead on the clock.
Yeah, Rook
And
C8.
it's not easy for Denis to make progress here. Let's see what happens. And by the way,
Agreed.
people are saying not just Gukesh, even Prag and Arjun don't play a lot of online events. I think for Arjun, definitely it's not true. Arjun definitely plays a lot. I remember there was some streak he had where he won three freestyle Fridays in a row or something like this. I don't think if anyone else has done that again after Arjun. And he plays a lot of title Tuesdays as well. And he's won on most of the online events, no? Prag I'm not so sure. Prag maybe is 50-50. But Arjun definitely not, I think.
Yep, very interesting. And meanwhile, यहाँ पे Queen F4 खेल दिया. Best move played by Denis Lazavik, and now the H pawn will move forward, Sahaj bhai, at some point, hopefully. And surprisingly, the best move for Black, Sahaj bhai, guess what? It's King H8 and Rook G8. It's coming, Sahaj bhai.
अरे
Rook
भाई
takes G2 is incoming. I'm telling you.
भाई, वो मतलब पहले अपना बिशप हटाओ, फिर ये इसको हटाओ, फिर यू विल आस्क भाई आप नाइट हटा सकते हो क्या, एंड देन यू टेक ऑन G2.
सच भाई, लाइफ में ना आगे बढ़ना है तो टॉक्सिक लोग निकालने पड़ेंगे. बिशप ऑन G6 है ही एक नंबर का टॉक्सिक आदमी. सब कुछ घटिया बिशप निकालो
भाई,
लाइफ
इट्स योर बेस्ट डिफेंडर. Without this bishop, the knight goes to H5 and you can resign.
अरे यार, लॉजिक से बात करके कैसे चलेगा? By the way, knight h7 is a nice move, attacking the bishop. Bishop will have to drop back and maybe just come back to c6, yeah, and offer a repetition.
Oh, Magnus
goes
is no draw
b4.
भाई. मुझे खेलना, आप तो करो repeat and I'll play myself. Now pawn takes pawn, only move taken.
Ooh, h4 is again very strong apparently.
Chat, by
And
the way,
I
chances of an Armageddon here. Yes or no? Tikku bhai, chances of an
Okay.
Armageddon.
Okay, let's make a prediction. What do you think? Will we go to Armageddon? Sahaj bhai, yes or no? Chat, yes or no? Will we go to Armageddon?
I mean, I asked you first. अबे क्या है, तुम पलट दिया एकदम यार, बिना कुछ बोले. Just ask the same question to me. What is this, Tikku bhai? First you say.
No, I would say I think it doesn't go to Armageddon. I think Magnus somehow holds this. At least holds this. I think he's insane, man, at coming back in games. Look at him, by the way. Like, you could think he's just reading a book or just scrolling reels right now, but he's. And by the way, Chat, let's keep in mind, this is not even peak Magnus. Like, I'm sure the number of hours he puts into chess every day is way, way lower than what he used to do at his peak, Sahaj bhai. And तब भी कोई आसपास नहीं आ पा रहा.
Hey, I'm seeing the rating of 2942, and to say that is not peak Magnus is ridiculous, bhai.
Sorry, bhai. 2942 is not peak Magnus, bhai.
2942 is not peak Magnus. That's what Magnus is, chat.
Yeah. Why is Magnus camera fluctuating? The aura, भाई, इसको believe नहीं हो रहा है कि भाई Magnus Carlsen को देख रहा हूँ मैं. By the way, D4 मार दिया, Queen B4 and Bishop B5. Apparently the only move for White to maintain an advantage. Okay, there are other options, but they lose some of the edge. And I feel like black ने counter play create कर लिया है Saj bhai. There's a pawn on b2 and I have a potential pass pawn on a5. So white doesn't have a free hand on the king side.
Yeah, correct. But what are you gonna do with the free hand? Like, do you go knight g5, knight e4, maybe knight
Yeah.
f6 check at some point?
Yeah, basically I want knight e4, knight g5, knight f6, and basically somehow to get one pawn on f6, then queen h6, or just pick up the pawn on h5 also in some cases. Bishop e2 पे भी है. But it doesn't
But the
feel like
bishop
I'm going to
b5 तो
have
आप
the
मार
time.
रहे हो ना?
हाँ वही ना, like अगर नहीं मारना होता, like now I have to take because otherwise d4 pawn could be very weak.
Knight b5 is a nice practical try. By the way, look at the time difference. 1 minute already. This is, I think, a very big reason for why Magnus is still more or less okay. Position-wise, I think it's a bit tricky, but time 1 minute ज़्यादा होना is very, very important here.
Yeah. Queen g5 कोई कह रहा है. I think that's a nice move, but maybe there are better things to do. Like queen g5 would not be, I think, the end of the world. Should be okay. But d4 pawn को protect कर रही है queen. So I don't want to give my central pawn chat. That's very crucial. एक बार d5 गिरेगा ना, d4 sorry, then e5 also becomes weak and rook straight हो जाएंगे. Then the attack basically vanishes. So I would rather just try to find a way to build up the attack.
Also remember, chat, that when you're trying to attack, your the more imbalance you create is better. So bishop takes bishop would be 2 knights and 2 bishops. That's more imbalance in the game. By the way, he just made a mistake. Goes knight f6 check. Okay, we are in an end game, and I think Magnus will hold this. Right? There is no scenario in the world
Oh,
where I think Magnus will lose this.
भाई
Willing to put Maggie's भाई.
भाई मैं तो ऑलरेडी कह चुका हूँ भाई, ड्रॉ होने वाला है. मतलब मैं तो आपकी आपकी बोट में हूँ भाई.
भाई, he probably thought के bishop b2 rook a5 के बाद I cannot play bishop c3 because white has rook c1. But bishop takes a5 is still a draw, भाई. It's still a draw.
Oh, very interesting. Very interesting, actually. Okay, very weird end game. I've never seen that before. कैसे हो
Impossible, I
टिकट भाई?
think, to know this.
या कैसे टिकट भाई? भाई दोनों बढ़िया हैं भाई, बस कमेंट्री कर रहे हैं, मजा आ रहा है भाई. आई थिंक निहाल सरीन प्लेड सम फैंटास्टिक चेस टुडे. आज थोड़ा सा वो धुल गए, बट होपफुली ही बी बैक टुमारो, या विद सम अमेजिंग चेस.
Yeah, for sure. I think today just wasn't his day, and I think he was a bit unlucky in the beginning. Oh, he goes rook c5. Okay, some chance. But okay, it's Magnus भाई. कैसे आप कैसे हराओगे भाई मैग्नस को यहाँ पे?
भाई
ये मैग्नस white
मुझे
से खेल
अजीब.
रहा होता तो probably. You know what?
I
I
would.
think that if Magnus played this with white and Magnus was defending with black, I think Magnus will defend. The Magnus that plays with black will defend this. What do you think, Tiku भाई?
आई थिंक मैग्नस ब्लैक से जीत ही ना जाए भाई. लाइक बिकॉज ऑफ मैग्नस.
वो white
बिकॉज
से
वो
भी तो
बाहर ना.
Magnus है लेकिन.
हाँ वो और देखो ना, वाइल्ड भी भाई, वाइल्ड भी खेल नहीं रहा है. यूजुअली यू वुड नॉट एक्सचेंज द एक्स्ट्रा पॉन्स बिकॉज यू वांट टू मेंटेन दैट पास पॉन एंड विनिंग चांसेस, बट वाइल्ड खुद ही कह रहा है भाई लेट्स जस्ट एंड दिस. मेरे को लगता नहीं है मैं जीतने वाला हूँ. ओके, आई हैव टू प्ले रुक बी एट चेक बिकॉज रुक दोनों
Yeah.
अटैक्ड है. एंड नाउ रुक c1, या.
Mistake, rook e5 immediately. This is the instinctive thing. Like rook e5, it takes him 0.9 seconds to play a move like this, which I
वाओ.
think a lot of chess players would think about.
But apart from Nihal, Arjun got knocked out yesterday, and Pranesh got by, I think it was Sina Movahed, and because he had Sina Movahed, and of course Pranesh got knocked out by Dubov today. So dono out hai. The only player in the event, the Indian player in the event, is Nihal Sarin, and he lost to Duda today in the semi-finals, but he'll be back tomorrow. So he'll be back tomorrow, and will be playing the winner of Nodirbek and MBL.
Yeah, and you can see Magnus just realizes, he knows it's a fortress. He's just playing his king up and down, f6, g7, f6, g7. You can try to make any progress you want in this position. If white offers a trade of rooks, which is exactly what he's planning, rook d2 khelke, I mean, I can take, or I can just play, rook a3 as well, just because my rook is a bit more active. And eventually, Lazavik will kind of run out of ways to make improvements. And that's it.
Yeah, that bishop on g6, surprisingly, the bad bishop is the one holding the game together. By कहते हैं ना,
कुछ मिस
मतलब
हुआ था क्या?
दोस्त.
हाँ, भाई कुछ
नहीं,
अच्छा
I
नहीं
think,
था मिस.
yeah, I think वो थोड़ा सा minor errors होंगे, but it looks like a pretty solid position, and वो double pawns really help because वो h6 pawn g5 square white को दे नहीं रहा है, so it's very hard to make any improvements whatsoever.
Yep, and look at this move, bishop h7, clinical. Yeah, it was such an important move to play in this position. By the way, only move thi, but Magnus played it in 1 second. This is what I'm talking about. Like he's just not going to give him any chance. Yeah, 2 minute का advantage already है. No increment for Lazavik. You can press, but eventually it's you who is going to be out of time.
हाँ भाई, कितना भी प्रेस कर लो, कपड़े के साथ में मतलब थोड़े तो फोल्ड हो ही जाते हैं सहज भाई. And I think this is gonna be a draw.
Wow.
And इसके साथ ही Magnus Carlsen will join Duda in the finals, and not the grand final, the final will happen between these two players just as this game ends. So Sehaj bhai, excited for that one. Of course, I don't know who wins. Yeah, Sehaj bhai, I wonder if he had a favorite between Magnus and Duda.
I mean, you know what, Tikuba, you take one, I'll take the other one. Because I feel like Magnus, I mean, of course, he's a slight favorite, but like I feel Duda looks very much in form
चलो
somehow.
आप उल्टा उल्टा कर रहे हो तो मैं मैग्नस ले लेता हूँ भाई आपके लिए, बिकॉज आपने
अच्छा,
बोला
चलो
ना, तो
ठीक
आई टेक मैग्नस. चलो
है. Done, bhai, done. Chad, who do you think is going to win between Magnus and Duda? Curious. Because Duda, I think, is that guy who I think has a who does well more or less against Magnus, I would
हाँ,
say.
he does play well. I think he did defeat Magnus famously in the World Cup as well, in 2018 or some other year. I remember the
Yes.
exact year.
20,
And
2018 maybe,
2021,
yeah.
2018
नहीं,
or
2018
2021.
में तो वो था ना Buzyanzi. It wasn't Duda. It was
अच्छा हाँ,
Buzyanzi.
that
I'm
was
trying to think.
Buzyanzi. I don't know which year it was. 2020 maybe? Okay, anyways, not 2020 of
Anyways, but
course.
yeah,
But anyways,
H5 played, by the way. G5 was also incoming.
हाँ
He's making some progress here. But
भाई
that golden pawn is keeping the king safe. Yeah, who knew?
मैं बता रहा हूँ, अगर यहाँ पे गलती करें ना, बिशप D5, if you move the rook away from the F file, king F6, king G5, and then suddenly black could could start playing for a win, and that would be Magnus, typical Magnus. So
Correct.
let's be safe as white.
But I think he wants to play rook C7 for now to put pressure
हाँ,
on that 7 pawn to double pin हो जाएगा. Rook F6 7 incoming. Maybe you can go rook A7.
yeah, very
But
safe.
then
Yeah, rook
G5.
A7.
Yeah, simple. That's what he goes for.
No need to complicate matters. Simple solution here. So let's play that. And now white will bring the king to maybe H4. Um, okay, F5. Yeah, just exchanging pawns very quickly.
Yep, takes. King F6 incoming.
Oh,
But yeah, you were right.
black is now better.
आपका वो prediction. Mate हो
भाई
सकती है भाई, rook A3, rook F3 at some point.
Bhai, I'm telling you, E5 आ रहा है. There's drama cooking up now. E5, F4, all coming with check. And rook A3 भी है.
भाई कौन खेल रहा है जीतने के लिए अब?
I'm telling you, Magnus could win this. F4 check, bhai. He could win this.
Okay, but rook A1 is simple. That's a repetition. Check.
Yes.
You don't
Yes,
have to
yes,
complicate it.
yes.
Maybe
True.
rook C6 check भी नहीं है ना आपके पास. I was thinking king G5, rook G6, but rook C6 पे bishop C6 मर रहा है.
Hmm.
अच्छा chat, rook A1 खेला है. अच्छा, at the moment has passed. But I'll ask after the game. Move 78 थी. क्या
Bhai,
Rukesh to play?
reminds me of the Vichy Magnus game, yeah, जहाँ पे pass pawn Magnus ने निकाल दिया था, like in a dead drawn rook end game, and
Oh yeah,
suddenly
yeah.
Magnus won. So ये F pawn मुझे उसकी याद ला रहा है भाई. This is dangerous territory for both players, but I feel like rook G1, rook G4 आ रहा है, and white has to be on his guard. Like Magnus would totally win this.
Yep.
Wait,
Very good
E4, E3?
chances.
चलते जाओ. What's wrong?
Check, and I think he takes on H6. E3 पे.
भाई
Good
go,
question.
rook F8 and rook G6. Only two moves, by the way, now. Okay, he takes E3.
Rook H8 only moves.
Why
Otherwise
only
he's
move
lost.
rook H8? I'm telling you, he could win this. Why?
Bhai, do you think Magnus is going to play rook bishop versus rook in this time control?
100%.
That would be brutal, bhai.
100% खेलेगा भाई. He's gonna punish the other guy for kind of stressing him out for so long. Okay,
King S6 only move.
Interesting.
Blunder. What? No ways. You're joking me. That did not just happen. That did not just happen. That is ridiculous. Chat. जो लोग बोल रहे थे GG for Magnus, come back because we have a surprise for you. We have a blunder from Magnus Carlsen, and now it's plus
Okay.
3 for Denis Lazavik. Even though he has 28 seconds on the clock, this is the first realistic chance that Denis has of making any comeback.
Bhai, this is completely winning now, yeah, because you can never really push E1 queens. The rook on E8 is doing such a great job, and H pawn दौड़ने वाला है भाई. I would love to play bishop E4 check somehow, but there is no bishop E4 check. So what is my counterplay? I think Magnus realizing that he funneled all up. It worked.
Yeah, of course he realizes now. Rook G7. The moment you play moves like this, I think you're worse. Okay, H6 played, Rook F7 check, King G6 only move now.
Why he finds it?
Are you telling me that it's like Rook B7, H7, Rook H7 is gonna go? Then he's gonna hope
Yes.
that 2 pawns are just gonna be enough for 2 rooks.
Why?
Oh, King H7
okay.
best move.
Why? Only
Chad,
moves,
do you
I
think
think.
Magnus holds this? Or do you think Magnus will swindle in some way?
नहीं, इतना तो मतलब, और रुक दिया, चेक ओनली मूव।
Bhai,
भाई रुक
you are
दिया, चेक।
underestimating the goat, bhai. You never know. You
किंग
never know.
E4, ओके।
देखो भाई
ओके,
वही गलती
स्लाइट
बिशप
एरर।
D5
ओए
बिशप
ओए
D5
ओए,
ओ 16 सेकंड्स
भाई भाई
आईपैड पे क्लिक
ब्लंडर।
बुक कर सकते हैं क्या
भाई
ब्लंडर
इट्स ड्रॉ, इट्स ड्रॉ।
another
E2,
draw
it's a
E2
draw। नो वे।
the
और
draw
रुकेश
again
for what? रुकेश for was a free piece।
अरे किंग D2 ओके रुक F3 E1 क्वीन बढ़िया रुक परसिविक ओके he's
भाई
trying to flag him
भाई
भाई he's gonna flag him now wow he's trying to flag him and wait आईपैड पे हम नहीं कर सकते ना ऐसे इतना फास्ट नहीं खेल सकते आप because you
no
won't be
chance,
able
I
to
think
make
he's gonna
like
lose, he's gonna lose, Max is gonna lose,
yeah
yeah,
of course
I
because you cannot make multiple moves you can do that on a mouse but you can't do it with your finger yeah it's very difficult
वाह वाह
wow
भाई, आईपैड की वजह से फाइनली हार मिली मैग्नस को भाई। अब सोच, काश पीसी होता भाई, ही वुड हैव डिफेंडेड
लैपटॉप
दिस,
लाओ अब
बट
तो bring in the big
भाई
guns
he's not gonna be happy. We're gonna see his reaction, I think, at some. Okay, we did see his reaction. It wasn't as emotional as normal as usual, but damn, we are entering Armageddon, Sahaj bhai.
crazy crazy. I mean, he did. Magnus technically did swindle at the end, but
हाँ,
I mean, it was just and Dennis said, "Okay, you can swindle, but I'm going to flag you."
yeah, wow,
So now
crazy bhai.
actually, Dennis knows कि weakness क्या है Magnus की अभी. That's quite interesting because if he gets him under 30 seconds, then he's not able to make even if it's king rook, it will be difficult for Magnus to play, no? If he cannot make multiple
Yeah,
free.
yeah.
free
I
moves.
think koi bhi ho, like if you're not using a mouse, I think it's gonna be hard, especially against a youngster. Yeah, these guys are trained in the online format. तो वो तो mouse use कर रहा है Lazarus. Like, and honestly, like for example, if me with the mouse versus Magnus with no mouse, like it's gonna be hard on an iPad to like not get flagged because mouse is so much faster, man. Like उंगली से आप
Yeah,
move कर रहे हो हर एक, it's very hard.
exactly, exactly. So I think. But I don't think he can make the change now because I don't see a mouse anywhere. But unless he can get a mouse, I think it would be a huge help to Magnus at this very moment. But abhi to Armageddon hoga, so we're gonna have the bidding process, so we'll see.
Agreed. And by the way, Magnus, of course, must be looking at the game, how it went wrong for him. Using game review again, Sahaj bhai, like क्या ही feature है. And Magnus Carlsen से लेके amateur तक सब लोग इस्तेमाल करते हैं. But Lazarus is back for the tiebreaker. अभी bids होंगी, of course, both players bidding it out. क्या bid लगती है Magnus करेंगे, Sahaj bhai?
I think 7 minutes, somewhere around 7 minutes, I would say. Maybe a bit lower, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, it's very important to get black here. And also with Lazavik, like I mean, you don't want to put 7 minutes and under against Magnus.
Hmm.
I mean, that's a bold move.
Hmm.
मतलब chat में लोग saying
Okay.
someone is saying that finger is better. I completely disagree. If you've played online chess, comparatively, the mouse is I think the maybe the best way to go about it, especially in crunch time situations. But I'm guessing some players are more comfortable with other things. We're talking about speed here. We're not talking about comfort. जैसे निहाल माउस के साथ खेलता है हमेशा. That's how he's able to play so fast.
By the way, chat, Magnus getting up. By the way, क्या मस्त background है. I love this background by Magnus भाई. ऐसे ही कुछ यहाँ पीछे बनवा देता हूँ मैं भाई, wooden wooden करके मस्त लग रहा है भाई देखने में, नहीं? And वो color complex with wood बहुत सही लग रहा है भाई. Love it.
There's always a new setup for Magnus.
लाजोविक के इतने मेडल है भाई, मतलब देख के लग रहा है, मतलब मैं 7 जन्म भी ले लूँ ना तो इतने मेडल इकट्ठे नहीं कर पाऊंगा सहज भाई. मतलब how old is Denis Lazavik?
I think I will have to look it up. But he's still pretty young, I think.
He is 19, so same age as Gukesh, yeah, the world champion. So Denis Lazavik, very, very strong. Imagine being so good at 19 years old. So someone clipped Sahil saying he can get Magnus with laptop versus iPad. Come, nahi, in that position, final 10 seconds, of course I will lose like 100 or 100 games. But in those 10 seconds, if Magnus has 10 seconds, I have 10 seconds, and it's Rook Bishop versus Rook whatever, like I think I have good chances because mouse is definitely better by far. So I
Yeah,
can
for
find it, yeah?
yeah, for sure.
Hmm.
I'm just taking a look at Dennis's a record here because he's 2600 player, classical, but of course his rapid and blitz is much stronger than that. And I was taking a look at his, basically his FIDE profile and he has around like 20 or games or so in a year. So I don't think he's playing as much classical chess overall. And by the way, we see Magnus back on the screen. Oh, Armageddon times are out, and it is the exactly what we said. Yeah, Magnus chose 6 minutes and 36 seconds, and Dennis chose 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Of course, you can argue कि Dennis didn't want to go under 7 minutes because it's still Magnus, and he's going to be playing with the white pieces, so you need a lot of time. And maybe 6 minutes is just too little. And I think Magnus chose 6 minutes and 36 seconds. He was a bit ambitious here, but I think it's also the right call. And I think he's going to get black now, and that's definitely an advantage. If I remember correctly, Pranesh also had black. Usually black ही जीतता है in scenarios में, but let's see what happens. Also remember that Magnus is playing not with his mouse, so with less time there is a higher probability of him getting flagged. So it's going to be interesting, chat. Going to be a very, very interesting match. क्यों नहीं कर सकते भाई? प्रीमूव आप कर सकते हो ऋषि भाई, बट आई थिंक इट्स मोर अबाउट doing continuous pre-moves. Like you don't make just one pre-move, but जब आपकी clock में 10 सेकंड पड़े होते हैं, 5 सेकंड पड़े होते हैं, you're not making one pre-move, you're making a lot of pre-moves back to back. That's why, and with each pre-move, you spend 0.1 seconds or something like this. And I think it's much easier to do that with a mouse, because if you're playing with your finger, isn't your vision also getting disrupted? It's so difficult to make multiple pre-moves in that scenario. But yeah, oh, by the way, we do have liftoff. Let's go. Let's go. I think we missed this, but this is the current position. By the way, this is how the game went. He played g3 here. And pawn takes pawn, h3. Let's go to the live board so we can catch the actions there. Knight g5 aata hai, and he wants to take on e6. Black goes pawn takes c4. And maybe I can go takes here and bc4, but then black has knight d4, and this square on d4 is just a beauty. If I go pawn takes pawn, then there is bishop takes pawn. And of course, that's just a free pawn. तो knight d6 तो फोर्स ही हो गया. बट यहाँ पे डिसएडवांटेज ये है कि d5 का स्क्वायर ब्लैक के पॉन ने कवर कर किया हुआ है, बट लेकिन व्हाइट no one is covering the d4 square. It's actually happening on the board. Let's see what he plays. How do you set clocks online? I think you can do it manually. You can also do it. I mean, there's also these presets on chess.com. If you go there, you can play 1+0. I think there's different formats that you can set. Only 5 minutes? No. He started off with 6 minutes and 36 seconds. And now he has 5 minutes and 28 seconds. But remember, this is the Armageddon. That means अगर Magnus ने black से ये match draw भी कर लिया, तो he is the one who advances. Dennis, because he has the white pieces, number one, and number two, because he has more time on the clock. That means he has 10 minutes versus 6 minutes and 36 seconds. So because of that, Dennis has to win with white. And so far, the progress has not been great for Dennis, because as you can see from the bar, it's a slight advantage to black. He's technically a pawn up. That pawn might get taken because it's a bit exposed. If you go pawn, queen takes queen, pawn takes queen, this pawn is a bit exposed. It's a bit too advanced, but even if that pawn is taken, black can still go knight d4, and it's a very solid position. I don't see Magnus not at least making a draw here. Yeah, I mean, he's not technically out. I mean, he's still going to be in the loser's bracket, but yeah, I feel like this is the end of the road. But yeah, I mean, he did beat Magnus on demand in the last round, that too by flagging him. I mean, so Dennis also doing pretty well. Yes, that way you're right, Sajai, but I'm also comfortable with touchscreen play. But I know one can. I mean, again, I just want to reiterate, Rishivai, that it's not about comfort. I'm not talking about comfort. I'm talking strictly about speed. ठीक है, क्योंकि at this level जब आपके पास 5 सेकंड पड़े और आपको फ्लैग हो रहा है, तो I mean the comfort, you're not comfortable anyways. So it's just about what can make you play the moves faster. And yeah, but anyways, Dennis has been thinking for quite some time, and look at the time difference now. It was around 3.5 minutes, something like this in the beginning, but now it's not even a minute. So I think Dennis is not doing well now. And the options are just ridiculous. Yeah, queen takes queen के बाद end game आ रही है जहाँ पे Magnus is a pawn up. If you don't take it, then where do you put the queen? And knight d4 also is incoming. Yeah, I think Magnus is taking it. Magnus could actually win this as well with black. That wouldn't be pushing it here. Oh, 6 minutes for Dennis. That's a lot. And 99.7% accuracy, as Chris Kynes is letting us know in the chat. What do you mean by flagged हो रहा है? Flag कर देगा. Flag meaning sorry, this is a chess term. Flagging someone means like आप उनको टाइम पे हरा रहे हो. अगर किसी के पास 10 let's say 5 सेकंड पड़े हैं and किंग रुक है बोर्ड पे, तो यूजुअली इन क्लासिकल चेस यू वुड जस्ट टेक अ ड्रॉ देयर. बट अगर उनके पास 5 सेकंड है तो आप किंग रुक के साथ खेलते रहोगे ताकि उनका टाइम कम हो जाए बेसिकली. इट डजंट हैपन इन क्लासिकल चेस बिकॉज वी हैव इंक्रीमेंट, लाइक विद ईच मूव वी गेट एन एक्स अमाउंट ऑफ टाइम. But in online chess, where there is no increment, can be possible. And many people win like this. By the way, he takes on b3. So right now, Magnus is a pawn up. Now rook b8 is a nice move, attacking the b3 pawn. Rook f b1 only move, by the way. Then knight d4 is a nice follow-up. Who's going to defend this pawn on b3? Maybe you have some hope of this bishop f1, bishop c4. It does bring some hope in Denis's position, I have to say, because this bishop on g2 was a ridiculous piece. You never want fianchetto, and जहाँ पे आपका खुद का ही pawn उसको block कर रहा है. So he's fixed that, and now rook b3. Only move for him is now to take here or take here. Okay, it's basically the same because they're transposing into one another. But rook b3, knight b3, and then you go rook a6. Bhai, that's rook a6 के बाद white थोड़ी ना जीतेगा ये. Yeah, white. Yeah, see, he goes rook b1 because he wants to keep the game going, even though Denis is technically 2 pawns down in an end game. So Denis is definitely trying to play for a win. Let's see what Magnus does here. 4 minutes and 47 seconds. Knight d4, by the way, is the best move here. Played. Now bishop c4, putting pressure on the e6 pawn. King f7 is very logical. King f8 is also very logical. It's an endgame. Your king is no longer weak. It can activate itself. It can become a piece by itself. So let's just bring it closer to the center. That's good. a5 was also a very good move. I think he's just waiting. White will go rook b7 and then black will go king f8. Does Nihal have any chance? Yes, he does. He's still going to play in the losers bracket, but that match is only happening tomorrow. But those will be just 2 games instead of 4. And in the end, if Nihal keeps winning, I think he's playing MBL if I'm not mistaken tomorrow. If he keeps winning, then in the end, he might play. He's going to play the winner of the winners bracket, and he would have to beat them twice. क्योंकि अब losers bracket में आप एक match तो आप हारे हो ना, तो you have to beat the winner twice to win this tournament. It has been done before, chat. And that too against Magnus also, it's been done before. It was Firouz who did it in the SEC.
What's been done before, Sahej bhai? What's been done?
Yo, what's up?
भाई मेरे आते ही ब्लंडर कर दिया भाई.
ओ भाई शुरुआत से पोजीशन खराब थी नाइट a4 के बाद. Oh, by the way, that's a third pawn. Third pawn given. Knight takes e4. This is over. कैसा था आपका डिनर भाई? All good?
भाई बहुत जल्दी से कर दिया यार. मतलब इट्स लाइक भाई मतलब ऐसे वो एक स्टडी करना चाहिए कितनी बार चबाना चाहिए होता है ना 32 टाइम्स यू हैव टू च्यू द फूड और व्हाटएवर इट इज. वो मेरा स्टडी होना चाहिए. एक बार करेंगे उसका अलग से बैठ के एक्सपेरिमेंट. बट आई थिंक Magnus doing Magnus things again, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Devang by writing Eminem featuring Sahej भाई समझा नहीं मैं. But knight takes e4, 3 pawn. Nothing else is possible. What is the bidding process? Tikku bhai, you want to take this one?
तो बेसिकली चैट होता क्या है कि यू नो इंडिया में प्रॉपर्टी तो मिलती नहीं है तो आपको यार बिडिंग करनी पड़ती है. एंड टॉप फिर वो लकी ड्रॉ से अच्छा यू मीन ओ सॉरी व्हाट आई मीन इज बेसिकली जब टाई हो जाए मैच तो उसके बाद एक टाई ब्रेकर होता है. एंड बिकॉज नॉर्मल सर्कमस्टेंसेस से हम लोग नहीं निकाल पाए विनर, सो वी नीड समबडी टू गेट ड्रॉर्स कि ड्रॉ पे एक बंदे को रिजल्ट मिले. So we give black draws because of black से खेल रहा है. लेकिन it's technically not fair to white now. So white को हम लोग कहते हैं कि भाई आपको कम टाइम लेके खेलना पड़ेगा. तो you will have कि आपको जीतना कंपलसरी है, but draws black को मिलते हैं. So for example, white will have 8 minutes, 7 minutes, black will have 10 minutes. लेकिन अगर गेम ड्रॉ होती है, then black wins. So this is like the bidding कि मैं black से कहता हूँ, I am ready to play with black with 7 minutes. मैं 7 मिनट 3 मिनट कम लेके खेलूंगा. कोई कहता है नहीं मैं 4 मिनट लेके कम खेलूंगा. So that's the bidding process. And usually I think what ends up happening is white के पास होते हैं 10 मिनट, black के पास लगभग 7.5 मिनट.
Yep, exactly what Sahil bhai said. There's a great explanation there. इसको clip कर लो and just keep playing it. And Sahej bhai taking note. No, bhai, that's not my note. That's actually my diary, and usually we do this whenever Tikku has his analogies. You know, because I'm making this video where we'll post all of Tikku's analogies in one video. It's gonna be beautiful. King f7 played, by the way. -3.
बादे बिशप d2 खेल दिया है सीत पॉन को रोकने के लिए, बट इट्स सिंपली नॉट इनफ. आई फील सहज भाई ऐसा उल्टा बोल दिया क्या मैंने? बढ़िया भाई, सॉरी यार. कोई बंदा गाना गा रहा है, नशे सी चढ़ गई हो. सॉरी भाई, उल्टा बोल दिया मैंने, उल्टा होगा भाई, उसका उल्टा। लाइफ में कई चीजें उल्टी चलती है यार, क्या करे भाई।
Exactly. So I'm not sure अगर उल्टा था कि नहीं, but ब्लैक के पास कम टाइम होगा और ब्लैक के पास ड्रॉ as a
हाँ
black
हाँ,
can
यस।
take draw as a win basically. White has to win. And black gets a win and a draw, both of those results. And for that, black says, I'll choose less time and I'll choose technically the inferior color in this sense because
यस।
white gets to move first.
बाय द वे, सी पॉन को दौड़ाना है, बट राइट नाउ द नाइट ऑन E4 इज हैंगिंग। सो पहले उसको कहीं मूव करते हैं, तभी नाइट C5 कम्स टू माइंड, and then you can start
Mhm.
pushing the C pawn basically. And I
You can
feel
play
like,
anything in this position, you would still be winning.
ha, and
Chat is
knight C.
asking an
Please.
interesting question. What's the lowest time bid ever? I don't remember the lowest, but I remember the highest. Lowest, I think Magnus, what he did today, 6 minutes and 36 seconds, it could be one of the lowest, I think, as far as I remember. 6:28:29 हुआ होगा पहले, if I'm not sure, but the highest I think anyone did was 10 minutes, which was
and
crazy because उनको
and
black से खेलना ही नहीं था.
and that was Magnus, by the way. So
Yeah.
it was Magnus. So he's covered both edges of this, but I also feel ki I've never heard of a 5 minute something bid. So I think 6 minutes something might be the extreme, yeah, like the extreme case.
Exactly. And he's
By
not
the
just
way,
drawing, he's winning. Magnus is actually winning.
um, why?
Black, अरे भाई.
He got you there, भाई। नहीं चैट, मतलब वाइट पहले चलता है, सो इन चेस, ओके, आई डोंट वांट से एनीथिंग फर्दर भाई। जो भी दिमाग
भाई
में आ रहा है,
भाई
इट
तुम
कैन बी
कहाँ
टेकन आउट
की चीज
ऑफ,
कहाँ ले जाते हो चैट? What is this?
एनीथिंग कैन बी टेकन आउट ऑफ
Tej bhai,
कॉन्टेक्स्ट भाई।
what would you bid against Magnus? Bhai, I will like I think it would be a very sad thing. I mean, actually it would be something that I'm very proud of. That means I held the match against Magnus. That's an amazing feeling. I would I would treat it just like any other game, bhai. But I would try to get black. Like so I will choose like 7 minutes, 7.5. I will try to get black.
बाय द वे, दैट्स इट, दैट्स द मैच, एंड इसके साथ ही गेम खत्म होती है। सो मैग्नस कार्लसन हैज वन विद डेनिस लाजोविक, even after, there were a couple of hurdles there, but he did actually win. So he goes to the finals, जहां पे अभी उनका मैच होगा यान क्रिस्टोफ डूडा के साथ. So if we can have that graphic again, so it's very heartbreak for Nihal, of course, but I think Duda dominated the match. So no crazy, feelings there. I think Nihal just did not play his A game today. But he'll be back tomorrow, of course. But right now, the eyes are on Carlsen versus Duda. कौन होगा जो finals में जाएगा? जो हारेगा, he also goes to the losers bracket, yeah?
Correct. And there we see the losers bracket. We have Lazavik, and I believe it's Movahed. Sorry, Lazavik plays against the winner of
Yes.
Yu Yangyi and Movahed, yeah? I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
because
Kuba, you
both
can
were in the
maybe correct
both
me.
lost in the semifinals, and both kind of,
Dubov and Movahed, my bad.
yes.
My bad, yeah. So it's going to be Dubov or Lazavik versus Dubov will be crazy actually for a quarterfinals.
By bas
But okay.
Nihal ji jaye. And to be honest, I think he should be on paper a favorite against MVL because he did defeat him. And even against Nodirbek, I think Nihal is at least on par in this online format. So hoping he can win tomorrow. तो निहाल कल आएंगे चैट, बट आई थिंक जो अभी का फाइनल, जो विनर्स ब्रैकेट का होगा, वो अभी होगा. आई थिंक दैट्स गोना हैपन आफ्टर अ शॉर्ट, I think 5 to 10 minute break. So any update? How much time it will take? 8 to 10 minutes. So chat, what we're going to do is we're going to take like a very, very short, like 8-9 minute break. We'll be back on the other side with the finals. So before we go, any predictions? Magnus versus Duda, who wins the first final of the event?
Tough bye, very tough to say, but I am hoping for a good fight. But okay, Magnus is always the favorite. Let's just we have to say that because he is. But I think Duda can give him a tough fight, and I think because he also defeated Nihal, I'm inclined to say that Duda is on very, very good form, and Magnus did lose 2 games today, so he is not going to be in the best frame of mind. I think Duda has chances.
He has chances, and also the iPad coming into the picture, right? There's a twist in the tail कि Magnus laptop से नहीं खेल रहे, क्या वो laptop निकालेंगे अपने bag से? That's the major question, chat. So we'll see after a 8-minute break. We'll be back with the finals between Magnus as well as Duda.
The totem holds the moments that defined champions. Plays that became history.
This time, they may have just won. The bailout does absolutely nothing. The own horn, baby's a dog.
Across years, across games, across the world. The roar of the crowd. The winning play. The heartbreak. Moments that turned players into champions.
Trying to be beaten through here. He gets broken.
Moments that never fade.
Is it going to be good? Yes, it is. And Weibo will.
As echoes of the past grow distant, the next chapter begins. A new challenge unfolds. Who will define history? Who will rise above?
एंड वी आर बैक चैट. सो वो ब्रेक के बाद हम आ चुके हैं हियर फॉर द फाइनल्स. सो दो प्लेयर्स ने अब तक इंप्रेस किया है हम दोनों को, हम सबको एक्चुअली, एंड द गेम हैज ऑलरेडी बिगन. संजय, वी आर अ बिट लेट.
Exactly. I didn't realize the game had already begun. So sorry for that chat. But this is the current position. Magnus has played Spanish opening and some closed position is on the board. And this pawn structure looks a bit ugly to begin with, but it's also very nice because black can always play knight d4 and take 6 के बाद ये दूसरा pawn c5 पे आ जाएगा.
सर अगर
So I
हमें
think today
स्पीड रन करना हो स्टार्टिंग से, जस्ट टू सी हाउ वी गॉट हियर, बिकॉज वी weren't लाइव एट दैट पॉइंट, वुड लव टू सी देम ओपनिंग मूव्स ताकि चैट थोड़ा सा आइडिया लग जाए. सो स्पेनिश बिल्कुल बिशप b3 आया, a4 ब्रेक किया, वहां पे उन्होंने बिशप्स एक्सचेंज हो गए एंड मैग्नस डूडा अलाउड व्हाइट टू टेक ऑन c5 ताकि वो d4 स्क्वायर मिले. एंड नाउ वी रीच दिस पोजीशन जहां c5 पॉन वीक है, बट इट्स वेरी हार्ड टू गेट टू, राइट? वीकनेस वही है जब आप उसको अटैक कर सकते हो.
exactly. Knight d4 is very nice. c5 का pawn also it looks weak. जैसे queen e3 खेल के you can put some pressure, but the moment I go knight d4, or even if I just play something simple like queen d6, where is the
Yeah.
next piece attacking it? You know, and knight d4 is always there, which is going to annoy me. And I think Magnus looks very sorry, Duda looks very solid to me so far, Tiku bhai.
Agreed. And I think Duda यहाँ पे in great form, by the way. Let's keep in mind, Duda was the one who won smoothly today against Nihal. Magnus had to really fight for it, to be honest, and it wasn't as easy. So I think कहीं ना कहीं momentum-wise, Duda will be very, very happy with what he's achieved so far. Can he continue on that run? Because 3-0 Nihal Sarin को हराने के लिए you have to be in the form of your life, चाहे आप कोई भी हो.
Correct, bhai. Correct. And also that's a Nihal who defeated MVL 3-0 as well, who's still, by the way, in the race, which is crazy. But yeah, this is the current position. But Tiku bhai, do you think for Duda to beat Magnus, do you think it's better or to just play solid and go into the Armageddon and try to, play on the time, or do you think there will be results early on today?
I would say I think Magnus, having messed it up once, like he's somebody who will not repeat that mistake again. So he'll not give that chance jahan pe you're going to fall in time pressure and then you get that opportunity. So I think like Dubov will just have to play out of his skin and play some good chess today if he wants to beat Magnus.
Duda.
Duda, yeah. And of course, like there's always going to be the chance ki, he makes a mistake or time pressure ek game mein kabhi aayega. But I don't think it's the reason ki jiski wajah se Duda will go through the next round. Like I think even against Nihal, like he just played the better chess overall. Like 10 minutes is enough time actually. आजकल तो bullet में लोग game खत्म कर देते हैं भाई. So like 10 minutes is a lot of time.
हाँ भाई, आप 10 सेकंड के कम में अगर आप लुसीना खेल सकते हो तो भाई कुछ भी पॉसिबल है.
And ये watching zero क्यों दिख रही है मुझे बैक एंड पे समय भाई? ये क्या चल रहा है भाई? Another YouTube glitch या? मतलब ठीक है भाई, हम इतने एंटरटेनिंग नहीं है, बट जीरो तो नहीं होनी चाहिए भाई. मैं तो देख ही रहा हूँ अपने फोन से. तो एक वॉचिंग तो आनी चाहिए.
आई थिंक वो ग्लिच है भाई. मुझे जीरो तो नहीं दिख
हाँ,
रहा, मुझे तो ज्यादा दिख रहा है उससे. बट
ठीक.
या although the
Chat,
glitch that I thought it was a glitch at first, but it's actually the best move in the position. Chat, can you guess what the best move for black here is? Like it's okay. This is also like completely fine, and 19-20 का फर्क होता है इन चीजों में. I think you already know that. But the best move here, chat, was rook a2, and I thought ये glitch होगा 100% क्योंकि ये क्या है? But it's actually one of the best moves.
but makes sense, yeah. You wanna take control of the a file, but knight b4 भी उसी आइडिया के साथ खेला है. c2 pawn पे pressure, and it's hard to defend. Knight f1 खेलना पड़ रहा है. Okay, nice move. Knight coming to e3 and potentially f5, but rook a2 anywhere possible. Why even now?
Actually, rook a2 is still the best move in the position. Okay, I don't think if he has not played it earlier, I think maybe less chances he plays now. But you never know why it's Magnus. You never know when he turns it on.
Well, you never know when he turns it on by. That takes me back. Meanwhile, knight f1 के बाद rook a2 is the plan, but you could just take on a1 as well. Totally possible. c4 on the cards as well, just to break through on this pawn chain बनाई हुई है c2 d3 e4 की. So multiple options. Game roughly balanced है. But Duda 1 minute. Oh, played.
Let's go. Duda finds rook a2. क्या बात है भाई? Duda is on the form of his life, I think. Rook a2 is a beautiful move, bhai. Do you think
Yeah.
Magnus is under any pressure here?
By his expressions kind of convey that he missed. वैसे उन्होंने ऊपर देखा ऐसे करके. So clearly not happy with what he saw. And chat, निहाल सिंह का आज गेम नहीं है actually. I think we are misinformed. तो वो कल होगा उसका मैच जो losers bracket का है. So he is going to be back tomorrow at 8:45 p.m. So as of now, the eyes are on the finals between Magnus as well as Duda.
Absolutely. And the other matches that are going on right now, it's MVL versus Nodirbek, and I believe the winner of this match gets to play Nihal. And by the way, as I go into it, MVL just made a huge blunder and Nodirbek is now completely winning with the black pieces. So that's a huge development. That means Nodirbek versus Nihal is incoming potentially.
भाई NVN भाई लेट्स गो, दोनों N से नाम चालू होता है भाई. वी आर रेडी फॉर दैट मैचअप भाई. सिंदालोव के सेकंड को हराएंगे.
Okay,
टाइगर
so
2.
black goes. Dubov update. Dubov update. I think Dubov is not. He's playing against Sina Movahed and he's playing with the black pieces right now. And I think उनके भी दो matches रहेंगे. And then of course it decides whether he's going to be in the losers bracket or not. But that match is still going on. He's slightly worse according to the bar at least. Yeah, slightly worse overall. But I think still a long battle. कुछ clear नहीं है वहाँ पे.
अच्छा सवाल है कि लेवॉन जिसने छोड़ दिया, वैन फॉरेस्ट वाज इनवाइटेड टू रिप्लेस हिम एंड नॉट अर्जुन. क्या वो ब्लैक लिस्ट है? आई डोंट थिंक सो. आई थिंक इट्स मोर अबाउट कन्वीनियंस फॉर अर्जुन, लाइक बिकॉज ही इज अ टॉप प्लेयर. उनका कैलेंडर पैक्ड होगा. सो फॉर एग्जांपल इफ समबडी कम्स अप टू हिम सेज कि भाई अब इवेंट होने वाला है, आप आ जाओ. Like it's not easy for him because he might have other commitments, right? It might be easier for, let's say, Van Forest to kind of take out time. And also in terms
I
of
don't know
Arjun
why.
not
It's
being...
still weird. It's still strange.
No, it's weird in terms of, in general, him not getting the invite. I feel like it's also just a competition to some extent. Of course, maybe at some point Arjun also felt, yeah, कि ये लोग नहीं invite करे तो मैं भी नहीं खेलूंगा. Maybe that's also part of it. I don't know. But yeah, it's just कि Gukesh world champion है. So if you're inviting somebody, तो पहला नाम तो Gukesh को ही जाता है. And then Prag is playing the candidate. So second name that comes to mind, at least he was playing the candidate. So you invite Prag. So kind of understandable on both fronts. But yeah, I think he's not playing the GCT. That's the end result. Yeah.
Yeah, I still think it's a bit strange that Arjun was not. Of course, wishing the best and a speedy recovery to live on. Was a bit of a shock when I read the news, but coming once he's recovered, of course he'll be. I think he tweeted something yesterday as well that he's going to be taking a break from 4 to 7 weeks or something like this while he's in recovery. So hope he's back soon.
By the way,
and healthy. But
if you look at
it's
Magnus,
still strange by Arjun नहीं है. अर्जुन को
Agreed.
मिलना चाहिए था, I think इस बार मिलना चाहिए था, I think.
Agreed. But okay, Arjun will be there in multiple events. Chat, he is going to be busy this year. बहुत सारे events हैं, including Uzbekistan chess, which is happening in June. He's also playing Tepe Sigman, by the way. The only Indian there where Magnus Carlsen is playing. So he also has some invites which the others don't, Sahaj, because GCT में busy थे बाकी लोग. They didn't get those invites that Arjun did.
That is true. But do you think it's likely that Arjun was he was invited and then he couldn't go? Like he said no. Do you think that's a possibility?
I think maybe
I
it's
don't know.
like maybe because like Gukesh hai, to you have to invite Gukesh, and then Prag was the candidate. Maybe that's why he might not have been the first choice, and 3 Indians might have been too
No,
much.
that I understand. But after
So I
this
think
Levon
maybe he
news, I
wasn't.
mean.
I don't think he was invited. Is my guess.
Because I think
if I had to guess,
by the way, Duda just made a mistake and Magnus is now winning almost for some reason because his pawn on g5 is now a huge problem. You can get some checks on the f6 square as well, and the king can have some problems. Queen c5 is the plan here.
Bhai, and now with the pawn on c3, there is no knight d4. And to be honest, you can't save that pawn. It's gone.
Wow.
If c4, then d4, and suddenly I have a huge center. You play b4, but I can just pick up the pawn. It's a free pawn.
And bc3 pick queen c3, right? To defend this.
Yes.
Yeah, that's and this pawn on g5 is a beautiful piece for us, because if black plays f6, then आपका pawn structure टूट गया, and if you keep the pawn on g5, then you will always be worried about some checks around the king. So this is a great move by Magnus. By question, can Magnus finish this game? Oh, bhai.
Wait, why did he not take? Why did he not take the free pawn?
I'm guessing he still thinks he's winning. Like after queen,
Wow.
so right now queen b3 is the only move for Duda to maintain equal chances here, which is queen b3. And then there is rook a8, I'm guessing, and some ideas on the king. Maybe I can go knight h4, knight f5 check. I don't know. I'm trying to, freestyle
okay,
here.
still a missed opportunity by Magnus. Yeah, okay, let's see. Duda, then by the chat, push रही है कि will you stream Tepe segment? Yes, we will stream Tepe segment. So we'll have Arjun versus Magnus Carlsen from 1st May. This tournament, सहज भाई, कैंडिडेट्स खत्म हुआ 16 को, ये चालू हो गया एक हफ्ते बाद 23 से, ये खत्म होगा 26 को, एंड 3-4 दिन बाद ही 1st को भाई फिर से अर्जुन मैग्नस. भाई इट्स लाइक पैक्ड कैलेंडर दिस ईयर यार, नो ब्रेक्स व्हाटसोएवर.
Or just for the players, for the commentators, no break. Yeah, but okay, this is great. It's good. I mean, chess is growing.
Absolutely. And by the Queen B3 played, so Duda did find that resource and a B2 hanging it. So you have to save that pawn. How do you save it? It's not easy. Do you play Queen D2 or something? Because C3, B2
Magnus
dono
looks
hanging hai.
Magnus looks dejected. Why? Like a few seconds ago, he was just holding his head like this, and I feel like he missed Queen B3 or he missed like something inside that variation. That's my feel.
Agreed. Agreed. There's something that he missed or underestimated. Um,
Hmm.
he needs to find Queen D2 now, but that's moving in the wrong direction. He plays it, but out of compulsion more than want. And now I think he has to hold on for a while, make sure Black doesn't simplify the game. And long term, he still has chances. Yeah, imagine like the Black King is still weak.
It's still weak. Yeah, the pawn on G5 does have benefits in the future. It takes on C3 now. Pawn takes C3 is basically automatic. Queen से अगर आप capture करते हो तो at the end the pawn on D3 will fall. So that we cannot allow. Now the question is, can Black ever play the move C4? Because you know White is going to respond with D4, but maybe you can push this pawn down. But he doesn't do it right now. He attacks the pawn on D3, forces him to go Rook D1, and then maybe he can plan something around that. Draw ही
Yeah,
लग रहा है भाई
C
अब तो.
draw ही लग रहा है. I think C4 will be critical though. Will Black play it? It's a good question. Maybe not yet because Rook D1 के बाद I have D4 possible. So he plays Queen B3 again, just keeping the queen there, irritating. It doesn't free up the queen, right? So I can't really do anything. I can never play D4. You have two pawns controlling it. I can't move the queen and rook away because you will attack the D3 pawn. So it feels like a repetition. Yeah, Queen B5, Rook D1, Queen B3, Rook C1.
Yeah, and you can see he's already repeating once. And the question is, does Magnus want to repeat and go Rook D1 or does Magnus want to play on? And I think that's a rhetorical question, Chad. I think Magnus is going to play for sure. Because especially because knowing that he was a bit better earlier. He definitely felt that.
But I think he's going to take the draw side by because I think C4 is the way to play on, which is very risky. I feel like because knight D4 up there, so and time situation also you're not ahead on the clock as well. Like it's balanced. So Magnus maybe will think for a while, but then if he doesn't find anything, he might just play Rook D1. But how does he push if he has to?
I'm thinking just Queen C2 looks like a nice move because I'm forcing you to go Queen D3. You can't go Rook D3, I think, because you have C4 or something along those lines. But I was thinking Queen C2 takes, and Rook se aap capture karte ho. Then I want to put my king on F1, E2 and just play that on because the pawn on G5 is still quite good for me. He goes knight E1, that's another idea. At least यहाँ पे वो pawn down नहीं होगा.
But
He
now
plays
C4
on
works,
for
right?
sure.
There's no D4
But
anymore for white, so C4 works.
pawn takes pawn, queen takes pawn, and okay, I put the queen somewhere on E3 perhaps.
Hmm.
I think
Well
Magnus can
played.
still play on. Like Magnus has chances at practical. Look at the best move for black by knight b8 with the idea of knight d7 and knight c5, or I'm guessing queen c5 at some point. But who's gonna play knight b8 here, by?
Difficult. I want to keep my 5 pawn defended, so I'm not moving that knight anywhere. At least I am not. Maybe Duda will. I do like knight d8 more though, because I can bring it to e6 and pressure g5, for example. But knight b8 looks a bit weird. Chat 2 minutes दोनों के पास, so this feels like a time pressure moment जहां build up होगा धीरे धीरे करके. Chat stream like करो, let's get more people in because we're gonna see the finals here. And जो भी जीतेगा यहाँ पे निहाल को अंत में उसी से खेलना है सहज भाई. If he wants to win the event, इतना सारा तामझाम करके लास्ट में उसी प्लेयर से खेलना पड़ेगा.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, he might play. In this case, I mean, whether Duda wins or not, I mean, he's gonna play those players anyways, no? In the losers bracket before. But okay, he goes knight a5. Oh, another repetition. Ek aur repetition. What is going on?
I think
Magnus
it's
doesn't
time
take it,
to.
right?
I'm hoping he does because I don't see a result here. It's
I
my.
think Magnus will play this. Magnus will always play this, I think.
By the way, Chad, did you see like there's gonna be a Uzbekistan versus USA match
Yes.
on July 26th, 27th, and it's gonna be very very interesting because ये matches India के साथ होते थे सहज भाई पहले, and now there is no India versus USA match rematch that we heard of because India got whitewashed यार 5-0. अब उज्बेकिस्तान के साथ हो रहा है भाई, crazy change.
That is true. That is true. Huge if true. But it's going to be fun, I think, to play, to see that match because, of course, Sindarov, Nodirbek, of course, Yakuboev, Shamsuddin, all of these top guys are going to be there. Hopefully, Mukhidin is also there. So we'll get to see him, playing actually because he's also a very strong grandmaster. But yeah, it's going to be a fun one. And look, Olympiad ki predictions, we don't know that, but I think I think in open and in the women, I think collectively India, I think is still the favorite. Because if you combine both of the sections, but I think um, it's difficult to say. It really depends on
भाई
how the form of the world champion.
राज भाई का सवाल है, टाइगर विल प्ले बोर्ड वन, द क्वेश्चन इज नॉट दैट टाइगर वन खेलेगा बोर्ड वन की टाइगर टू, दैट इज द क्वेश्चन। राज भाई टाइगर तो दोनों पे खेलेगा ही।
वो तो है। और वन अभी वाला वन या फिर पहले वाला वन, दैट्स ऑल्सो अ क्वेश्चन व्हिच यू नीड टू
टफ टफ टफ
आस्क।
बाय द वे।
सो मेनी टफ क्वेश्चंस।
भाई टूडा seems to be better now suddenly. वो f3 knight is pinned, like the rook on a8, I mean I've blocked it completely with my knight. Knight e6 knight f4 could be a long term plan. Like Magnus has to be a bit careful here.
I'm looking at the move and it's queen b4 and black's best move after. By the way, that's a mistake. Magnus just made a mistake. He's now worse. -1.
Wow. Bhai, look at this.
By
c6 rook
51
a7.
seconds. It's 51 seconds and he's playing on the iPad again. I think he could get flagged again. He lost like
Bhai,
this before.
c6 rook a7 knight e6 पे king g4 खेलना है मैग्नस को।
Oh, that's very, very difficult.
Ooh,
Oh,
doesn't
queen
find
d7.
it.
Golden opportunity for Magnus. Rook f6 brings him back into the game. And then knight takes e5 is a huge threat. And also rook f6 का
Oh,
benefit ये है कि if you go rook takes f3 check, in some lines you could go king f3
bhai,
and then queen
missed,
h3 was a big
missed.
threat. Missed.
Bhai, Magnus not in peak shape yeah today. I think I feel like even he's not playing his best chess.
But जीतने के लिए कौन खेल रहा भाई? By the way, that was an
Bhai,
only
rook
move.
f3. Rook f3 is the best move now.
No, he's not. I don't think he does it now. Oh, he does it.
Bhai,
Let's
he
go.
does it.
36 seconds. Only move king e3. King e2 is also working. Both are working. e3 भी चल रहा है. Moves king e3. King
Bhai,
d2
king
only
d2.
move.
Only move. Okay. Okay, Magnus's king kind of escaped for now. अब g pawn दौड़ाना पड़ेगा I feel at some point.
No, just to explain this to the chat, Magnus has a huge disadvantage here. That's firstly because he has less time, and secondly, Magnus का king open है. That means मैं queen से जितनी checks दूंगा, आप pre moves नहीं कर पाओगे. आपको king move करना जरूरी होगा उधर. And you look at that, he just made a blunder and he just cruising.
Bhai, this is lost.
Pushes the g pawn.
This is just lost g3 g2 knight f4. Yeah, you have nothing. You have nothing.
I look at this king on b4. It can't. King g4 जाने वाला था, अभी king b4 पे है. Wow.
Magnus Carlsen is gonna lose the first game. He should have taken the repetition. Over.
Yeah.
Khatam. Khalas. Finish. Wow.
Duda, Polish fighter, incoming. Let's go. 1-0. Okay, Magnus
Why?
also lost the first match, like his first game in the first match, and then he made a comeback. So you never know.
Chat, do you think Magnus Carlsen could lose this? Like, and then he has to go to the losers bracket? By Magnus and losers bracket, like, doesn't sound synonymous somehow. Like, ऐसा कभी हुआ भी है history में? I'm not even sure.
I mean, first time
Like,
for everything, I guess. But I
Magnus
guess too
Carlsen
early
in
to
the
say.
Magnus Carlsen in the losers bracket. Just see how such a weird ring it has to it. Na? Like Magnus Carlsen in the losers bracket doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but at least I think Nihal will play him if that happens.
True. कुछ खाने के लिए कुछ खाने के लिए कुछ खोने के लिए कुछ पीना कुछ खाने के लिए कुछ
खाने
पीना
के लिए
पड़ता है।
कुछ पीना पड़ता है।
पीना पड़ता है। वाह भाई।
कुछ खाने के लिए कुछ पीना पड़ता है। क्या बात है?
वाह भाई। वाह भाई।
वाह।
कर लो भाई, कोट याद कर लो भाई, कुछ खाने के लिए पीना
ये
पड़ता है।
तो डायरी में लिखने की भी जरूरत नहीं है भाई।
ये तो याद रहेगा भाई।
लाइफ लॉन्ग याद रहेगा भाई ये तो। कभी सुना है आपने इतना मेमोरेबल कोट?
Wow. And to be honest, also gives you kind of context to how Nihal lost. Yeah, if Duda does win this, like, okay, Duda is in great form today.
Exactly. I think that proves a lot from Duda's point of view. How
Chat,
hard is
by
it
the
to be
way,
a GM in India compared to other countries? I think it's very difficult in every country. It's not like, but I think in some places it's a bit harder to gain rating. Not just to get a GM title, it's just in some countries it's very, very difficult to gain rating. And India is one of them because India is filled with underrated chess players, just filled with it. And I'm not talking about, players who are 23, 2400s. I'm talking about players who are 17, 1800s, who are, not necessarily kids. It's mostly, young adults who didn't get a lot of opportunity to play chess, and then when they see, someone with a 2200 rating, they just completely demolish them. So those players are very, very dangerous, and that's one of the reasons why I think you don't get a lot of norms in India.
That's why I'm 200 बिल्कुल भाई। राहुल पटेल ब्लॉग्स कह रहे हैं भाई समय भाई को बुला दो, मजा नहीं आ रहा। मजा कल आएगा भाई, निहाल भाई जब जीतेंगे ना कल मजा आएगा।
समय भाई है
एंड
ना,
समय
समय भाई तो है।
हाँ, दूसरे समय भाई हैं भाई, रहना वाले नहीं है मगर दूसरे वाले हैं। By the way,
Exactly.
I like Duda's position again. Look at that structure, bhai, and
अरे
black
यार,
is not even developed. Like Rook G1, G4, just launch an attack.
sorry, I think I missed that as well. So this is the current position. Knight e2, queen takes, bishop b7 आया, bishop d2. We have Nimzo Indian on the board, by the way. Bishop d3, f5 played, golden pawn pushed, but that was to defend the pawn on h7, which is, I think, a good decision. And now Duda has to decide which side to castle. He plays d5. He says, okay, I'm going to decide later on, but that's a slight error here.
No, for sure. I think he had to go for the kill there. He had to launch the attack, and c5 square उन्होंने voluntarily दे दिया. So Magnus का जो भी plan था, it kind of now worked. Knight c5 भी tempo के साथ आएगा because attacks the bishop on d3, and सारे pieces थोड़े से weirdly placed लग रहे हैं मुझे. A slight miss by Duda, I feel.
I think still early days. He takes on c3, knight c5 आता है. Knight d3 probably is what he's planning. And if that happens, the side who is attacking is going to have a huge advantage, because opposite colored bishop पे आप जब भी attack करते हो, that means you're attacking with an extra piece. Because the bishop on c3, for example, cannot defend against the bishop on b7. So whichever side launches an attack first is going to have an advantage.
Very interesting because एक तरफ से जो bishop on c3 है, it's very hard to imagine कि उसको कोई pawn रोकेगा unless you play e5, which is not, he's trying, but I can just take on e6 now and you will never have an opponent to stop that pawn. But how will you also have an opponent to stop the b7 pawn? So I feel like दोनों bishops बहुत strong हो सकते हैं यहाँ पे सहज भाई.
Correct. And I feel once you play the move, okay, if you go pawn takes pawn in this position, this is a hard decision, I think, for white as well, because you're also opening up my bishop. And he goes short castle. He's allowing him to play e5, and supposedly e5 is not the best move. I'm guessing that's because black's bishop is still kind of stuck. And if you play e5, I can always play something like f4, force you to play e4, and then my bishop is open again. It's like mera bishop then will be active, your bishop is still inactive.
Agreed. And meanwhile, Queen d7 played, Rook d1, both players trying to, but okay. Okay, it's very, very complicated. So I thought e5 खेल सकते हैं, but there's f4 apparently, which is very strong for white. So if I can't go e5, then what do I do? He goes rook e8, still maintaining the tension a little bit.
I think and just in the corner of the eye, he's thinking pawn takes pawn and rook e5 at some scenario. But अभी तो नहीं आ रहा क्योंकि bishop है मेरा यहाँ पे. But in some scenario, it could be possible. That's why I think rook e8 makes sense. Although rook e4 can be a possibility as well, just to put some pressure, gain some space. Maybe f4 can be pushed as well. Lots of interesting ideas. I think, but one thing is for sure, I don't think Magnus is going to play e5 anymore. I think he's definitely going to go pawn takes pawn if he has to make a decision. Or he's going to wait for Duda to take on e6. In either scenario, pawn d5 पे रहना नहीं चाहिए, according to Magnus.
I think he's not going to take on d5. Ideally, he doesn't want to, at least, because c file open हो जाएगी. And then white could pile on the c file a bit. The c7 pawn could be a backward weak pawn. So he's waiting कि white मारे ताकि I don't have that weakness. So both players playing the waiting game. Bishop b2, काफी normal move. Preparing moves like queen c3 to pressure g7. This could be a lot of fun.
And also to provoke e5, which is something that Magnus has not played on purpose. So it is not a move that Magnus wants to play because of the reasons we mentioned about this bishop. So nice move.
Yeah.
Now black does have a way to break through. Magnus does have a way to break through. He can play f4, but he doesn't go for it. He plays rook f7. It's a waiting game. I think they're waiting for the right moment to strike.
Nihal needs just one win to qualify for. I think he needs two, if I'm not mistaken. हमारे producer ने check किया था. He might need 2 wins to qualify for the EWC, but the good news is it's not going to be against Magnus, any of those games, because Magnus reached the finals. So the good news is you can qualify for the EWC without playing Magnus. That's very, very important, I feel.
Exactly. Then now he goes rook e1. I think he's also planning for f4. Maybe then he can play e4 himself, and maybe he can push e4 anyways. And बहुत times Injun is shouting for white to play f3 and e4, and I think this is because he wants to create this pawn chain against this bishop, ताकि ये activate ना हो पाए, which I think is a good strategic try in the position. And now it's difficult for Magnus to make any progress. Like, what do you play? E5 आपको खेलना नहीं है. E takes d5 के लिए आप ready नहीं हो अभी तक. So what do you do?
And also, like, that e5 was also very bad because white can still hope for f4 to open his bishop, but what will black do to open his bishop on b7? So, okay, he's trying b5. That's what he's
Ooh.
trying. Very interesting idea, Sahaj, positionally to just hope ki cb5 ke baad bishop d5, I get a strong bishop again.
Beautiful, actually. Love that idea. Missed it, actually. But why did he play rook f7 before? How is this connecting? I think there's probably pawn takes pawn, rook takes pawn, and kuch kahin na kahin se rook is helping somehow defend this. But because I'm just wondering, can I not just take on b5? Oh, you have rook g6.
Rook g6. And जो मैंने rook
Exactly,
take g2
because
कहा था उस गेम में नहीं आया, बस इस गेम में आ जाएगा सहज भाई.
exactly, bhai. And also, White's last move was rook e1, right? Before he took the pawn on e6. And after rook e1, it actually made the situation worse for Duda. Because had the rook been on f1 here, then pawn takes pawn, rook g6 के बाद f3 था मेरे पास.
Yep.
Okay, he
वो
plays
पहले ही
f3
खेलते.
immediately.
But rook f1 पहले खेलना पड़ेगा. So the rook was literally there. Now he has to go back, right? You don't want to play king f2 or king h1 or king f1 like these moves. Yeah, he plays rook f1 now.
Nice, nice. I mean, it technically wasted a move, but I think it's like correcting your mistake, yeah? In that sense. Makes
By the way,
sense.
Anisha, that's
Also
a good
f3.
question. आपको लोगों को रेस्ट नहीं चाहिए होता क्या commentators? अभी तो कैंडिडेट्स खत्म हुआ नहीं भाई. I think this is gonna be hopefully a bigger year for Indian chess than 2024, which is very hard, I know. But there are more events. We already have 2 World Championships जो Indians खेल रहे हैं. So ये साल ही ऐसा है भाई. इसमें हर किसी की मेहनत चाहिए भाई. इसमें मेहनत चाहिए players की, of course, that's number one. Commentators, organizers, आपकी भाई as fans to watch the game, support the players. भाई मैं सबकी चाहिए इस बार.
Correct, bhai. Correct. And also, it could be a bigger year because there are 2 world championships on the line. I know the second one is going to be like in April next year, but we can still count it as a 2025 run, yeah. Because okay, this is how she won the candidates. I'm talking
It
about
could
Vaishali,
still
of course, in
happen
the
this
chat.
year, Sahaj bhai, because Fede ne bola hai they are considering having both together as well. It's definitely on the table, so to
Oh,
speak.
I see.
So you never know कब क्या हो जाए, but yeah, likely gonna happen next year. By the way, h6 played, so giving his king an escape route on h7, very safe square.
Yeah, white कुछ threaten नहीं कर रहा. Pawn obviously defended है यहाँ पे, तो he doesn't have to hurry. And now again, a move like king h1 is also something very nice, and it's one of the best moves actually in the position. Goes queen f4 though. Nothing wrong with this either. Is he planning to go rook c2? Perhaps to go rook c7?
Ooh, that is very interesting. Yeah, rook c2, rook c7, very nice idea. I'm also thinking like h pawn ko h4 rakh do. That's something I want to do as well at some point.
No, h4 I
Not
love actually, because king h2 you can have at some point always, and h5 ka threat is also
Yeah.
looking very, very dangerous for Magnus. But Magnus looks like he's in trouble.
Agreed. Like, I don't see a plan basically. Like, I don't see a killer move for white, but I don't see a plan. Bishop d5, okay, but not much changed, yeah, after bishop d5. So, Max is just waiting kind of for white to hit.
And by the way, it's a nice move because if you go rook c2 now, I can play c6. Then you don't have this rook takes c7 ka plan anymore. And the bishop on d5, of course, is still an active piece. If bishop b7 पे होता फिर आप c6 खेलते, then of course it's a really bad piece. So nice maneuver by Magnus. Now the question is that d5 bishop a bit too active? Like, can I take advantage of it somehow? Like, I see rook d2, rook d1, rook takes d5 as a potential option. Another is, at some point, मैं कभी e4 फेंक सकता हूँ. And because if you move the bishop, this pawn on d6 will always be weak.
भाई बहुत ही interesting लग रहा है. I was also going through something such I saw it there. But 4 minute 50 second भाई. 4 minute 50 seconds. So time pressure also building up. h3. The idea could be to play king h2 as we discussed. Is it before Olympiad? EWC? Yes. So EWC I think is in August and Olympiad is in September. So Olympiad में मतलब यार उज़्बेकिस्तान की टीम बहुत खतरनाक हो गया यार. I wonder who will be on board 1 for Uzbekistan.
Exactly. I've been wondering that for a long time. It will be very interesting to see who's going to be number one and number two. But because of course, chat, I mean, Nodirbek has been number one for a very long time. Like he's the world rapid champion and he's been dominating, Uzbek chess for a long time. And Sindarov just won World Cup candidates and all of this. So it's going to be interesting. जो भी होगा, लेकिन it's going to be a tough fight. But still, I will say कि India Uzbekistan में fourth board is still a problem for them, yeah. क्योंकि
Yeah.
fourth board पे we are like high favorites. I think doesn't matter the color.
Yeah, and I
कोई
think
2700 खेलेगा, किसी किसी 2600 या 2500,
हाँ.
लाइक हाई 2500 से, तो
Also, I think Nihal will be the fourth board for us. So that's a very, very strong fourth board. And Vidit will
exactly.
also be there likely as the fifth board. I think. I don't think Avin will catch up with him now. Looks
Okay, well, let's
unlikely.
not say like fourth or fifth. I mean, we don't know what boards they're going to be, but whoever it
Huh.
is, it's going to be like 2700 ka player, and which I think is higher than only apart
True.
from US. I think there is no one else who has a 2700 as board for. Correct me if I'm wrong though, but yeah.
I think, yeah, China also, I don't think so, has one. By the way, end game में आ चुके हैं, queen straight हो चुकी हैं. Still feels like white is the one pushing because वो G7 pawn dark square पे stuck है. D6 could be weak. By the way, big mistake, yeah. G4 now is apparently very strong.
I'm Magnus making a mistake in the end game is a very extremely rare sight.
भाई पर डूडा ने भी गलती कर दी ना. We understood कि डूडा को समझ नहीं
भाई,
आएगा.
बट अब फिर से बेटर हो गया ना डोडा. 0.6, 0.7 का advantage and black has to play some really precise moves. King f7 is one of them. Okay, what I mean is that you don't see every day someone beating Magnus in a opposite colored bishop rook endgame. That too when it's completely equal. It's extremely rare, I think.
लग रहा है Magnus है white. Like if I gave you this game and said कौन से color Magnus कौन सा डूडा, you will say white is Magnus, yeah? Typical
Yeah,
Magnus
yeah,
position is
100%.
white.
100%. This is exactly the type of positions where he thrives. How confident are you about Gukesh defending his world championship? I think it depends a lot on uh, how his events go leading up to the match and how he feels overall about his strengths. I think his because a lot of people have commented on it that it doesn't look like a chess problem. It's more like a confidence issue, or it could be a mix of many things. But I think if he solves that, then I'm not worried. But he doesn't, then yeah, that's definitely a worry because Sindarov showed some, I think, incredible chess. Something that I
Also, I
think
think
no one ever expected. And even now it feels unreal on how great it was.
I feel like the question is too early. I'll tell you why. Sindarov, when he won the candidates, you ask anybody, people will say he's like 60-40, 70-30, whatever, even worse, 80-20, based on Mukesh's form. Sindarov got crushed 3-0 by Dubov at this tournament, right? Round one.
Okay, it's rapid.
You ask those same people now, what are the odds? I can tell you 3-4% का difference आएगा. So, जो 80 कह रहा है वो 75 कहेगा, जो 65 कह रहा है वो 60 बोलेगा. But the point is, it's too early to say right now because 6 महीने पहले, if we go back 6 months, Sindarov was not even known like before the World Cup. Like nobody considered him as a strong contender for even qualifying to the candidates. Forget winning it and becoming world champion. So 6 महीने, if Sindarov keeps playing like this, of course he's the clear favorite for the candidates. Ab Gukesh, if he catches back in form, then of course he's a close competitor. But as of now, it's too early, I feel. November last week है ना, roughly. So it's like क्या महीना है? April last week चल रहा है. May, June, July, August, September, October, 7 महीने हैं. So I think by the Olympiad, we can make correct predictions, I think. By who is the favorite, but as of now, yes, on paper, Sindarov is a slight favorite.
Yeah, exactly. But okay, like I understand, like okay, it's rapid and everything, but I think his I think Dikova's point is that the image kind of changes, and I think image kind of feeds onto your play as well. Because if everyone is kind of thinking, okay, Gukesh is not doing well, it has to have some effect on him. Like I can't imagine a world where where it doesn't have an. I think it's human to have effects like that. So if he finds his form, he's taking a small break of sorts, if I'm not mistaken. Like he's not playing as though super events as much. He tweeted about it a few weeks back. If he does that and it actually works out well for him and we can see the 2024 2022 का Gukesh भी दे दो यार, वो भी चलेगा मुझे. But then it's a big problem, I would say, for Sindarov.
Agreed.
Ooh,
But
that's
a
a
big
penalty.
mistake.
भाई
Wow.
टीम में खत्म तो हो रहा है, but कौन खत्म कर रहा है?
भाई Could Magnus lose in 3 games? Okay,
हाँ.
I remember Magnus losing, but 3 game में कभी नहीं हुआ है. संघर्ष भाई, thanks a lot for the super chat, but असली संघर्ष तो Magnus Carlsen कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे.
Hey, nice. Hindi OP. But yeah, looks very, very difficult for Magnus to defend this. And thanks by the way for the super. That's a very, very lovely comment. Thank you so much for
Yeah,
saying that.
thanks a
It's
lot,
a
bhai.
very,
And by the way,
very,
rook
very lovely
c4,
comment.
he's trying to exchange rooks. That's a clever plan, but you can just play f6 apparently, and that's super strong.
Actually, you can even play just king h2. You're also still winning.
Oh yeah.
कुछ भी खेल के आप मतलब it's a very very bad position for Magnus, but if he doesn't convert this Duda, this could have effect. This could have a negative effect going into the further matches. Yeah, game 3, game 4. But if he
Bye.
wins this now, the match is pretty much over.
If Duda wins this, like Magnus has to go for the kill. Duda could win this next one also. He could defeat Magnus 3-0 and suddenly Nihal ka loss, like you kind of understand, yeah, kahan se aaya. Duda is just in the form of his life right now.
Yeah, correct. Rook g4 played and now rook takes g7. Bhai, he's losing. This is dead lost. Bhai, imagine beating Magnus 2-0.
And this time it's not going to be the mouse pad. This is just pure chess. Rook g7 mar raha hai. The f pawn is going to move forward. c6 weak. a5 mar raha hai. Everything is hanging. And the king on e3 doing a splendid job. कहते हैं king को हम इस्तेमाल नहीं कर पाते. देखो क्या बढ़िया काम कर रहा है king. Defending that strong bishop.
Yep, and also attacking this g4 is a huge threat. You can have bishop c5, rook e7, some checkmate or like with some mating net ideas there as well. And of course, white has 2 connected passed pawns. इनका कोई opponent नहीं है. Black के पास सिर्फ एक है वो d5 पे, but वहाँ पे हम clamp लगा के बैठे हुए हैं. ये clamp black का bishop नहीं लगा सकता यहाँ पे because we have 2 connected pawns. Oh wait, he missed d4. d4
Yeah,
आ
he
रहा है
missed
इधर.
it, I think. But d4 king f4 now, I think. And oh wait,
No, he
took
missed it.
what?
He was shaking his head. I think he missed it.
Okay, some tricks for Magnus Carlsen. Still looking tough, Sehjbhai. I think rook bishop versus rook के chances बहुत लग रहे हैं.
हो सकता है भाई, definitely हो सकता है. And by the way, for everyone in the chat, if Magnus manages to exchange the rooks in this position, this is a dead draw. So that's Magnus's first goal: how to exchange rooks. And of course, Duda can never exchange rooks.
Sehjbhai, Duda might even repeat. Okay, he doesn't, but I think we had on the clock. Like Magnus is up on the clock here. He could flag Duda technically.
Oh, rook f3.
Wait, what?
Rook bishop versus rook incoming. Bhai, you called it. Let's go.
Oh.
This
Okay,
might
I
be the
mean,
first
this is-
case where rook bishop versus rook, like rook bishop, the side with the rook and the bishop will lose because of time.
Yeah.
It could
Genuinely
be the
a
first time ever.
possibility. Genuinely a possibility, chat. This looks like a game jahan pe, oh, king f5 incoming. Bhai, he's
Yeah,
going to use the pawn to his advantage maybe, yeah? The pawn on c6. He's trying to do so at least.
Absolutely, because in such scenarios, this pawn is nothing more than a distraction. Actually,
Okay,
and
yeah.
not at such a high level, of course, at a lower level. Sometimes you even keep the pawn because your opponent will always think about defending the pawn. But it's not about defending the pawn; it's about defending the king, which is very important here.
Okay, Sehjbhai, what final result prediction, chat? Carlsen
Draw,
win,
man,
draw,
draw.
loss. Come on.
Draw, this is a
Draw,
typical
yeah?
Philidor. Yeah, it's a typical Philidor position. You can just wait. You king d5. You just wait here.
Right.
Check. King d8 back. And now the goal is
Duda
आप
has
यहाँ
20
जाओगे
seconds.
तो I'll go king e8. King e5 जाओगे तो king c8. And that's it. That's all you have to know here.
Bhai, 20
see, he's just
seconds
waiting
for
now.
Duda though. 20 seconds for 18 seconds now.
भाई, I think Magnus flag कर सकता है यहाँ पे.
वही मैं कह रहा हूँ. I feel like this is all 3 results possible.
But Magnus
Or-
is playing with his iPad, no?
Bhai, and
This could
59. Bhai, this could be a 50 move draw actually. Very likely.
9 seconds for Duda. Bhai, at this point I will just take. Okay, it's a repetition. Let's go.
Okay.
Oh,
And
I
Chesscom pe kya
think-
na ki like you don't have to claim. You can just it kind of ends in a draw automatically.
Yeah, true. That is true. And I think after this, there will be a slight, like, they're going to take a break before game 3, yeah? Yeah, wow. What a match. And I think this could be the break that Magnus wanted. And now I think Magnus will make a GOAT comeback, bhai. Tiku, bhai. What do you think?
Bilkul bhai. I think crazy save from Magnus Carlsen there, I think could have been very tough. And of course, over the board, this is much tougher because online it just automatically ends in a draw, yeah? When you repeat the position thrice. So crazy. And 1.5 in Duda's favor. Still, I think Duda is the favorite. He's played some fascinating chess though, yeah? Very impressive.
Yeah, for sure. I think so far it's been super impressive from Duda, and he was, well, technically when he won the first game, but he was technically winning in the second game as well. So very consistent play. But I feel because he didn't win this one, and we caught that a little bit of emotion from Duda when he made that mistake and he was shaking his head. He was not happy. I feel that could have a negative effect on his future, well, his next games that he's gonna play today.
True chat, but I
So
think Duda will be back in just about 2-3 minutes. So chat, 2 more games to go in the finals. Nihal, of course, will be back tomorrow. Sehaj bhai, I think मैग्नस एक बार कमबैक चालू कर देना तो यूजुअली वो कमबैक पूरा खत्म ही करता है. सो इफ यू हैड टू चेंज, वुड यू चेंज योर प्रेडिक्शन? व्हाट डू यू थिंक विंस दिस मैच नाउ? बिकॉज़ मुझे लग रहा है कि मैग्नस जीतेगा.
I think Magnus will make a comeback, yeah, for sure. And actually, if we look at his first day, it was kind of similar. Yeah, he lost the first one, then won second and won third, and then lost the fourth one. A little bit inconsistent, but I think he's more or less fine. I think.
And by the way, if you can have a look at the game between Nodirbek and MVL, apparently MVL was winning, but he didn't win, and now Nodirbek has gone through. And he will be the one playing Nihal. Look at the final 5 or 7 moves, Sehaj bhai. ये क्या है position?
The MVL is completely winning here. 34 seconds of board पे. He plays King H5, Bishop D5, Rook G3 he plays, which is a slight inaccuracy. King H4, Bishop E6 जाता है. Oh, Tikku bhai, it became a repetition, a threefold repetition.
Oh, अपने
In
आप
a
ही draw हो
winning
गया.
position. Chat, look at this. In a winning position, threefold automatically claim हो गया. Bhai, that is unlucky for
You know
MVL.
what the winning plan was? He had to play King H6 and Rook H. If you go back, like जहां पे Rook G3 खेला उसने, हाँ,
Yeah.
Rook G3 हाँ, Rook G3 खेला ना उसने यहाँ पे after
Rook
this.
G5 जाना था.
Rook G5, Bishop E6 now. And now King H6 खेलना था, King H2 and Rook H5 apparently was the winning plan.
King H1?
Bhai. King H1, I think now
Because I don't understand how are
H2 is
you
winning. H2 is winning
how are
now,
you
apparently.
H2. Oh, H2 is nice actually. Bishop
Is it
कहीं
a
रख दिया
fortress?
C8.
Hope not, yeah.
I don't understand how are you breaking through here because your king is tied down. I will play G7 G8. तो आप
Good question.
प्रोग्रेस
actually.
कैसे कर रहे हो?
भाई हमारा क्या है भाई? Progress
Oh,
ही
I
नहीं होती है.
understand. I
Hmm.
understand. I think, wait. Rook H4, Bishop. It's about forming a position. तो Bishop D5
Ah.
पे जा सकता है. Rook F4, Rook F2 पे आ सकता है. It's actually very interesting this position. You can go Rook H4, I believe. Bishop E6. Rook H3. Bishop C8. नहीं भाई, I think it's a fortress. It's not working. What I'm thinking.
भाई.
Bhai, it's crazy, no? -8 position
Yeah.
on the
But
computer
okay,
is
then
actually a
it's
fortress. I have not seen this
understandable है
before.
कि draw कैसे हो गया. Like it makes sense. It was very hard to figure it out over the board.
I'm sure it's not a fortress, though. This must be this must be winning for black, but it's just about finding that right sequence.
Very tough. Very tough to find it over
Yeah,
the
very
board
tough.
with
And a
seconds
bit
on the
unlucky
clock.
for MVL.
But that means Nodirbek का match होगा Nihal Sarin से. If we can have that graphic again, the losers graphic there. Losers graphic sounds so wrong. Losers bracket का graphic. Sorry.
ये सही है भाई. मैं
Sorry,
निहाल
भाई.
का नहीं बोलेगा
Losers
ना, वो जो
bracket
losers
graphic अगर आ
bracket
जाए.
में. ये क्या था
There we
भाई?
see it. The quarterfinals tomorrow between Lazavik and Movahed and Nihal and Abdusattorov. जो उनमें जीतेंगे उनका आपस में मैच होगा और जो उनमें जीतेंगे उनका मैच होगा versus the loser of this match, that is Magnus and MVL, and whoever wins plays the winner again. So it's going to be very exciting. I think Nihal has good chances. 2 गेम उनको जीतनी है to get third place and he would be confirmed of a EWC spot. So अभी भी चांस है चैट कल आएंगे वो, but meanwhile fighting in the masters in the winners section will be Carlsen and damn, this is going to be very tough
Still
for
बोल दिया.
Duda, man. हाँ,
Yeah, it's
Maxime
tough.
सामने है,
Actually,
Maxime दिख गया भाई.
I'm still trying to figure out how this fortress is getting broken. It's actually very interesting because I feel like क्योंकि computer कभी भी -7 नहीं बोलेगा. -7 is too much. That means it's a
हाँ,
very clear idea that we are missing. -7 is like way too much here to give. So what an
Agreed. I think
interesting
कोई
position
winning
it
plan
is.
तो है, but it's
Hmm.
not trivial. So मजा आएगा भाई, जो बोलो सोनिहाल.
Wait, I think I see it. Tikubai, I think I see it. I think you have to put the rook on e2. Like let's say
Okay.
rook e3 and rook e2. And then now you make a waiting move. Then at least I'm limiting the bishop. Because if you play bishop e6, rook e6 should be winning.
Yes.
If e6 king g6. Because that's an endgame. And I have an extra pawn technically.
Rookie to rookie 4 is winning.
Yeah, exactly. Rook e4. So that's what I was
Yes.
getting at actually. So rook
And
basically in
bishop.
this position, just rook h4 or
हाँ.
something. Bishop e6 आया, rook e4, taking this. Oh, wait, that's a mistake. Wait, that's
वो
a
H2
mistake.
मर रहा है
King
ना भाई, वो घुमा के आना पड़ेगा, सही टाइम पे आना पड़ेगा. H2 हैंगिंग है, H2 मर नहीं
हाँ.
सकता बेसिकली. बट यू आर गेटिंग दिस बाय फोर्स, मैंने देखा.
Yeah,
सो
yeah,
बेसिकली
exactly, exactly. But it's really
क्योंकि
difficult. That's too with an engine where
हाँ,
we are struggling this much, chat. I mean, imagine
agreed.
for MVL, it must be very, very difficult.
If you give MVL 10-15 minutes and tell him it's winning, like he'll find it. Even without knowing it's winning, he'll find it. But by the way, the players are. Wait, why is Carlsen getting up again?
No, there's this
Wait.
video of MVL as well, which I really like. It was this someone put I think it was from FIDE, but I'm not sure. Queen d5 पे पड़ी हुई थी somewhere, and they had given him a knight to go from one square to another square without touching the queen. Like queen की जहाँ भी नजर है, वहाँ पे knight नहीं आ सकता. So all of those squares are now guarded. And he like did that in like 2 seconds. It was so impressive. Chat, if you haven't seen it, go check that video out. It's actually very, very impressive.
Crazy. भाई आम खाओ भाई. Nihal is not out chat. He'll be back tomorrow, by the way.
Yeah.
By the way, Nihal is washed कह रहा है. भाई washed term आया कहाँ से? Like washed sounds like a good thing. Like किसी भी चीज को साफ wash करते हैं तो वो नहीं हो जाती है, साफ हो जाती है. So how did washed become like a negative thing? Like I'm still confused. चैट कोई है हमारे जो स्कॉलर्स चैट में जो बताएंगे कि भाई ऐसा कैसे हो गया भाई, लाइक समवन टेल मी
कोई
समथिंग
Gen
इज
Z
वॉश्ड आई विल
scholar
से.
है.
हाँ, जेंजी स्कॉलर हमें लगा था साफ होगा भाई, लाइक क्लीन.
साफ नहीं धो डालना is what मयंक भाई is saying.
हाँ,
मैग्नस का
दो डालना क्या?
चांस क्या है? मैग्नस का चांस, मैग्नस has to win 2 games now back to back to win the match, and if he loses one then he's out basically. Then he's going to go to the losers bracket as well, and then tomorrow for the first time I believe we'll see Magnus in the losers bracket. At least when I was commentating, I think it's the first time we're seeing Magnus in the losers bracket, but let's see why.
मजा आएगा भाई. मैग्नस कैन नॉट लूज दिस बाय द वे. इफ ही लूजेस तो गए लूजर्स ब्रैकेट में. फिर कल भी खेलना
Exactly.
पड़ेगा उनको. कल के उनके प्लान है डिनर के, सो मुश्किल है.
Exactly, exactly. So by the way, third game, we're not gonna miss first few moves this time. We are ready. Let's go. It's already on the board. Magnus playing with the white pieces. First
सो
game, of course, Magnus lost with white. And this one he has to win because the next one, black से जीतना on demand is very very scary. आप प्रणेश नहीं हो.
राजू भाई कह रहे हैं हाय मैग्नस से हाई टू मी. देखो मैग्नस नहीं बोल सकता, हम हाई बोल सकते हैं. चलेगा क्या राजू भाई?
For a second, I thought you said Raju bhai, but okay. He goes for Reti, and I
वही
think it
बोला
could
मैंने.
transpose into Catalan. Sure. Well, and it could transpose into Catalan. And chat, if you would remember this, Magnus did employ the Catalan system. But my question to you is, in which world championship did Magnus employ the Catalan opening throughout the match? Like not just for one game, but again and again and again. Against who was it?
क्या वो है सहज भाई
वो है.
जिनको इंडिया के पीठ पे खुजली हुई थी, वही है क्या?
हाँ 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 हाँ, वही है.
अच्छा, समझ गया.
पर बोलो तो सही. आप जब बोलते हो उनका नाम तो इट्स ऑलवेज स्पेशल भाई.
Ian Nepomniachtchi, no? Like I think.
एग्जैक्टली, बट इट्स नॉट
Yes.
नेपोमियाची टू यू भाई. इट्स समवन एल्स टू यू.
हाँ. यस
वो
यस
नहीं बोला
यस
आपने.
यस. आएंगे
बट
आएंगे भाई बहुत जल्दी.
एग्जैक्टली इट वाज नेपो. That's correct, chat. But this is not Catalan because he has not played d4. He went for d3 and e4. So this is more King's Indian attack territory. And usually यहाँ पे plan ये रहता है कि black अगर castle करेगा short से, which by the way is more or less forced, then white will push e5 and try to create a kingside attack with this knight d2, knight f1, knight h2. Believe me, this happens as knight g4 के बाद. And then you push h4, h5 and you get black to play h6 and then you sack on h6, and so many games have been won like this with the white
Saj
pieces.
bhai, so sorry
Interesting.
to interrupt, but Magnus को एक बार देखो because he might change the pose. I feel like he's two bad moves away from taking up checkers. Like he's like
Mhm.
इतना frustrated लग रहा है. He's like भाई checkers ही आसान है, solved है यार, मैं रट के आ जाऊंगा, बहुत हो गया यार, चेस कितना हारूंगा यार, मैं हार रहा हूँ भाई, विश्वास ही नहीं हो रहा है मैग्नस को. Like Magnus is not able to believe he's trailing. मुझे ऐसी feeling आ रही है.
I mean, it's still, the game is still on, and I think he just wanted to change something. Yeah, a4 I think is a new move. I'm not really aware of it. Only 4 games played so far in this position, by the way, and it's Frederick Swane, and who has played this recently in 2024, and Nicholas Theodoru. So 4 games only. I think it's a relatively a new idea.
Okay, queen's traded off.
Oh, he takes on e4 as well. Wow. So Magnus is a pawn down in the endgame, but this bishop on g2 is very nice. It technically can be seen as a Catalan bishop now because it has that power. The pawn, it can look all the way to the b7 pawn. And of course, white ke pieces bhi zyada developed hai. Like with the rook on d1, first of all, it's an open file. Secondly, you are not allowing black's bishop to get out to d7, which is really, really important in this position. He goes knight c4 with the idea of knight e5.
But I feel like the idea was knight b5, knight c7 combined with bishop f4. No, like now it should be okay. And now bishop d7 is also a threat for black. Like I'm trying to develop quickly. So how do you continue doing what you're doing? Yeah, like you need something right now in the next couple of moves.
Yeah, as long as you just don't allow black to play bishop d7, you're fine, I think. Knight fe5 or knight ce5. I think I see knight ce5 is a better move for some reason, but I will play knight fe5 without thinking. I think I understand because black has knight d4. Very important here, Tiku bhai. That's why knight. Oh, he plays knight fe5. That's a
Ooh.
mistake from Magnus.
Bhai, Magnus
Strange
is
mistake.
धुला हुआ. ऐसे chat करी
Strange
थी.
actually from Magnus. I've not seen, I mean, very strange from Magnus. Yeah, maybe he's tilted, yeah. Could be. Because second game
Yeah,
में जो draw हुआ, I mean, technically he was lost. Maybe he's just not in his element. Happens.
agreed. And Magnus right now doesn't look super happy with his position, to be honest. He is a pawn down, and especially जब queens board पे ना हो तो वो extra pawn matters even more. There is no potential attack. बस ये bishop जो c8 पे अगर यहाँ f5 पे होता, I think already Magnus would be completely lost. So
Mhm.
he needs to do something सहज है ना, 3 गेम में हार सकते हैं वो.
Okay, there we go. Knight takes e5. That was a mistake, and now Magnus is more or less back. So some practical nuances that maybe we don't go as deep on that the players feel क्योंकि हमारे पास engine है थोड़ा corrupt कर देता है हमारा judgment. But apparently knight d4 is something that both of the players underestimated. But it had a great position for black. And someone in the chat, by the way, said, "Hey Saj, Nihal will come back stronger and will win the final against Magnus." Yes, bhai, but Magnus को final में होना भी जरूरी है. It's looking a bit shaky right now.
भाई regardless, भाई निहाल जीतते रहेगा तो मैग्नस से मैच जरूर पड़ेगा भाई. Let's just put it that way.
That's true.
एंड कोई कह रहा है कि टिक्कू भाई इतनी इरिटेटिंग कैसे हो. बस भाई यार देखो, पैदा ही ऐसा हुआ था, सो मेरी गलती नहीं है भाई, बस ऐसे. मतलब बेसिकली भगवान की देन है भाई वो. जो गॉड ने लिखा है वही होगा भाई, उनकी स्क्रिप्ट फॉलो कर रहे हैं हम लोग.
चैट भी कैसे कैसे सवाल करती है भाई. What? Oh, by the way, rook takes d5 is hanging.
Wait, what?
Okay, that's mental. Like no ways
Oh,
rook
he
d5
finds it, yeah.
happens.
He
क्या
100%
बात
finds
कर रहे
it.
हो? No ways. Like, are you
100%.
joking me? No ways, bhai. Joking. No ways.
100%.
I'm not debating whether Magnus finds it. Magnus has seen it, but I don't think
हाँ,
Magnus plays it because it's
अच्छा, okay,
much
okay,
easier
got
to
it.
go knight d3 here.
Got it. He thinks ki like it's not the best practical weapon to win the game. It exchanges too many pieces.
I think so, but why is Magnus thinking
He's
that
considering it.
Yep, knight d3 के अलावा कुछ तो और दिखा Magnus को.
Come on, Magnus.
ये सस्पेंस में डाल दिया मैग्नस ने भी. आई नो ही इज कंसीडरिंग रुक d5 here, टिक्कू भाई. यू
भाई
कुड बी राइट एक्चुअली. दैट्स
सो भी
मेंटल.
होगा भाई. कम ऑन, सो भी होगा, पता कैसे लगेगा. देखो ना भाई, वी कांट इवन सी हिज आईज. ही माइट हैव फॉलन asleep.
आई थिंक ही इज गोइंग फॉर अ मूव. ओ आईपैड पे टैप करते देखा मैंने उसको. आई थिंक ही इज गोइंग फॉर अ मूव. मे बी सम हेजिटेशन फ्रॉम मैग्नस.
रूक्स प्यारे हैं ना उनको. लेवी के फेवरेट क्रिएटर प्लेयर हैं, सो ही डजंट वांट टू सैक द रूक्स फॉर नो रीजन. पता है लेवी ने थंबनेल बना देना चालू कर दिया होगा. ही इज टीजिंग लेवी राइट नाउ. बनाऊं thumbnail, ना बनाऊं thumbnail, like it's not clear.
Magnus is taking his fight. By the way, he's 30 seconds down in this game. And of course, if Magnus loses this, it is over right here. There is no other game after this. But Magnus is still fighting. Some pressure. Oh, he
Oh,
doesn't.
he
He
doesn't
chooses
do
the
it.
third option. Bhai, ye kya hai? Interesting.
Why?
Knight d3 is
Magnus.
what I expected. I'm not gonna lie. Like knight d3 felt very logical because you're gonna go knight f4.
Agreed. And also,
But
like when you're a pawn down, like you feel like the temptation is too high to get the pawn back, right? With rook d5. So resisting that requires a lot of courage and confidence in your own skill, to be honest.
yeah, I feel in this position, like Magnus thought knight d3 and knight f4 is option one, and knight c4 and knight e3 is option two. Like दोनों में knights तो trade हो ही रहे हैं ना. So I think he just like couldn't. I mean, maybe there's some tactical nuance which only the engine sees so quickly, and humans cannot. And I think that's what it is. Maybe slight pull for Magnus still, but yeah, if this was classical, much better chances for Magnus winning this. Blitz में it's a bit difficult.
By the way, a6 played, so using that bishop to the max, b6 खेलते ही आपको दिख रहा है कैसे tactics follow very soon. So knight e3, for example, using the pin on the knight, Magnus still pushing on, still creating weaknesses in his opponent's camp. And let's not forget the bishop on d7, still kind of loose thanks to the rook on d1.
Absolutely. It's definitely pinned. Knight e3 is a big threat in the game. And of course, he's planning to open up the bishop. Like you mentioned, b5 mistake by Duda. Golden
Oh,
opportunity for Magnus to take over with knight e3 shown in the blue arrow.
why would you play b5? Like, feels risky, no?
I mean, b5 is just gaining a tempo. b6 is giving your opponent a free move, and I'm guessing he just chose one. And by the way, the best move for black now is to go knight b6 and just sacrifice a rook. So not happening, and I think we are going into game 4 because Magnus is back.
Yeah, हारेगा तो नहीं. So game 4 तो होने वाली है chat for sure. And Magnus Carlsen doing Magnus things, wearing his esports jersey, bishop c6 played, pawn वापस मिलने वाला है Magnus को, and he's gonna have a better position this time. And that's why I like b6 because वो c5 pawn को defend कर रहा था. Now after bishop e3, the c5 pawn is gonna be weak, and then the b5 pawn is gonna be weak.
Exactly. That's what I was going to mention. Rook a5 is the move. I think that is a differentiator because that hits the pawn on b5 in the later part of the game. The rook endgame आएगी. Rook a5 is going to be the move that Magnus plays. Watch chart. Pawn b6 पे होता तो everything was safe. Sometimes being active is not really, well, the best way forward, yeah?
Okay, rook
Said I
d8.
wanted to become a GM in 2000. Well, I was 16 years old. So it's like 2011, 12, something like this. 2012, I think it was. Bishop e3 played. Now rook a5, bhai. Huge threat incoming in the game because you're losing the pawn by force. Rook b8 jaoge to bishop f4, rook b6 forced, and bishop c7, and suddenly who's going to defend this pawn? And who's going to defend
भाई
a7 because that's another threat.
पूरे हिकारू वाले एरो बनाए थे आपने सहज भाई वहां पे. एंड कोई कह रहा है शायद भाई इन बातों को बुरा मानो, सारे हेटर एक साइड और मैं भी उसी साइड. भाई 10-15 बार जोक लिख चुकी है भाई, पहले भी पढ़ चुका हूं मैं भाई. हेटर्स के साइड ही रहे भाई बिकॉज हेटर्स आर रियली कूल भाई, बिकॉज दे हैव लॉट ऑफ टाइम भाई. बाय द वे बिशप b3 प्लेड, किंग f7 ला सकते हैं भाई, किंग e6 में भी, दैट्स पॉसिबल.
True, but then rook f5 again is a big problem. And I think Duda now realizes that this might be, more dangerous than he anticipated. But Magnus, I don't know, Magnus still doesn't look very pumped to me. I feel like he still looks a bit unhappy.
भाई जॉन भाई तो पलट दिया, लव यू बोल दिया. इमेजिन हर किसी क्रश को आप जाके बोलो यार कुछ भी और वो कहे नहीं 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 लव यू भाई इंस्टेंट. काश दुनिया से ऑपरेट करती भाई.
I wonder ये उन्होंने कहाँ से सीखा है.
हाँ.
First say something and then say, oh, love you, bye.
या मीनवाइल तन्मय भट्ट के दूर के रिश्तेदार हैं लोल. भाई सारे रिश्तेदार सेम थोड़ी दिखते हैं, मतलब आई होप नॉट. बाय द वे स्टिल हम वेट कर रहे हैं मूव का. डूडा बाय द वे 1.5 minutes बिहाइंड, सो टाइम बिकमिंग समवॉट ऑफ एन इशू. आई मीन पोजीशन ऑलरेडी इज, सो थिंग्स अच्छे नहीं लग रहे हैं. एंड खस्ता हालत में डूडा की पोजीशन.
अरे 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 गेम 4 तो आ रहा है भाई, दैट इज फॉर श्योर. खस्ता हालत या whichever हालत. g5 another mistake. He wants to go rook b8, but there is b4 at the right moment, it will hit the a7 pawn because this pawn is technically pinned and he plays it. Wow.
The
Plays
right moment is now, Sahaj bhai. The best moment is now. Just do it. ऐसा मैंने कहीं सुना है किसी को बोलते हुए, अगर स्पॉन्सर कर दे तो और मजा आ जाए. Just do it. By the way, rook b6 played. bc5 आ रहा है क्या अब यहाँ पे simple pawn free का?
Then rook c6, rook takes b5, rook a6, I'm guessing. And okay, you have two pawns which are on the c file, and I have maybe one a pawn, but it's still losing. But if
Which football
Duda
team?
saves this somehow, it would be huge, I think. Then he would have really, really good chances.
नहीं नहीं, बहुत मुश्किल है यार, बहुत मुश्किल है, I feel. And look at Magnus, by the way. Like you would look at the camera and think कि भाई Magnus की तो लगी पड़ी है, 4 queen और 2 rook down है. But भाई जीत रहा है वो game, +3 valuation है. So Magnus के लिए it's not even surprising. Sadly, how does Magnus keep that motivation? Because that's also a question which has been haunting Gukesh, I'm sure. कि how does he keep the motivation to play his A game every time when he's already become the world champion? Magnus ने तो gold भी बन चुका है. How does Magnus do this again and again, भाई? Is it just pure
देखो भाई,
skill? Like
आपको
you,
मानना पड़ेगा क्या मतलब 4 क्वीन डाउन 2 रुक डाउन से इतना सीरियस क्वेश्चन पूछते हो ना आप?
भाई
इट्स लाइक
मतलब
समझ नहीं आता कभी कभी. लाइक
it's almost midnight, भाई. तो now I'm just
it
making up
became
questions
it
on the
became
fly,
such a
भाई.
serious conversation. Like in initially I thought we were just but I mean we've discussed this before in the past. I think Gukesh I think it's about staying at the top. And that interview of Roman Vidoniak that we were talking about, जो सागर ने किया था for CBI, I think that's a very good one because Roman does talk about this exact thing and he gives some advice to Gukesh as well, which I think is quite good. By the way, Magnus making a mistake. Rook c6 is a draw now.
Wow, wow, crazy, भाई. Big mistake, and I'm still wondering why is it not as bad now, but it was bad earlier. What
क्योंकि
changed by the
back
White
rank
King
था.
coming to E2? Ah,
I don't
maybe.
even know, bhai. I don't even know. Rook b7. Okay, I think after rook c6, rook b5, rook b7 tempo था क्योंकि bishop attack था. Then उस tempo को use करके मैं rook a7 मार सकता था, saving my own pawn. And now that's not
Makes
possible.
sense.
And by the way, he plays it. Let's go. Why is Magnus dominating in every CCT events? I mean, yes, because he's good. Like he's the best in the world. That's why he wins, bhai. Because he's very clearly uh, the best player right now, or well, all time for that
Also,
matter.
Silty format ऐसा है ना, like it's 4 games, for example. What happens is even if you're playing some other event, Magnus might lose a game somewhere, right? He might even lose 2. But इस format में it gives him the chance to still win the match overall. So it feels like he's played flawless chess. For example, look at the last match against Denis Lazavik, right? 2-2 tha, but Magnus won at the end. So people who look at the final score think Magnus was just steamrolling everyone. But that wasn't the case. There was some resistance offered. So format BSI, I think, which is in Magnus's favor, I feel. Like somebody who's stronger benefits from this, I feel.
Correct. I think give me one real reason of his greatness. I think he has insane memory. That's I think one big reason. I think he has an insane memory. Like he has studied a lot in his life, but I think he retains a lot of it, and he can connect patterns from one place. कि इस गेम में यहाँ पे ये खेला गया था, इसलिए ऐसे जीता था. I think he has this library in his mind that he can use much faster than others can.
Agreed. By the way, chat, as Magnus thinks, bishop d8 has been played, attacking that rook. The plan is, of course, to take that a6 pawn. That's the last asset that Magnus Carlsen has. Looks like a drawing coming after rook takes a6. Rook takes b4. Sej bhai, draw होने वाला है. I think final game, Duda needing a draw, yeah?
Why? I think Magnus messing up in that endgame, I think is definitely going to affect him now because how often do you see Magnus not winning that? Like, come on, ये तो एकदम ही rare sight हो गई मेरे लिए.
Agreed.
Also, bhai, if I play g4 here, is this king ever getting? Like, it could get checkmated, right? G4,
Good
bhai,
point.
but okay, he goes f5. That's a good move.
Okay, a5, attacking the rook, asking the question, कहाँ जाना है आपने? पनवेल की बल्लभगढ़ जाते हैं. But bishop c7 just attacking the rook, yeah? And there could be some sort of repetition. Magnus will play, of course, by Magnus. He's never going to agree a draw, but Duda should hold this.
Correct. Bishop f6 now I think looks logical. Bishop e7 apparently is showing up as a better move for me. I don't know really know why, because just wanted to go bishop f6 and rook c6 and just take the pawn. Okay भाई, क्योंकि bishop e7 अगर आप c4 खेलते हो, rook c6, there is no c5 because I can take with my bishop. Bishop f6 पर आएगा तो maybe f c5. Some small nuance, but maybe not really very big. 1 minute by
Okay.
the way for Duda.
ड्रॉ होगा, रिजल्ट आएगा सहज भाई इस गेम में।
रिजल्ट आएगा आई थिंक, और वो
मुझे भी
रिजल्ट
लग रहा है भाई, मुझे भी लग रहा है ड्रॉ नहीं होगा भाई। जहां कोई इंक्रीमेंट ना होना वहां पे ड्रॉ के ऑड्स प्लमेट, लाइक लाइक द एस्ट्रोनॉट ऑन द डायनासोर्स भाई, ऐसे मुझे फीलिंग
भाई
आ रही
आपने
है।
सुना,
क्या बोला
आपने
आपने?
सुना, आई सेड रिजल्ट आएगा और वो रिजल्ट ड्रॉ होगा।
भाई ड्रॉ नहीं होगा भाई। चैट, कम ऑन, लेट अस नो व्हाट डू यू थिंक। आई थिंक यहाँ पे रिजल्ट आने वाला है भाई, इट्स नॉट गोना बी अ ड्रॉ।
Okay, let's go king d7. Magnus does have half a minute more, and he's playing very
Exactly.
slowly, yeah. Oh, rook h6, look at that move by rook h2. And now Duda has to start playing fast. You can see he's picking up the pace. h2 hanging.
Only move,
King d7
king
only move.
d7 भाई। h2 गया,
हाँ,
a5
but
गया भाई।
एक्टिविटी तो है,
भाई
एक्टिविटी तो है।
भाई किंग d5, rook a7, c4 c5, bishop e5, like there's some play for Magnus here.
Oh, king c8 only move. Wow, played as well भाई। 50 seconds में इतना fast खेल रहा है भाई, crazy. And if I go king b5 now, or king d5, you just take on h2, yeah? Maybe. This is definitely
भाई
not
किंग
easy to
d8 पे
save.
क्या हो रहा है by the way? Like isn't the rook just trapped?
Oh, that's a
I mean
great question.
rook
That's an
a6 you can't play,
amazing.
right? Because
Also,
takes
he
takes
cannot
a4.
play c4, c5. He cannot play c5 because rook will be hanging. That's a great point. He can just wait. Rook g6, rook e6. Magnus missed this.
Oh wait,
Okay,
but
takes it.
a4, a4.
No, a4 why? a5 पे तो one defended है ना, तो king ऐसे ले out d7 पे I think.
Ah, okay. You wanna? Oh, you're playing for a
He
win. Oh,
goes,
he
he goes
plays
with your
a4 by the
idea.
way.
Nice, very nice. को भाई आज आपकी prediction एकदम on point है,
भैया
I have to
हार
say.
ना जाओ मैग्नस अभी। चेक,
Bishop
ओके किंग।
b6 check by beauty, provoking c5 ताकि king जब c6 पे बैठेगा तो white will have no access to the light squares. Nice. This is a dead draw. But okay, of course,
Wow.
he could still get flagged.
Bye. He could play h3 and bishop some takes. Okay, doesn't play h3. Okay, fair enough.
Magnus तो नहीं करेगा flag यहाँ पे, I think.
नहीं, ये draw होगा। I think both players.
Yeah.
Oh, he plays on Magnus by the way.
Yes, but it could. Okay,
नहीं,
there is.
नहीं,
There's
नहीं,
not nothing to play on for, no? So,
Yeah.
so that was
ठीक है,
game
fair.
3. Still +1 for Duda, and now Magnus is in a must-win situation with the black pieces. Tikubai, what's your final thoughts? Do you think Magnus will make a comeback here, or do you think Duda takes this?
By usually you would expect Magnus to do so, but so far Duda has shown no signs of weakness, man. निहाल को 3-0 हराया, अब मैग्नस के अगेंस्ट भी he is defending like a king. वो एंड गेम, look at Magnus, he is not happy. And कोई लोग कह रहे हैं Magnus is washed. नहीं भाई, I don't think, मतलब I don't know है कि नहीं सहज, but overall भाई सहज भाई डुडा के चेहरे पे कोई शिकन तक नहीं है, मतलब ऐसे चिल करते हुए खेल रहे हैं भाई। वहां पे याद है कितनी तेज धूप आ रही थी, रात हो गई है भाई वहां पे हमारी गेम चलते चलते।
भाई सेम विद मी भाई। अगर मैंने अपनी रिंग लाइट ऑफ कर दी ना इस टाइम पे, यू विल सी क्या हालत हो रही है मेरी। अच्छा, मेरी बात ही कर रहे थे क्या?
नहीं मैं डुडा की बात कर रहा था भाई, कि वो पीछे
अच्छा
धूप आ
अच्छा
रही थी ना भाई, जब
अच्छा
मैच
अच्छा।
स्टार्ट
If
किया
I
था
if I
हमने।
switch off this light over, the entire room is lit up from the from like outside light, and if I switch this off, you will not even see me. Oh, look
By
at
the
this
way,
King's Indian. Let's go. Bhai,
भाई
Magnus playing for a win.
there is no way he played the Kings Indian. Sahaj bhai, another result incoming. I don't know who wins, but draw के chances going out of the window. किंग्स इंडियन ओपनिंग खेल दी है भाई। मैग्नस को थ्योरी भी कैसे याद रखते हैं यार ये लोग, थ्योरी व्योरी भाई, इतनी तगड़ी ओपनिंग्स की।
Okay, come on. King's Indian is I mean something he has played many times. I'm sure of it, but of course when you're Magnus, you know everything. Knight b7, by the way, that's a nice choice because if you played e5 here, then this is the only I believe the only problem with King's Indian. कि King's Indian आप जीतने के लिए खेलते हो, right? तो white से draw जो force करते हो, that happens after e5, which is the main move here, by the way, and you can go pawn takes pawn and queen takes d8. And this is one of the biggest problems in King's Indian. That's why Magnus goes knight b7, kind of accepting a worse version of King's Indian, but at least the game goes on.
या बेसिकली अवॉइडिंग ट्रेड्स चैट, बिकॉज जितने पीस एक्सचेंज होंगे उतना चांसेस कम हो जाते हैं कॉम्प्लिकेशंस क्रिएट करने के फॉर द गाय हु नीड्स टू विन, एंड ही इज अवॉइडिंग ट्रेड्स। बट time wise, Magnus already almost a minute up. So मुझे लग रहा है maybe in this game he's following a strategy कि भाई game wise Duda is in great shape. Maybe I need to bring him in time pressure. Maybe that is what will give me the success I need.
Correct. And look at this, by the way, Duda capturing that pawn on e5 and still kind of simplifying matters because Duda knows अगर एक draw कर लिया यहाँ पे, then he is basically he would have eliminated Magnus, which is huge. And yes, you're right. He could be playing a bit faster. Magnus is definitely playing faster, I think, in this match. 45 seconds ka advantage. That could be a strategy.
Yeah.
Could be. By the way, he wants
By
to
the
go
way-
96 here, but it's not possible, bhai, because knight takes e5 is hanging.
Exactly. अगर वो knight d6 आ पाता तो knight d4 बैठता फिर आगे जाके would have been brilliant for Magnus Carlsen. But okay, too little too late. The pawn on e5 was hanging. Queen e7 played. And somehow the engine says bishop c5 is the best move. Okay, I find it very hard to play that move.
Bishop c5 is just yeah, very,
No
very tough.
chance.
You had to go knight a4 and c5 square. Then it makes sense why you play bishop c5. But okay, maybe in this format and also considering the tournament conditions, unlikely. But look at this. Now Magnus is completely equalized with some chances. He's waiting for that mistake from Duda. And look at this. The idea is knight d6 and knight d4. Because in pawn jo e5 pe hai, it's defended.
Oof. Okay, b4. That's the move I was considering. दिलो जान से मूव खेलने का मन था मेरा लात मारो करके इसको हटाओ यहाँ से but apparently you should just put the knight on e6 now, not take on b4 and open the a file.
Yeah, keep the tension. I think Magnus will do that by default because he wants to play for win.
You know, Mr. Ford, I think you mentioned we don't read YT chat, only Twitch. We are not even streaming on Twitch because this is Chess24 India.
And
So
this
I
one he
asked-
read, yeah? To make a point.
So I read this one specifically by Twitch पे हम stream नहीं कर रहे. So we are reading this chat absolutely.
Yeah, correct. The Chess24 India chat is what we read. So there is... भाई ये क्या सवाल कर रहे हो भाई फाल्कन जी? What is this भाई? Okay, so knight d6 played. And now knight d4 का threat at some point.
भाई वो एक जोक बचपन का सबसे फेमस चेस जोक मुझे याद आया बट अभी रिपीट नहीं करूंगा मैं. And by the way, Pooja Gambit only for Indian players. Yes, bhai. And we don't have any Indian players. Also, I say, matlab, I'm not even sure if Magnus needs it. Like, he's the guy who's come back from every single... Like, I can't think of one occasion jahan pe he's needed to win and he's not able to win. For example, right now, he already has a better position with knight d4.
Yeah, I mean, I think Magnus is on track to winning. I mean, this is, I think, the best position he has had so far in this entire match. Like, after the first 16 moves or so, you know, like after the opening, it's the best position he's had. Bishop d4, finally, वो bishop trade हुआ. But not on
D3.
Duda's terms.
D3 is the best move. Just sacking that pawn for free. There is no way you play that move.
I mean, I'm just trying to understand, am I losing the pawn anyways? Actually, I am, yeah? Because I can still go pawn takes pawn and knight takes pawn. But look at this, knight f4 gives Duda an advantage, which he missed, by the way. He goes bc5. Oh, queen c5 is possible, right? तो miss ही कर दिया मैंने.
And by the way,
Magnus looks tired, yeah, somehow.
Yeah. I mean,
He
I'm sure, yeah. I mean, playing
looks
two
exhausted.
matches in a row.
Yeah,
It's
he looks
tough.
exhausted.
Also, it feels like वो beach से होके आए, maybe some, exercise or some poker. I don't know like what he was doing, but maybe he had a hectic day. And also, I think, good question in the chat. Ki basically, somebody said, I think Vaishali or Gukesh is one to lose and one to win. Chat, we have 2 world championships coming up. So one is in November, December, and one either November, December or in April, second one with Vaishali. Kitne Indian world champion honge after both the world championships are over, chat? You have 3 options. It's 2, 1 or 0. कितने वर्ल्ड
भाई
चैंपियंस होंगे इंडिया
ये
से?
कैसे सवाल करते हो भाई आप? मतलब रात के 12 बजे के बाद भाई क्रेजी कैसे सीरियस
भाई
सवाल
12 नहीं बजे 1 मिनट है अभी.
भाई क्रेजी मिडनाइट एकदम वो कर दिया आपने एकदम उद्घाटन हो लेट्स गो
उद्घाटन ओहो भाई सहज भाई
उद्घाटन भाई like I at this moment I surprised myself because I didn't even know कि मुझे ये word पता था. crazy.
भाई दिल्ली की हिंदी तो अलग ही होती है भाई. By the way, answer ranging from 2 to 0 to 1, like there's no clarity, but ज्यादा मुझे 0 और 2 दिख रहे हैं, like 1 तो दिख ही नहीं रहा है मुझे. So it feels like कि कई लोग कह रहे हैं 0 to reverse jinx, but I
तो
see
मतलब ये
0 the most.
इमोशनली चार्ज्ड आंसर्स हैं बेसिकली, या तो फुल है या
हाँ
फिर जीरो है. आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड दैट चैट एंड आई थिंक वी वुड शेयर दैट इमोशन एज वेल, बट yeah, we'll see. By the way, knight is on d5, knight c7 is a big threat in the position, and now Magnus has to defend this somehow by going queen d6 is one move, knight c5 is another one where you are saying, okay, take the exchange and I have a lot of activity as it is.
भाई मैंने पोल डाल दिया. आई एम क्यूरियस एक्चुअली बिकॉज मुझे जो दिखा, मुझे 0 मैक्स दिखा, देन आई सॉ 2, देन आई सॉ 1. आई एम क्वाइट क्यूरियस चैट क्या कहती है. लेट्स सी चैट, यू हैव द पोल. डेमोक्रेसी है भाई, तो वोट तो कर सकते हो. एंड लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस. -1 लिखा है एक बंदा. क्रेजी भाई.
अगर आप वोट करो किसी को दिखता है क्या?
नहीं नहीं दिखता भाई.
आपको दिखेगा क्या?
हु नोज भाई कि मेरे को क्या
आपको
दिख
ना
रहा है.
नहीं कर रहा मैं वोट.
भाई मुझे कैसे दिखेगा इंडिविजुअल वोट? दैट्स
नहीं कर रहा
इम्पॉसिबल नो.
मैं.
लाइक
I
इतने
don't
लोग
trust
हैं.
you. By the way, knight
फॉर
c5
एग्जांपल,
played. What a move. He sacrifices the exchange. Brilliant.
हाँ नाइट C7 या.
बिशप e6. He's just saying आपकी चॉइस है कौन सा रुक चाहिए आपको. ये बोलेगा मूव भी नहीं कर रहा मैं, रुको जो आपको आपको मारना है आप मारो.
Chat, भाई look at this. By the way, poll बड़ा interesting है. So far with 450 votes, 42% say two world champions, 31% say 0, and 26% say 1. So it's very very close. Like it's not like one answer is winning.
या वो
सहज
वन
भाई
जो
से
है
like
वो
भाई, सहज भाई
एक
ने
ऐसा
2 पे
सवाल
तो
पूछ
वोट,
लिया भाई. इतना इतना इमोशनल क्वेश्चन है भाई, ये इतना
सहज
इमोशनल
भाई ने
क्वेश्चन.
2 तो वोट नहीं किया. बी ऑनेस्ट, ठीक है. सहज भाई ने 2 तो
मैंने
वोट
वोट ही
नहीं
नहीं किया
किया.
है भाई, मैंने वोट ही नहीं किया है. और बोलो. कुछ अगर किया होता तो आपको पता होता भाई.
नहीं भाई, how can I know the poll answer of
आई एम
like
नॉट ट्रस्टिंग यू
500
विद दिस
people,
वन.
1000 people? It's not possible.
ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू.
Okay, by the way, Knights wicket Duda
5
सोचते हुए.
minutes, 1 minute deficit, by the way, for Duda here. He's in some trouble. I don't know why. What is it? I've heard so many instances of, a player playing with the white pieces only has to make a draw. And then after 15 moves, the guy is like either lost or like in a much worse position. The amount
हाँ.
of times this has happened, and that I've seen with my own eyes over the board, online, kahin pe bhi. Like it's too much. And this alone proves chess is so psychological.
Agreed. It's like if you go for the push, if you go for the kill and end up losing, you're like, bhai, why did I not just play a safe opening for a draw? If you play a safe opening and you're like, bhai, मैं क्यों अपनी normal game नहीं खेला? Like psychology कितना बड़ा part है भाई. I think the only way to survive this is just to not think about the result at all, which is so hard. Yeah, when you're so close to beating
Impossible.
Magnus Carlsen, how can you not think about the result? That's all I'm thinking about.
Of course. It's very, very difficult. And I think if you're on purpose, I think the best the generic answer here is कि अगर आपको draw के लिए खेलना है ना, तो pretend करो आप जीतने के लिए खेल रहे हो. Because आपका opponent अपने आप draw पूछ लेगा आपसे. I'm guessing that's the analogy here. But like, it's just no one, including myself. I mean, I've had such big problems, especially when I was making my IM and GM norms. We have to make a draw with white, and it's so hard to do this.
Agreed. Very hard.
Sergey, what are your
And
thoughts on the Vienna opening? Badhiya, it's very nice. I think any opening is good these days. With proper research, I think you can play anything.
I think Levy also loves the Vienna. I think मुझे याद है, like he had it. बहुत ज़्यादा recommend करते हैं. So you are
Yeah,
in great
that's
hands.
the one with f4, right? That's or the one with
Yes.
bishop c4 as well. Both the
Yes.
f4 wali to is very good. There's also one with bishop c4 as well, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, that f4 one is very good, I think.
By the way, Magnus has been thinking for a long time now. I think close to 1.5 plus minutes, 2 minutes almost now. उनका मैग्नस का कैमरा भी हिले जा रहा है भाई.
Okay, now knight takes e4 is the move for Magnus. And by the way, knight e6 is the other move. Dono, by the way, are equal at the moment. And if he doesn't find any of these moves, then Magnus could be slightly worse as well. But right now, objectively, he's a pawn up. बट वो ब्लैक वाइट के पास बहुत ज्यादा कॉम्पनसेशन है. दिस नाइट ऑन D5 इज द सोल रीजन why white is fine right now. Imagine if
भाई
this
he's
knight is
not
so
moving.
strong.
He's
The
not
knight was.
moving. What is Magnus doing?
कितना टाइम हो गया भाई? 2.5 मिनट.
बहुत.
वाओ, 2.5 मिनट भाई, that's a lot.
Exactly.
25% of your time.
Bhai, that's insane. Magnus Carlsen
Just
just.
one move. Okay, it's a tough position. It's a complicated position. I get that, but still
भाई वो विशी
hectic.
का
And
रिकॉर्ड ब्रेक कर रहे हैं भाई. वो D3 ही plays finally after such a deep think.
कौन सा विशी का रिकॉर्ड ब्रेक कर रहे हैं?
जो था ना, like Vishy thought for 1 minute and 47 seconds in one move and then he wins
Oh
something
yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
but okay, he just destroyed
हाँ.
after that. Yeah.
हाँ.
Okay, bishop E6 played, and now rook A1 is the move, and that is very, very double-edged. Anyone can win that. But he can either go knight C7 abhi ke abhi, or he can go rook A1 and then knight A7. And computer says rook A1 ke baad knight C7 is much stronger, because I'm guessing the queen is slightly misplaced, and you can always gain a tempo with the other rook jumping to B1
Yeah.
whenever needed.
Also, A5 might be hanging in some lines. Maybe that might be very helpful. But the D3 pawn is an asset for Magnus Carlsen. That's a tough one. And you can't really move the knight on C5 easily. जब तक knight नहीं जाएगा तो pawn D3 बैठा हुआ है. So it's not super easy. Apparently, knight F6 check is also a move which looks very tempting to me, Sahaj bhai, because मारने के बाद pawn आ जाएगा F6 के ऊपर. Then I have the idea of queen to H6
Wait.
and knight to G5.
Knight F6 here, yeah? Bishop
Yeah.
F6, E6, and Queen H. Ooh, that looks nice. But do I have to go? I mean, isn't it the same principle that Knight F6? What if I just go King H8? I haven't made the move, so I don't know. But I'm just thinking, Duda सोचेगा मैं पिछली move पे Knight C7 खेल सकता था, and मैं rook को capture कर सकता था. But how is this any different?
Maybe because you wasted a move with King H8, like at least एक move गई, like which is
True,
not
true,
productive.
true.
So if I'm gonna take a rook, I might as well take this one. And if you do take on F6, then I have a clear mating plan. So it's somehow
I
more
don't.
deadly. Oh, he goes for it!
He
Wow!
goes for it. क्या बात है भाई, क्या बात है.
आज तो
टिक्कू
भाई
भाई आज
कमाल है भाई.
भाई कितना
आज
पजल रश करा है आपने आज. So
भाई आज
honestly
स्ट्रीम
बताना.
के बाद बुलेट चेस भाई. इफ यू वांट टू प्ले बुलेट चेस भाई और तुम्हारी रेटिंग 2400 से ऊपर है, 2500 से ऊपर, तो आज तो भाई स्ट्रीम के बाद बस 7 घंटे सीधा मतलब बुलेट.
यो, टिक्कू भाई ने ऑलरेडी वो टैग लगा दिया, 2400 2500 से नीचे हो तो भाई डोंट इवन बॉदर.
भाई
उसके ऊपर हो तो लाइक यू कैन
भाई वो
कांटेक्ट मी. इट्स गुड.
भाई वो सीख फिल्टर कर देगा ना भाई, फिर
हाँ,
रेटिंग गिर
वो ना
जाएगा.
फिल्टर जो मैंने अपने खुद से लगाया, मैंने वो अपने आप आपको फिल्टर कर देगा, तो
मैंने ही लगाया
चैलेंज
भाई.
करने का सोचना भी मत.
भाई उसमें दो ही फिल्टर होते हैं ना. Either you can open it to everyone or you can open it to max 100, 200, 300 points. So it's majbooran.
Oh, Queen D3
By the way,
takes.
D3
Wait, Magnus has a chance now. Very, very big chance, because that pawn on the A file is, of course, a distant pass pawn. It is much easier to push that than the pawn on the C file. Magnus has to take on D3. He takes it. It's a two-result position. Only Magnus can win. And luckily, he is playing. I mean, Magnus is the one who's
But-
playing with the black
But भाई
pieces.
I think Duda holds this. Yeah, so far जो उन्होंने इस टूर्नामेंट में दिखाया है अपना प्ले, especially आज जो प्ले दिखाया है, if he just continues with that, doesn't think about the guy
But we're
sitting in
doing
front
this
of him.
again, yeah? Are we really gonna do this again?
Yeah, I think he's holding
I
this.
feel
set,
like
भाई.
I feel like we've done this before for freestyle and for I feel like
Yeah.
World Cup as well, जहाँ पे
भाई
we
वो
were saying
फैबी का
this-
मैच तो I'm
we
never
keep
gonna forget.
forgetting कि कौन है हमारे सामने. We keep forgetting कि
हाँ.
कौन खेल कौन रहा है. It feels like a human right now, but it's not.
भाई वो याद है फैबी वर्सेस वो फ्रीस्टाइल का फाइनल. ओह भाई, मैग्नस किंग पूरा मतलब बोलते हैं ना, मतलब करोल बाग घूम के आया भाई बोर्ड के सेंटर में, मतलब तब भी जीत गया वो. दैट वाज इनसेन.
Why Karol Bagh out of all
I don't
places?
know, I was thinking of प्लेस भाई, करोल बाग दिमाग में आया.
No, when you think of places, the first thing that comes to your mind is Karol Bagh.
I don't know भाई.
That's a huge if true. But yeah, Bishop F1 played. Black
By the
will
way-
go. Actually, chat question for you as well. When you think of a place, what's the first place that comes to your mind? I say Karol Bagh types for you. Black
And
goes
by
97
the
away.
way, निहाल का गेम कल होगा चैट. So he lost to Duda. So losers bracket में उनका मैच कल होगा. So if he keeps winning, he still can qualify to the EWC and even win the event objectively. It's still possible. But अगर कल हारते हैं, he's out. So let's see.
Yeah. Soch King बोल रहे हैं something about Serbia. Like he thinks of Serbia for some reason. I don't know. Tico bhai, would you care to elaborate on that? Why is he saying this?
नहीं नहीं भाई, करोल बाग से बेटर कुछ है
ये
नहीं भाई
inside
दुनिया में.
jokes चल रहे हैं आपके कुछ. I don't understand. थोड़ा explain करो ना अच्छे से.
बाय द वे, एक्सप्लेन से याद आया भाई, नाइट ऑन C5 को देखो. आई
ये
मीन
explain
इट्स
से कैसे
लाइक,
याद आया आपको?
नहीं याद इसलिए आया बिकॉज परमानेंट हु सर, ऐसी कुछ फीलिंग आ रही है मुझे. कोई मीम था कुछ ऐसे करके, भाई नाइट वहां से हिल ही नहीं
अच्छा.
सकता, इट्स परमानेंटली देयर.
हम्म. जो सर्बिया में कुछ लोग हो सकते थे कि
अरे
ब्लैक प्लेसेस
भाई
रुक
अब
गए.
क्या मैं घुसूं उस केसेस में भाई. फेडे का
Okay.
नाम लेना पड़ेगा फिर ऑटोमेटिकली. इट बिकम्स मच मोर कॉम्प्लिकेटेड.
Amazing. By the way, look at this. He's planning to bring the king on b6, and I'm guessing at some point he's going to go king a5, king b4 to kick the rook away. And now this rook will be super active because I'm just going to push this all the way. I don't think Duda is saving this by.
Isn't the game.
This is the game.
By the way, king a5 indeed incoming. I think उसके बाद now the king is close. Maybe you can activate. Oh, f3 only move, by the way.
Hey, I was looking at the answers of the chat, and I looked at the moment. You remember when you ask people where they're joining from, and initially it's like real answers, and then people start saying Mars and Pluto and stuff like that. I'm seeing those types of answers now, so it's dangerous. Okay, rook c8
Yeah.
played. Magnus is not winning, by the way, chat. He's pushing here slightly for sure, but he still has to find a breakthrough. Duda still has to commit one mistake, one grave mistake. I think that's gonna.
भाई टाइम भी फैक्टर है. डूडा हैज लाइक अ मिनट, मैग्नस हैज 1 minute 20 seconds, so that
But
could be a factor.
oh, look at this. That's a beautiful move because if you go rook c3 now, there is a3 check. Rook takes a3, knight a4 check.
Oh, beauty. And then rook c2.
Can I show this?
Wow.
Yeah. Rook a3, knight a4 check, rook a4, king a4, and rook versus bishop. And if you go king a2, then there
He's
is rook
winning.
c2.
Blunder, he's
Oh.
winning. f4 खेल दिया, he's winning now.
Crazy.
भाई टाई ब्रेकर आ ही गया भाई.
भाई आपने डाउट किया था, मैंने आपको बोला था भाई.
भाई
I've
डूडा has
learned
now
from my
36
mistakes.
seconds. 36 seconds now.
Tukubai,
Oh,
have you
a3
learned
check.
from your mistakes?
भाई I don't know भाई. I have, I feel. तभी सब यहीं जाता मैं. मतलब रुक, अरे मजाक कर रहा हूँ भाई. रुक d2 by the way now. Let's go.
Let's go. What a
Wait, free
move.
pawn,
Please.
knight b7.
I mean, it's just using as a distraction, I'm guessing, to give some checks, but it doing nothing. Yeah, this is exactly that. This is losing in the most Magnus way possible. And this is exactly how Magnus wins in any match. Think about it.
भाई
Against
यार.
Nepo, game 6, ऐसा ही कुछ किया था. Of course, it was way longer because it's classical. Against Fabi, it was that last round, yeah, जहाँ पे वो push कर रहा था, and then in the end he took the draw. Against Karyakin, okay, it was at game 10, of course, we've talked about it many times. It's always in the most Magnus way he will beat, and then he will take over. So Magnus is winning this match now. Tikubai. The prophecy is real.
Damn, I'm like, oh,
A2 check.
a2. खत्म भाई, resigns.
Teammate by.
So close yet so far, brother. King a4 only move, but enough to win the game.
27 seconds though. Oh,
King.
bhai, tell me you saw that. No. Oh, bhai, tell me you saw that. Did you see that?
King a3 was
I'll show you.
move,
I'll show it afterwards. Yeah.
Bhai, but time pressure could be a factor, no? For Magnus, because again, iPad is the issue. Oh, but Duda has no time as well, yeah? Bhai,
Yeah.
Duda, okay, he's not holding this. Magnus won. Wow,
Magnus just had
bhai.
enough. Man.
Duda
the way,
shook
chat-
his head.
By the way, for those still wondering what was that move, it was here, chat. After rook b2, black to play and win.
Best move. There are multiple ways, but best move
Yeah.
kya, chat? Come on.
And you would want to find this in an actual game. You would love it if this actually happened on the board.
Yes. Rahul James. दो नाम अजीब से साथ में mix. Yes, king a3 is the move. And the idea is rook
Exactly.
takes d2 के बाद knight b3 is checkmate. Bhai. But
Beautiful.
okay, hard to find actually.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, hard to find. But okay, this is a beautiful move though. Okay, especially with 20. Okay, 26 seconds, I think he could have found it. But okay, he probably thought this rook b2 is just winning and just didn't calculate after that. But
If anything,
imagine
this is
अगर वो time पे हार जाता, then he would be very sad about this king a3.
हाँ, if anything, but this is a great advertisement for an iPad, by the way. Like मेरा खरीदने का मन कर रहा है भाई. I've never literally देख के भाई क्या मैग्नस खेले जा रहा है भाई.
I've been
Insane, man.
using a MacBook now. It's so good. Like it's so good. The only thing is there is no chess base, but that's the only thing. But it's so good.
अच्छा होता नहीं है उसके लिए.
Mm-mm. Not yet.
हाँ.
They have announced by the end of this year, but so far there is no chess base for iOS.
Very interesting. चलो. आपसे कोई पूछेगा आप लोग why don't you practice, you know, like you can use like chess base करके use कर, अगर नहीं iOS है, you know, Apple products, you know, can't see download. Like
नहीं,
can't
you
download
won't be able to make that excuse anymore because
till
they're
end of the
also
year तो है ना सर at least.
हाँ.
By the chat we have the bids. Look at the bids, chat. Sahej Bhai has vanished after looking at the bids. Look at the smile on his face. मैं कुछ और बोलने वाला था, but Sahej Bhai, look at the bids. Duda ने bid किया 6 minutes 58 seconds and Magnus bid 6 minutes 28 seconds. Why साहब?
Oh, so this could be the lowest bid, yeah? So no, that was 6 minutes and 16 seconds that Magnus did against Lazavik. Something like that.
But
So
still pretty
620,
impressive,
it's
no?
still very low, yeah. I mean, it's the right call. I mean, but it's definitely the right call, I think, for Magnus. I think Magnus wins this in that case.
निहाल कल आएगा चैट. ही इज द लूजर ब्रैकेट नाउ. ही लॉस्ट, सो कल आएंगे वो. एंड टाई ब्रेकर अभी होगा भाई इन द नेक्स्ट 1 or 2 minutes. देख रहे हो खिड़की खोल रहे हैं वहां पे. अरे मत खोलो भाई, कीड़े आ जाएंगे.
Someone is saying bro
खबर
is a
है.
genius, and Chad, I mean, that's not the amount of genius that I mean, of course, this is where he outsmarted, of course, Duda in this sense. But जो Hikaru के साथ किया था Magnus, does anyone know that? Like it was some Hikaru bid something like 659 and he bid
हाँ
658 because he knew Hikaru 659
हाँ
करेगा.
हाँ.
That's like some
और
2 billion IQ move.
या एंड बाय द चैट पोल जो था, how many Indian world champions in 2027? It feels like the audience has come to a conclusion, which is 22% people, 22-23% people saying 0, 22-23% people saying 1, and 56% people saying it's 2. So chat को तो पूरा hope है भाई कि India will have 2 world champions next year.
Amazing. By the way, we have liftoff. Queen's Gambit. Look at this. Look at the speed at which Magnus is playing. But Magnus को mouse दे दो यार. अब तो time भी इतना कम है.
भाई but that's an interesting detail. Magnus के पास mouse ही नहीं है, so that time difference is a lot more practically, to be honest.
I think so, yeah. It definitely is hard. I mean, you can see he's having, I think he's a bit slower, I think, because of no mouse.
But wouldn't it make sense to just kind of take the white pieces here purely because of the iPad, right? Because you will have more time and you are Magnus, you can kind of back yourself to beat Duda here. Like as black, having a 3.5 minute deficit, which is extending now, like feels too risky, no?
No, I mean, he had a similar time deficit against Lazavik as well. And he played with black and he won that. I mean, pressure, I think, Duda पे है. Magnus को सिर्फ draw करना है ना. Black को I think हमेशा advantage रहेगा इसमें. Unless you have like 5 minutes or something, then of course, then it's too much time. And then it's white. I mean, so it's very hard to find a balance here.
Tough one, man, for Magnus, this one. This will not be easy, chat. Final game for today, by the way, regardless, this is the final game. And कल हम लोग वापस आएंगे with Nihal Sarin in the losers bracket. And of course, depending on how far he goes, hoping he goes all the way and qualifies to EWC, he needs to win 2 games, I think, to qualify to EWC. And then, of course, he still has a chance to win the event if he can beat the winner of this guy, this match twice. But that's okay for day after. अभी के लिए तो भाई निहाल कल आएंगे. Still multiple games to go.
मजा आएगा भाई. Nihal, of course, had a spectacular performance in day 1. Day 2 wasn't that kind to him. And the reason is this guy, Duda, who's, by the way, 28-45. Like, I can see it on the screen. It's ridiculous, by the way. You can't connect mouse without an iPad. I'm sure you can. Unless I don't have an iPad. I'm not really sure. But I think you can. You can connect it with a keyboard. But yeah, I mean, that's... Even if you do connect it with a mouse, you still have to get used to it before playing it in an event like this. So it wouldn't work anyways.
हाँ भाई, मैं तो too गरीब for an iPad में. मुझे पता ही नहीं भाई, कभी यूज नहीं किया. So
मैंने भी भाई.
By the way, G6 played, so defends the knight. Okay, fair enough. Decent move, but what's the plan? Knight f6 आ रहे हैं. आगे क्या खेलेंगे? Is he going to play knight g7 and bishop f5? The usual plan, to exchange the light square bishop on d3. And आजकल ये a4 a5 का plan काफी popular हो गया है सहज भाई in this Carlsberg structure. क्या है ये plan a4 a5?
थिंक वाइट ब्लैक चाहता है इसे एक्सपैंड करने के लिए एंड वाइट चाहता है ऑल्सो टू प्ले फॉर इफ आई मीन आई एम गेसिंग इट्स जस्ट ऑटोमेटिक एट दिस पॉइंट and at some point I'm guessing if white wants to go knight, like just say if you go this knight g7 and bishop f5, right, to trade off the bishops, then my knight can sit on d3, I can play b4, I have some chances there. By the way, Magnus goes knight e4. Indian didn't like it that much. There is takes and f3, which is very good for white here. Not an easy
वो
move though,
इंजिन
but bishop e4 is
इंजिन
automatic though for me.
या इंजिन को थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा समझने के लिए, बस मैग्नस का आइडिया कई बार टाइम लगता है उसको, सो शुड बी ओके. एंड कोई कह रहा है माय वाइफ इज पोलिश, सो शी वाज सपोर्टिंग डूडा एंड आई वाज सपोर्टिंग निहाल. अरे क्रेजी भाई, आई मीन ग्लैड टू नो कि भाई फैमिली वी कैन आल्सो प्ले चेस एंड सेटल इट, या between yourselves whose prediction is better. So queen c2 played, by the question mark from Duda.
Wow, and the knight goes back to d6. Now this is an ideal, like a dream position for Magnus, I feel. The knight on d6 does a wonderful job of defending this b7 pawn. In case कुछ queen side पे minority attack है तो b7 हमेशा बचा हुआ है. अगर आप b4 खेलते हो, knight c4 का एक outpost मेरे हाथ में है, bishop f5 से आप bishop trade कर सकते हो. एक knight चार important squares को इतना मतलब closely contest कर रहा है. That's why it's such an important piece. And look at this, queen
Bye.
h4. He doesn't even have to worry about that. Just go bishop h3, sack. Let's go.
By I feel like Magnus is drawing at least drawing this, and he's gonna be the guy to win the finals. And then of course Duda will go to losers bracket. So निहाल को दोबारा यहाँ आने के लिए डूडा से दोबारा खेलना ही पड़ेगा भाई.
Yeah, but I think it's confirmed. Yep, Duda will be. अरे ठीक है भाई, रिवेंज होगा, मजा आएगा.
Don't worry chat, I mean निहाल कल आएंगे, कल देखेंगे क्या होगा. Nodirbek से मैच है उनका पहला कल. Magnus, by the way, looks surprised about something. He was like, I don't know, something he did. I'm not sure क्या किया उन्होंने. Why he did that. But he wasn't saying like expressions audio.
I am also thinking why you did that.
वो ऑडियो अपने आप ऐड हो गया. क्या होता नहीं है, like if you're trying to communicate via like signs, like let's say you don't understand the mutual language, you still say it out loud, like सहजवाई with the sigma look.
Yeah, थोड़ा बताओ ना, थोड़ा और बताओ. थोड़ा और बताओ. Of course. हाँ, सोच किंग मिस्ड यू भाई. थोड़ी और कहानियां सुनाओ ना ईस्टर्न यूरोप की. ईस्टर्न यूरोप के किस्से सुनाओ थोड़े चैट में.
By the mistake, king h2 and now g5 is the best move. अरे बाप रे, that's so difficult. So difficult.
No, typical I think here, yeah. Okay, maybe not in this. I have seen this idea before, I'm pretty sure. F5, G5.
आएंगे ना भाई.
Okay, but you're really gonna take that, yeah? Bhai, come on. If I play G5, you taking bishop h7 check is the least of my worries. Like I would not even spend 1 second on it. Because it only opens up my file. But okay, why I wouldn't play G5 Tikubai is that I'll think, okay, I have to make a draw. Why should I, push? Exactly.
Yeah, why Charlie? So let's see what happens. 4 minutes Magnus ke paas, by the way. So he's still trailing on the clock.
एक चुटकी सिंदूर की कीमत तुम क्या जानो?
Yeah.
Finish the sentence.
Ramesh Babu bhai.
Amazing. By the way, do I have some bishop h3 and knight g4 check and some repetition there?
King
No,
g2?
no, not really. I was thinking, okay, if you had rook d1, then I could play rook takes e3. That's working. But rook is on e1.
Magnus is like Virat in chess. Good question. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe Kasparov is Sachin then. Very hard to compare. I don't think Magnus is like, Virat is too aggressive. Magnus is too solid also, like very, say.
Magnus is good, भाई. जो भी क्रिकेट को आप, जो भी क्रिकेट में जिस बंदे को भी आप बेस्ट प्लेयर मानते हो all time, that's Magnus.
Like I say, Magnus.
Oh, by the way, bishop h3 is working now, भाई. It's a draw.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
हाँ भाई, bishop h3 GS. I was telling you, I'm getting a feeling. King g2, queen g5 is a draw.
Oh, queen g5 is not easy, no?
Bye. नहीं देखा उसने। थिंक मे बी मैग्नस खेला नहीं क्योंकि मैग्नस इज प्लेइंग फॉर अ विन, आई एम टेलिंग यू। Of
मुश्किल है।
course, it was tough. Also because he has less time, no? Because he started off with
हाँ
less time, so he cannot really do this. By the way, we do have some couple of moves incoming. Queen f5. That was maybe not the best. He should have kept the queens here, but okay, barely a difference.
ओके
Sahil and
नाइट।
Shahil, what is your? अरे भाई 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 कैसे सवाल कर रहे हो भाई?
बाय द वे सारे ट्रेड्स ऑफर कर रहे हैं, पहले क्वीन ट्रेड ऑफर किया, नाइट ट्रेड ऑफर किया, मैग्नस नोस ड्रॉ चाहिए, सो इज वेरी प्रैक्टिकल। आई थिंक दिस वाज नॉट द मैग्नस ऑफ 2013-14 जहां पे विशी के साथ वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में ही नीडेड अ ड्रॉ एंड ही वाज द वन हु रिफ्यूज्ड द रेपिटेशन, लाइक दैट वाज पीक मैग्नस। कुछ भी हो जाए भाई, ड्रॉ नहीं करना है। आई थिंक nowadays he's a bit more pragmatic, will take the draw if that's what he needs to win the event. That's I think one of the biggest changes I've seen Magnus's playing compared to previously said by.
And look at this Duda going for the kill with g4 and f4. This is the most critical moment, I believe, of this entire final for Magnus. If he handles this, I think he's good.
I would just play
But if he
f5
is a
by.
bit too late, then I think it's a big problem. Oh, by the way, f5 भाई टिक्कू भाई आप क्या मतलब what did you eat today?
भाई मैं ब्लैक से
अब
कह
जैसे
रहा था f5।
oh
मैं
अच्छा
ब्लैक
मैंने कहा
से f5
भाई
कह रहा था।
like this is
तो
ridiculous. Like whatever move he's saying is happening on the board भाई today. It's like the
भाई
fourth time. That's
आई लिटरली
wow.
थॉट ब्लैक से f5 खेलना चाहिए, ब्लॉक कर
भाई
दो
हम
कुछ
लोग
तो।
डिले पे तो नहीं है ना? हम लोग डिले पे और तुम्हारे पास सीक्रेट लिंक हो ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं चल रहा है बिकॉज दिस इज रिडिकुलस.
Now f5 for white is the best move. Okay, that is actually ridiculous. I thought f5 होगा भाई।
Yeah. F5 I thought okay the e5 knight is hanging no, but after f6 f5 is so good. It looks like such a nice move for white because you open up the g file and there's a lot of attacking
भाई प्लेड।
possibilities. वाओ भाई मेरे को पक्का तुमने पढ़ा होगा ये तुमने ये नहीं देखा होगा कि व्हाइट की मूव है ब्लैक की मूव है इसलिए तुमने f5 बोला.
नहीं नहीं, I thought f5 will just block it
Crazy.
as black, no? Like I thought कि because
हाँ.
like you close the center a bit and put the knight on
हम्म.
d4। अरे भाई ये क्या है भाई?
Yes of
डीजे
course.
सहाज फेस यार, क्या है यार? अब इट्स टू लेट भाई। अब टिकू लर्न फ्रॉम तान्या, अच्छा था तान्या। सॉरी भाई।
What are
Uh,
Nihal's points? Nihal he lost his match, so he got knocked out in the semifinals, if I'm not mistaken, and then he's gonna be in the losers bracket. यहाँ पे points उतने matter नहीं करते. What matters is that you're in, or if you're knocked out. That's what matters. So Nihal is still in, but he's in the losers bracket. Knight
भाई
f7
एक
played.
और
डूडा
मैग्नस
का
को
टाइम
ऐसे
अब मैग्नस से भी कम हो गया भाई.
ऐसे पीस एक्सचेंज ऑफर करते हुए मैंने मैग्नस को जिंदगी में नहीं देखा भाई। बस ऑफर ट्रेड ऑफर ट्रेड।
जीतने के लिए क्या क्या करना पड़ता है मैग्नस सोच रहा होगा. सारे उसूल you just sacrificed, yeah.
भाई
Basically, the guy
इमेजिन
who
करो
never
लाइक
never does a trade is now offering trades after trade.
या
उसको टेक
ओफ
टेक करना है
रुक
ना.
रुक f4 दो ही बार करना है भाई, तीसरी बार नहीं करना उसको शायद।
तभी तो
रुक
रुका. ठहराव जरूरी है लाइफ में. रुकी सेवन प्लेट covering the second rank, so there is no rook g1 queen g7 type of mates, and also let's not forget कि rook g1 के बाद there is an outside chance कि this queen h7 and rook h4 is a mate. Of course not possible because the rook is pinned right now, but I'm just saying in the future you have
हाँ
to keep your
रुक
eye
g1
out.
रुक e3 फॉर एग्जांपल, लाइक क्वीन h7 इज मेट इफ वी कैन शो
No
दैट।
भाई because rook is pinned ना.
अच्छा
Rook
ओ
is
भाई
pinned.
मैं फंस
That's
गया
why I
भाई।
said you can play queen b4 or something, and but it's still something you should keep an eye out for because um you know कि आपके पास बहुत कम टाइम है. आप ऑलरेडी अंडर 3 minutes and there will be a moment जब आपके सोचने का टाइम नहीं होगा. तो you think about these things in advance कि ऐसे कोई टैक्टिक मैं मिस नहीं कर रहा हूँ.
आई एम स्टिल सरप्राइज भाई कितना क्लोज मैच रहा है, लाइक सो मच like it's too late and I'm too tired personally, like tiring day to day, but it's still so exciting. Like crazy match भाई, मतलब iPad से मैग्नस खेल रहे हैं and Duda was so close to finishing it but couldn't do it, and now rook g7 rook g8 coming with tempo. I feel like Magnus could be taking this over now.
या आप करेक्ट भाई. इमेजिन अगर मैग्नस और दुबोव का मैच रहता तो मैग्नस आईपैड पे खेल रहा है वो सोते सोते खेल रहा है.
Magnus tail पे ले जाता भाई, like he would be like there's no way you're gonna out aura me.
I think फिर भी लेट ना वाला is still quite good. But okay, Rook G7 by the way only move here. Rook g4 would be a slight problem for Magnus, but Rook g7 only move and then he's basically fine. Also,
Bhai,
Duda is now really behind on the clock.
knight e2 was the best move. Not going to happen in a million years. Queen h4, slight error. If black
अब
can
knight
find
e2 आ
queen
सकता है.
b4. Oh,
अब
doesn't
knight
find
e2 आ
it.
सकता है. Doesn't find it, yeah.
Ooh. Queen e7 is a great move for black here. Attacking e3, doesn't find it, but finds a decent move nonetheless. Knight c4, knight e3 incoming. Stops knight c4, but weakens the knight. Queen b4, attacking the knight. Bhai, b3 gaya.
Now the pre-pawn, yeah, there is no attack. I mean, he could be worried about knight f4, knight d6 checks, like in the future, but nothing happening there. I'm guessing you're just not in time. Plus, black कभी भी repeat कर सकता है. Like if you go knight f4, let's say, you always have to think about कि black repeat कर सकता है नहीं, because Magnus will do it.
Agreed. And there's queen c2 check with queen takes f5 as well. After now, oh, misses it.
bhai,
Queen c2,
plays
queen
knight
f5.
f4.
Wow.
Crazy. That's gone. And is it possible to repeat now, like rook f2, queen e4? Do I have to take this pawn? What if I don't want to play for a win? What if I go queen e4? Actually, but queen f5 is very, very simple.
Yeah, you just take the pawn. Khatam karo kahani.
Oh,
Oh,
look at that reaction by Duda. He was just like, ये मैंने क्या कर दिया? Just like, just now.
damn.
f3?
Why not just take the rook now?
I'm trying to understand rook f3. What was the point?
I think he wants to.
He's just out of moves, yeah, basically.
Yeah, just defend the rook with the king, maybe. Like a discover attack now could be a threat.
No, but there is no
Somewhere,
discover attack, no? There's not
That's a
knight
good
d5,
point.
there's queen d5, knight d6, there's queen g6. Okay, he just goes into the end game.
भाई खत्म no? Like you can't really move. अब queen h3 तो नहीं खेलना आते तुम, I guess. I think this is over, yeah?
Yep.
Like you can't win this.
Second time Magnus has come back after losing the first game, by the way, just today. Today alone. 2 बार 0-1 से वापस आया Magnus. And 2-0 हो सकता था, by the way, against Duda, if you remember that. In game 2, it was completely winning for Duda.
Agreed. Knight d7, best move played. I think White's only plan is some back rank drama, but like for example, some, I don't know, king h5, g5, pawn takes, rook f7, maybe some drama,
Yes.
but not really. Magnus says none of it.
कितनी moves लोगे भाई? तो कुछ नहीं है.
Look at
उसके
Duda,
बाद
bhai.
भी नहीं हो रहा कुछ. उसके बाद भी repetition है भाई.
He's like इतना frustrated. Duda कह रहा है भाई मैं करूं. देखो, look at him. He's like मैं क्या करूं भाई हराने के लिए इस बंदे को. हारता ही नहीं है.
But bhai, he was so close, no, Duda? I feel he was very, very close. Like he was about to be 2-0 against him.
h5 best move. भाई खेलेगा क्या लगता है? Do you think he plays h5? That's resigns, yeah?
Yeah, that's resigns.
You can't take the... Oh. Why?
So,
Salute करो भाई chat. Salute करो the goat
Sir.
of chess को. अरे रुक e4 g4 भी गया भाई. I think resigns. This is very resign as Duda. There's no point in
now
it.
HG4 or Rook G4. Rook G4 probably is cleaner. Oh, he just
Yeah.
resigned. भाई खेल के resign
Not-
कर दिया उसने.
Not a surprise, I mean. Yeah. Magnus Carlsen has won the finals, the first finals at least, of the very, very important Chess.com Open, Sahaj bhai. And अगर हम Duda को कैसे उठ के चले कुर्सी से भाई, बाहर की रोशनी गई तो उनकी किस्मत भी थोड़ी खराब हो गई. If we can, and Magnus wins. Can we have a look at the graphic, the fixtures, just to understand what this means? This means Magnus Carlsen has won. अगर हम थोड़ा आगे बढ़ते तो आगे क्या आगे बढ़ चुके हैं. I think Magnus has gone to the grand final now basically, and Duda now comes to the losers bracket, Sahaj bhai.
Exactly. And losers bracket में basically अब सब है. And now it's going to be...
So the world
now
is
you have to
giant
beat
one
Magnus
winner and all
twice.
losers. So did you realize, Sahaj bhai, like in every such event, there's only one winner. Everybody else is in the losers bracket. So Magnus इकलौता बंदा है, बाकी सब losers ही हैं.
No, not really. Because if you beat Magnus twice, then you are the winner. So that's still an option, an outside
true.
option. And didn't Firuza do this to Magnus? Or was it
Yes.
Hikaru? He did it to Magnus or Hikaru? I think it was Hikaru.
I think
it was
both
Hikaru.
have done it at some point. Hikaru
Yeah.
also did this way many years back. So basically, to qualify to the EWC, Nihal needs to beat Nodirbek. Then he needs to beat the winner of Lazavik and Movahed. So once he reaches the losers finals, he has qualified. because तीन ही लोग रहेंगे, right? So he needs to win 2 games to confirm his spot at the EWC. Duda का spot confirmed है, Carlsen का spot confirmed है. अब 2 गेम जीतने हैं and he qualifies EWC, and of course उसके आगे जो भी आएगा वो बोनस है.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Mag.
I think that's a mystery for later maybe, and also like 2 लोग होंगे, right, in the next round. So I don't know how that slot gets filled up.
Also, we
but
should
that-
explain the question because I'm not sure the chat can hear some.
हाँ, so समय भाई हमारे
Hi.
producer कह रहे थे कि भाई कि because Magnus has already played, has he qualified? But I think is even if there's some changes, I think that's gonna be very nuanced because अगला I mean Nihal is playing someone ना, तो जो 2 player है वो, so it can't really, you can't choose one. So anyways, देखते हैं, that's for another time. Hopefully Nihal wins both games and ये missed calculations, RCB वाली calculations हमें नहीं करनी पड़ेंगी. Sehaj bhai, if you had to summarize the day in one word, what would that word be?
Cinema, bhai.
Cinema. Nice.
Absolute cinema.
Nice. 2 हो गए, but चलेगा भाई.
अरे यार.
So chat, crazy day. निहाल सरीन के लिए अच्छा दिन नहीं था, बट वो कल दोबारा आएंगे और कल कोई मैग्नस नहीं है, तो कल होपफुली बढ़िया उमदा शतरंज हमें उनकी तरफ से देखने को मिलेगा. सो वी गोना बी बैक टुमारो विद सम अमेजिंग चेस from the Indian speed demon Nihal Sarin, and hopefully he will qualify to the EWC. So chat, milte hain kal. Thank you Sahaj bhai, thank you Sahaj bhai, and we will see you tomorrow. Take care and good night.